Hidden Ember, Fallen Flame Series, Book 3. Written by J.M. Miller. Performed by Amelia Hugh. To those unaccepted, the loners, the disheartened, be true to yourself, body and soul. From the ashes, you will rise. 1. The divide loomed beyond the masts of the fleet ships docked in Suspier's harbor, an ethereal entity in the early morning sunlight, with speckles of sea spray dancing inside its wispy streaks of fog. The movement captured my eyes and my mind, the usual dread evoked by the wall temporarily muted by the swirls of beauty pilfering all attention in the otherwise still and silent dawn. I allowed the few seconds of awe it inspired within me, bending briefly to a daydream of a different path, a different life perhaps, one where the human and magic lands had not been divided for several hundreds of years, where a powerful fae prince had never captured a lonely goddess's heart, had not slain many of his own kind in his quest for immortality, one where the goddess hadn't needed to strip magic down to its bare bones to save the world she loved. With a blink, I attempted to halt the endless thoughts I'd been having during our stay in Suspier, knowing there was no use in dreaming for a world long forgotten, for a life that never was, for a different choice that was never made. This was the only true world, and it was full of death and heartache. My life as a guard on the island kingdom of Garland was gone. I was never the cursed human I thought I'd been then, but the phoenix goddess Alessra, who had damned the magical world and herself with it. I'd crossed the wall with Xavyn by my side, searching for the feathers I'd once left behind. We'd retrieved 2 and ended Herja before she could end me. But now, the third and final feather, my pith, was in the hands of Verdandi, who wanted nothing more than to finish what she had planned hundreds of years ago. End the world.
Alessra?
A heavy voice broke through my ever-drifting mind, only barely. Squeezing the grip of Herja's sword Chosa belted at my side, I turned my back to the port and faced the group of eyes all fixed upon me, searching for the voice's owner. When I found Hux's stern stare, I corrected him. Vala. I still didn't feel an absolute relation to the goddess I was supposed to be. If I was being honest with myself, I'd admit to warding off the connection that had been creeping in with each passing moment. I was losing myself, my human self. I was becoming her, and that terrified me more than anything ever had. When I claimed the third and final feather, when I crossed the divide again, would I lose myself completely? Hux adjusted his arms across his broad chest, his long black hair and green-tinted merskin glinting like liquid beneath the sun's light. He glanced around at all the others, then cleared his throat when I didn't offer more of a response.
It's unprecedented that our elder council are of different minds, but it might be for the best. While most are enamored with our recent changes and with Xpier's reawakening, not many are keen on the idea of more death, whether it be from your transformation or from the impending war ahead. So it seems all Mer have the right to choose for themselves, to stay here or to join you.
I should have been angry that the Mer's Elder Council refused to meet with me and my companions. They only wanted reports from their own trusted Mer. I supposed it was normal for them to be closed off, considering how they'd mistreated their own kind for years, unwilling to end the division between the Potens and the Nons. The council had allowed Leth and Amias to accompany Hux to explain their accounts of recent occurrences, as well as to pass on our information. I ignored their refusal instead. Perhaps my indifference was because of who I was and the way I'd been raised, understanding the difficulties of accepting those with differences, overall change, and the fear that it all brings when you're responsible for your people's lives. Others might view their actions as a dismissal or utter disrespect of who and what I am, but I cared not about petty shows of power, especially during this vital time. We were already making decisions far beyond their narrowed focus, and their kind would be involved inevitably, no matter what choices their council made. Besides, Leth had been permitted inside and finally shown the respect he deserved for far longer, and I trusted him to relay our words and theirs. If he hadn't gone, well, maybe then I would have cared. Leth, who sat in his wheeling chair at his brother Hux's side, replied testily,
"Fine time for them to be inconclusive, with something that actually matters, with real change upon us."
He rolled his shoulders back and sat straighter. There were few differences between the twins, the most noticeable being Leth's inability to walk, the birth disability that about half of the Mer had suffered since the end of magic, when they lost the natural ability to shift between having legs and tails. I agree that it's best to decide for themselves. Those who want to help us can, at their own discretion. But will we meet resistance from the council when I move to cross the divide, or when we seek my feather? I asked, keeping my focus on them and not the others by my side, who had all but formed our own council together. Xavyn, Isenna, Amias, and Rafim. They were with me regardless of rewards or consequences, prepared to take on Verdandi, to fight for the world, and to prevent another final war between humans and magical beings once the divide fell.
They know our numbers will not fare well if we're divided between all matters. So no, I don't believe the council will intervene when the time comes,
Hux said, with a slow shake of his head.
That also means they will not prevent others from trying to intervene either.
As the others murmured and grumbled their abhorrence, Leth ran his lithe fingers along the metal wheels of his chair absently.
No matter. Most of the nons will stand with us. They have but alley scraps to lose, and yet a new world to gain. They know what it's like to have nothing, to be treated like nothing by their own. Now many have already made the transition, and are of the first to return to the life we all once knew, return to the sea and to Suspier's beloved twin city, Expier. From what I've seen, most have also expressed their thanks directly to you.
The Potens were as close to human as physically possible. They lacked the issues the Nons were born with, like breathing problems or the inability to walk because of malformed gills or legs. The split between their kind had been cruel for the Nons, leaving them with little respect and even less opportunity. I nodded to Leth, knowing that most of the Mer we'd encountered in the few days following our battle with Herja had shown their immense support, eager for the world to return to the way it had been hundreds of years before. But not all supporters would agree to come with us, no matter what path we chose to take first. So while their numbers would help, they wouldn't be enough to challenge Verdandi. We can't underestimate her power. We'll need more, I mused, even though we'd already known this before the meeting. She held her own pith, word, her staff from the Vissus, and she had my feather as well. Though magic wouldn't be fully restored until I claimed my final feather and the divide fell, she held more power simply by having control of my pith.
We'll talk with those who want to join us. Most would have to remain here either way to watch the divide and await our plans for Verdandi after our trip to Ashland to recruit any who followed our council there,
Xavyn said, eyeing Rafim. Herja had been leading the Usli Council with them, gathering other fae and witches to revolt against King Calum, rightful ruler of the Volare fae territory Windlin, who had staked claim over the rest of Vaenen as well. Xavyn tilted his head and swept his gaze back to me. There was so much I could see behind the cool expression of his light gray eyes. Knowledge, emotion, strength. Looking directly into them had proved more difficult every day, my emotions warring inside, knowing the challenges that lie before us. And from there, I trailed off with a motion of my hand, seeing that they wanted to continue the conversation. We'd had endless discussions already, though not all of us together at once. "Dragons," Isenna chirped, rocking back onto her heels and lifting her wings delightfully. The action elicited soft smiles from everyone, including myself, despite the knowledge that freeing and recruiting them was bound to be anything but cheerful and infinitely more difficult than it had been with Vex. Her long hair stopped moving, and her dainty fingers picked at the sleeves of her shirt nervously. Though the temperature in Suspier had chilled with winter's approach, the climate remained mild in this area by the sea, and with no pressing battles, most had forgone the need for leathers these past days, opting for casual undergarments like loose-fitting linen shirts and pants. Her inky black and bright yellow wings settled somberly with her next words. Then, to Nepia Mountains, Volare Palace, my kin. Yes, I agreed, while watching Amias wrap his long arm over Asena's shoulders and pull her closer into his side.
We can only hope the numbers you gain in Ashland will help convince the Volare to aid in the fight against Verdandi,
Leth said. Refim grunted lightly, startling everyone. The contemplative Ligna Fae hadn't uttered a word all day as far as I knew. During our days in Suspier, he'd been working hard with Leth in the Non's underground caves, using his power to help grow food and herbs, as well as more yinth to medicate myrrh. But it involved more than him keeping busy. He was hurting, too. Most of the Usli Council that had been a family to him had betrayed him. Herja and Xavyn had planned so many things behind their backs and even used him to harm Xavyn. Then there was the traitorous witch Sendel. I was unsure how close he was with her, but she'd betrayed them too, working with Verdandi and helping to steal my feather. His closest ally Xavyn was all he'd had left. He was starting over too. After a breath, he said, "We will overthrow King Calum if necessary." "Oh, it will be necessary," Xavyn replied gruffly, stating what we all knew was inevitable. Given the king's continued slavery of the Amito Fae, and after Asena and I had stolen Chosa from him, I doubted either of us would be willing to make a truce in order to stop Verdandi. There would be no chance at peace between us, especially since he still wanted to trade his daughter Asena off to a lord he was indebted to. We couldn't ignore any of his immoral indiscretions. Hux peered out over the short wall of the courtyard, down to the port.
"Can we expect word after, then?"
"Birds will travel with us. They'll return here with updates." I eyed the sky and the vibrant birds circling above, before catching an amused grin from Xavyn. After a moment, I returned my attention to Hux. "Tell all Myrrh to stay clear of Heilager. Even those who want nothing to do with our cause should not speak of what happened here. No words to anyone or anything. No one touches any tree roots or talks to themselves in the outlying wood of Suspier. We have to assume she has spies everywhere. Her reach is far." Hux nodded in confirmation.
"We'll report any changes here as well. The humans have calmed down again, but another of their ships arrived this morning."
Islaine had been rotating vessels to the Divide since they'd witnessed Xavyn and me cross weeks ago, when I'd dissolved some of the wall and enabled everyone to see through. They had kept a steady eye on it and the Myrrh, watching and waiting, the same as us.
Since another left following the battle 2 days ago, we can assume it arrived to Islaine and has reported a full account. Though there's no way they could have known about Herja. She was never within view of the water, Amias said.
"No, but seeing a dragon was probably enough to fill their pants in either way," Asena said with a snicker. "Vex likely scared them loose or stiff."
"I'm sure you did too, love,"
Amias noted with an adoring look in his eyes, making her beam.
"Your beautiful wings would make anyone tremble in awe." "Oh, lovely," Refim said on a sigh. "Are we done here? I prefer not to lose this morning's meal watching her preen and flutter at his affection."
Asena slapped Refim's arm with a giggle, causing the rest of us to laugh. Her small ashen hand emitted the faintest of smacks against the bulge of his tight umber bicep. It was humorous to see her standing between Amias and Refim, both tall in comparison, the latter even wider with muscles. Her wings stretched up behind them both, brushing against their high shoulders affectionately. With quick words of well wishes and plans for our last day in Suspier, Everyone dispersed to have a late breakfast or begin preparations for our journey. I turned back to the divide, watching the sunlight catch the sea mists dance again. I could feel the power faintly, as I had in the moments before Xavyn and I had crossed into Suspier. The closer I was, the more energy I felt, the surge calling, wanting to return to me, its rightful owner.
Are you all right?
Xavyn's words spoke close to my ear as his body pressed to my back. His hands slipped around my waist easily and without hesitation, knowing I was his and he was mine. We had become one in the weeks we'd known each other, so fast, but so true. Yet even that certainty was shadowed more and more every day by the future we were running toward. Yes, I whispered weakly, proving that my answer was an automatic reply, a feeble one at that. I was not all right at all. He sighed, his breath pushing through my plates, heavy and warm. After a deep inhale, nose still pressed into my hair, he said,
"You've been different, more quiet, distant. I thought at first maybe it was me, after Herja made me fight you."
Gently shaking my head and closing my eyes at his admission, I recalled our battles, the blackness in his eyes and the pain in his voice as he raged deep inside himself, trying not to hurt me.
"And then I thought, maybe it's everything," he continued. "You've been processing not only what has happened, but preparing for what's to come, possibly slipping into the life you're most familiar with, a life of observation. All of that is understandable, and I've told you that I'm here, that we are in this together. Though, am I wrong in feeling there's something more? That being here in Suspier for this length of time, so close to the divide. The Myrrh have noticed a change. Leth mentioned it this morning. It's thinned in the days we've been here. There was no difference when we were north, farther away. But now that we're back and you've been near,
I've felt its connection when I'm closer, like now on this ridge, I admitted.
The reason you were unfocused during the meeting,"
Xavyn concluded. His hands gripped my waist tighter.
"It's good we're leaving soon then. We need to gather and prepare before it falls."
After several quiet minutes of watching over the sea and thinking, he whispered,
"Please tell me what you're feeling, Vala. You're no longer alone. I am with you. I will always be with you."
Turning around, I slid my fingers into the top length of his white hair, pushing it away from his fog-white skin and stark eyebrows, separating one of the chunky black streaks within and rolling it softly. Needing to revel in the emotions our connection stirred inside, my fingers continued their perusal and admiration, trailing down to his neck and tracing the translucent lines along his skin there, what held his power of mimicry. His body quivered the faintest amount, responding not only to my touch, but its own call to pull in my energy. He maintained his natural appearance, though, as he cinched his arms around me and captured my lips with his own, claiming me once again. He was with me. Even when I was a light, he could burn with me. Us. I would keep us, what we were at that moment, for as long as I could, needing to seize what little scrap of normalcy remained. Because even though I wanted him forever, I could feel with each piece of myself I lost, I was losing him too. But in the end, he would be the one to lose it all. He wouldn't be able to hold on to me. 2. Screams echoed up from the harbor, breaking Xavyn and me apart. We shifted toward the noise, peering over the row of rooftops from our vantage point in the Elder Council's courtyard. The quiet morning was gone. Myrrh rushed along the docks and climbed aboard their ships to better view what was happening while a horn sounded. Humans scurried around the decks of their cog ships, repositioning their sails and assuming their stations. We realized then that it wasn't screams of pain, but of calls to action. Xavyn inhaled harshly at my side. "Look, the starboard side of the nearest Islane ship." 2 mer were visible in the relatively calm water. While technically in Suspier, they were well inside the divide's outer edge. One had an arm looped around the other, swimming them back toward the port. Even though the divide's denseness had thinned enough to see clearly through, it maintained its width and strength, still able to make anyone sick if they got too close, or kill them if they dared to enter too far. But when more mer made their transitions, the Elder Council wanted to test the divide's limitations from below, staying under the cover of water, unknown to the humans above. "They went farther in," I noted. Both of them hadn't fallen ill. Only one. Which meant it was weakening. "Vala." Xavyn grabbed my hand as he looked at me, his light gray eyes wide. "I've been taking from it," I replied, realizing the truth. It had been subtle, the connection, the energy, but it had been there since we had returned to Suspier. I should have known. I'd been distracted and unfocused since the battle with Herja. I should have paid more attention. "We can't wait. We have to get you away from here, now." In a blink, my wings unfurled, the tug of my skin and their sudden weight both welcome and reassuring in the rush start to another round of chaos. The beginning of our final missions. In the next blink, Xavyn released a low grunt as he adopted my red-orange skin, and wings burst from his own back, the curtain of fiery-colored feathers seeming to blaze under the sun. After a lunge onto the rocky support wall, we both leaped from the courtyard's overlook, spreading our wings wide and catching the updraft of wind. We traveled through Suspier, past the vibrant houses and cobbled streets now busy with alarmed mer, down to the lower streets of dirt, through the moss-laden alleyways to Expier Pass, and the main tunnel entrance to the Non's underground sanctuary. Birds flocked to us, trailing behind and circling the entire way, ever curious and observant. Vex dozed on the rocky beach of the cove, not even stirring when we landed at her side. Her sleek gray body remained splayed out, the splashes of muddy red coloring along her feet, wings, and head more vibrant in the early light. Our brief stay in Suspier had relaxed her to life outside the Brunei caverns, her comfort more evident with each passing day. Too bad it was over. "We have to go," Xavyn yelled at the others, who, by the looks of their stiff postures and rapid movements, had heard the horn and commotion over the hill in the harbor. When Asenna continued to chat animatedly with Amias and Leth on the dock, and Rafim merely lifted a bag of goods at his feet, none sparing us a second glance, Xavyn growled, "Now!" They all finally stopped, noticing our urgency, and Asenna squeaked, "What? Why?" Her piercing yellow eyes widened while her lustrous wings fanned out behind her, her body cautiously alert. "Is this about the divide tests? When he swam out to look what was happening, Amias got word that the divers were unharmed." Leth spun his chair around and wheeled up the pathway from the dock. I rushed to the bags of goods piled within the tunnel entrance and dug through the supplies, determined to lighten the load. The trip needed to be quicker than originally expected. You heard, but we saw. They were farther inside the boundary, and one seemed to show no ill effect at all. My presence here has undoubtedly diminished its hold. We need to leave now to prevent it from weakening further and allowing a breach. No war can begin before we're better equipped with numbers, and that means we have to move. We can't risk any delay. "Carriage travel is no longer possible," Xavyn added, his wings disappearing and his skin returning to normal as he crouched at my side to help sort. "Vex should be able to carry both Rafim and Amias. No more." "What?" Rafim asked in a tone as airy as Asenna's squeak as he dropped the bag at his feet. "You expect me to ride on the dragon?" "Don't tell me you'd pass up a chance at flying again," Xavyn quipped with a wry smile. "No time to debate, you big fae baby. The rest of us can fly ourselves. You know we need you with us, and now we need to get there faster than planned. Didn't you say that more mer would be better for convincing those gathered in Usli to join us?" Amias asked, following Asenna up the dock's wooden pathway. Water dripped from his long, silky hair down his bare chest to the dry pants he'd donned after his swim out around the cove.
Yes, but there's no time now. We'll have to make do. Those in Usli focused on unseating King Calum may still join us. We can only hope our information regarding Verdandi convinces them to continue on against her. The Mer who have chosen to help will have to remain here and wait for word.
So, Isenna said, rubbing her hands together, only take what will secure to our backs then. She jumped into action, snapping her wings in and running through the tunnel to retrieve necessary items. Amias followed, tying his wet hair at the nape of his neck, the shredded slits of skin along the side, gills, spreading a bit with the sudden movement. I know no new information has been found in the books retrieved from Expeer, but will you keep searching while we're gone? I asked Leth as I stuffed a pack with newly divided food rations, then settled it low onto my back, while Xavyn and Refim did the same. If there's anything more about the goddesses or Verdandi specifically, we need to know. Leth dipped his head in a nod.
Of course. I believe your visions and memories have been the most revealing to her plan and what's needed to stop her, but I will continue to search and send any word with the birds. Your best choice is to fly low leaving Suspier, to not be spotted by anyone with a keen eye and a clear view from beyond the wood along the border of Hylaga.
Goddesses, that'll be a challenge with the dragon, Refim murmured, slipping a full water skin into his large satchel.
Xavyn chuckled. You keep packing that thing, Vex will have difficulty staying in the air at all. Those muscles and the weight of your ego will give her a hard enough time as it is. Besides, even if word has gotten back to Usli about Herja, the castle should still have plenty of supplies for the next journey to the mountains.
Refim stopped his progress for a moment, pressed his lips into a straight line, and lifted a heavy brow at Xavyn. The hardened look betrayed his soft face.
You're commenting on my ego? Humph.
If there was any room for humor in a situation like this, it would come from them. I huffed a laugh, then muttered, Boys. Their banter reminded me of Garland, of my human youth and the early years training as a guard, of Prince Calden and how he'd misbehaved with Lords Joseph and Wren when they were young. Boys? That was what Queen Havila would yell when they became too rowdy. Then she'd often turn away to hide her amused smile. Though I sometimes saw it, and the expression would fade when she'd catch me watching her. All those years of conflicted looks from her only now made sense. It wasn't simple repulsion or hatred. She battled the truth deep inside, holding the secret from everyone, knowing I was more than the scorched girl who somehow had been cursed when magic was dead. She'd known all along. Isenna and Amias returned moments later, carrying their own packs. Amias, now fully dressed and geared with weapons too, spun her and started fastening hers to her back, careful not to catch her feathers. I glanced around the area, feeling like I was leaving a part of me behind, as I had in Garland. In a sense, I supposed I was doing just that. On the move again, flying into more change. Would it always be that way? Perhaps it would be when I returned to the sky above, the world continuing on. Only then, I would also be alone.
Are we ready then?
Xavyn asked, dragging me away from my thoughts. He moved toward the cove where Vex now lay awake, her neck and head extending upward in a stretch, eyeing us curiously. We followed him down to her, our gear secured and ready. Xavyn grabbed hold of Vex's fish barrel beside the rocky embankment and stepped closer to her. He reached out with one hand, letting her press her snout into his open palm in greeting before extending the barrel in his other hand toward Refim and Amias.
I know you've both gotten somewhat familiar with her, but it's probably best to start the journey on her good side, right?
Isenna bounced on her feet, with her lips pressed together, trying hard to stifle her excitement at the situation. Sure, we were flying off to an unknown future, clouded with the possibility of more than one war and many battles within. But this was a memory she needed to have, to cherish, when all the bad began again. She was getting to see the one she loved, a mer made for the sea, ready to take flight with her, a Volare fae made for the sky. He was going to feel her life in a way not usually possible, understand her on another level entirely, even if it would be on the back of a dragon and with a massive Ligna fae smashed against him. I almost giggled, but I held it in, waiting for when I saw the view with my eyes instead of merely inside my head. Amias grabbed a fish by the tail and extended it out to Vex. She snapped it from his hand without hesitating, accepting his offer as she'd done from others while in Suspier. Rifim repeated the action, only not with as much finesse, the fish wriggling loose and smacking Vex in the snout before she could grab hold. Everyone chuckled, breaking the brief span of tense silence. "All right, good girl," Xavyn said to her with a pat to her lowered head before dumping more fish beneath her snout, and she started in on the breakfast. Her usual nocturnal sleep pattern hadn't returned in Suspier, but she took frequent naps whenever she needed, so she'd handle the journey well enough. "As long as we're soaring, the ride in the sky should be smooth, easier even than horseback. Though you won't have the comfort of a saddle, unfortunately," Xavyn stated. "Maybe she'll let us make one for her one day," Essenna mused, considering the thought more to herself than anyone else. Xavyn's brows scrunched in contemplation before turning back to the males. "The ride on the ground is a different story. Her body's wider, making your thighs work differently, and with her weight, her body hits harder. Since there's two of you, less room will make it rougher to keep hold." Rifim shook his bald head, his upper lip curling a bit. "I probably could have gone without the positivity." "Yes, I know," Xavyn murmured. "So who's riding front?" Amias shrugged his lean shoulders, then checked the straps of his sword belt and pack. "I will." He climbed up Vex's rear leg, dodged her wing as she shifted it outward, then settled in at the base of her neck. Xavyn cast a look at Rifim and swung his arm out, not uttering a word as Rifim huffed a resigned breath, then followed Amias's lead, sitting down behind him, in front of her wings. "Good?" Xavyn asked, with one more tap to Vex's snout. When they both nodded, he turned to us. "Ladies? Take the lead. She'll follow you anywhere," I replied with a soft smile, knowing she would keep low if he did. "I'll take the rear." "All right." After a nod and wave to Leth, he shifted, taking in my energy again. Wings erupted from his back, beating hard and lifting him with ease. Vex was fast to pursue, springing upward while her massive wings gave a downward stroke, propelling her. Amias and Rifim jostled only a little, repositioning then holding tight as she pushed into the air. Essenna ran to Leth, barely having to bend over to embrace him in his chair for a fleeting farewell. Then she darted down the dock and leaped off, catching flight over the water, dipping down for a final touch of the sea before lifting again to follow the others. "Good luck to you, Alessra," Leth said when our eyes met. "Vala," I corrected, for the 100th time. He chuckled, knowing but still fighting my insistence. Others had done it by mistake, but he had done it numerous times. I knew it was his way of helping me along, seeing my struggle to adapt to this reality when others didn't pay it any mind. "You are who you are. There's no reason to fear it." I released my wings and thrust into the air. As I rose, I replied, "I'm not so sure about that." Then I charged upward, looking to the south over the ridge of Expier Pass and the Non's underground, higher than the rooftops of their harborside houses, my sights upon the divide. More merships had left their docks, floating closer in defense against the humans once again. The chatter and commotion continued, shouts of anger coming from both sides of the wall of wispy fog. We could only hope it would hold until I was to cross, whenever we were ready. One war at a time. First Verdandi, and then to Sunsea, to the new queen and king there, Anya and Calden, who I hadn't seen since my visions from Verdandi's Vissus roots. Had everything been true? I worried about Haiti, about her adjustment to the new kingdom, her place there. I even worried about Calden, about the appearance of poor health, in spite of how he'd acted following his mother's death, how he'd been so quick to turn his back on me. We would have to negotiate peace when the divide fell, end the hate that began hundreds of years ago before more perished on both sides. Human, fae, mer, witch. This had to become one world again. But first, we had to ensure the world wouldn't end. 3. Flight had shortened the trip to Usli Castle, where it had taken us 5 days to journey from Heilager by horse and carriage weeks before. This time it had taken 2.5 days, flying mostly at night and with frequent breaks to rest our wings and sore backsides of the newly learned dragon riders. Despite the shorter time, it felt too long. I had much on my mind, my thoughts tumbling through plans and memories, or random things that weren't particularly worrisome, but still weighed as heavily as the others. One thing being my connection with Xavyn. I both loved and loathed the thoughts my mind conjured about us. Following the first fight with Herja, there had been little time for us to spend alone, except for the first night. Long after the adrenaline from the battle had waned, and both the excitement of the win and the worry of what came next had settled over our group that evening, Xavyn and I had escaped into the wood, seeking the comfort of each other, to reconnect and examine our bodies privately. The need to prove we were uninjured after our many duels forced by Herja's control over him, and to satiate the burn of our love, was overwhelming. There were no actual flames, as there had been the first time we connected as one on Usli Castle's tower, but it was as passionate, the demand blazing equally as hot. The next days, though, there had been no time alone. With helping the Mer begin their re-inhabitation of Suspier's underwater twin city of Expier, digging through more texts for any information about the goddesses, planning an early strategy for overtaking Verdandi and reclaiming my feather, and training birds for carrying messages, the rest of our time had been too busy for any frivolities, no matter how badly we wanted it. Xavyn and I slept in one of the infirmary rooms of the Non's underground with the others, forgoing the single cot beds offered to us both nights, choosing instead to bed down on the ground with blankets so we had more space to hold one another. Ordinarily, it may not have been necessary, but when we'd both awoken with cries from our dreams, we knew the only thing to calm our minds, to give us some peace, was to be closer through the night. Our journey north had been much the same, with no privacy and no stolen moments, having to stay close together as a group in case someone or something spotted us. I also made sure the messenger birds kept enough distance. We couldn't afford to be careless when so much was on the line. Not long after leaving Suspier, when we were finally out of a range of any sharp eyes in Heilager, we were able to climb higher in flight. We'd soared above the clouds for most of the first day, returning to solid ground in the late afternoon to sleep and start the nocturnal schedule. We noted the changes in the landscape, saw that more life had seemed to sprout in the time I'd taken back my first 2 feathers, despite the late autumn drop in temperature. I'd also found myself growing more vacant. A new hollowness formed within, different from the call of my feathers. It was an ache of emptiness. And even though I realized part of it had begun after I'd ended Herja's life, I could tell the true reason was far more complex. I was still missing my pith, and also the energy from the divide. But what was more, I knew it was because I was closer to becoming her again, Alessra, who had been called the Lonely One. That emptiness felt familiar in its discomfort, like something I'd experienced for so long before that it was ingrained, something deeper than my bones. More than physical, it was in my very spirit, and I would be plagued with it again soon enough. Once we passed over the black and white wood and the vast clearing came into view under the delicate moonlight, Vex banked hard and we followed. Usli Castle sat atop a sloping hill beyond the ruins along the road. The area was quiet in the hour before sunrise, no movement to be seen. The lands and buildings that stood closer to the castle appeared more vacant than they had when I'd first visited. I glanced at Xavyn on my right, watching his wings hold steady as he glided at my side. He was noticing the same. It was too silent. With the numbers he'd claimed remained here while Herja had him controlled, things had definitely changed in the short time. We didn't bother lingering, flying straight to the castle, all of us arcing to the desolate area in the back. Isena fluttered to the ground easily and dropped her pack at the foot of the southern steps. Vex landed with heavy stomps beside Rafim's garden, her feet kicking up the ground's ashy dust, the final beat of her wings stirring the particles farther and rustling the foliage of the closest plants. Rafim and Amias slid off Vex's back, jumping up and down, then doing their usual body stretches to ease the stiffness from the flight.
"Did you see?" Rafim asked Xavyn.
"Yes," Xavyn replied, touching down before I did and releasing my energy, his wings disappearing.
"Looks empty out there. Word must have traveled back then. I suppose. I wonder how many left," Rafim said absently, looking at his garden. The plants and trees had kept their green lushness, so stark compared to the surrounding area of brown dust and gray ash. It had remained strong without him here to tend it over the past several days. Yet, with a closer look, I could see what he was inspecting. No obvious signs of fruits or vegetables. They had stripped it of food. "Let's get inside."
Xavyn unhooked his own pack with a long stretch of his neck.
"If there's no one here, in the morning we'll see who remains in the town."
After showing Vex the well within the busted courtyard wall near the southern stone staircase and settling her, they started shuffling up the steps. "Wait," I said, looking toward the north end. During the short time on the ground during the journey, I kept the Vissus in mind, searching for any signs of Verdandi's tree and its smooth roots streaked with dark gray veins. Luckily, we hadn't crossed any along the way. But there was one here I'd visited before. It had shown me visions for the second time, something from the past, present, and the future. As far as I knew, they had all been true. At least, the future prediction had been, my plunge into Xpier's water. The past had felt authentic enough, as the supposed memory had shown Verdandi's true intent on the steps at Herja's temple. And then there were the present visions of Haiti and Sunsea. We had to assume them to be real as well. "Don't," Xavyn said, stepping to my side as the others watched. "I wouldn't even think to touch it, but being anywhere near it could be a risk now," I replied, my eyes focusing hard to see the root in the shadowed darkness. "No one will go anywhere close," Isena stated firmly. "Right?"
"Right,"
Amias and Rafim murmured in agreement.
"Good."
Xavyn nodded up toward the southern alcove, and we all climbed the steps and entered the quiet castle. With no torches burning inside, we lit our own and tread carefully through the silent halls. There were no signs of life. Short of searching the entire castle, there was no way to know if anyone had stayed. We decided it was best to lock ourselves inside rooms and catch extra needed sleep until morning. Rafim retreated to his old quarters off the main hall near the council room, and Amias and Isena followed us to the north tower. After checking the area, they bid us goodnight and entered the chamber closest to Xavyn's. We walked into Xavyn's quarters, lighting a few candles on the table, then snuffing the torch and slipping it into the mount beside the door. Xavyn drank from his water skin, then handed it to me.
"Hungry?"
His body moved lithely, shoulders visibly relaxed, comfortable in the space that had been his own for years. "No, not much," I admitted, and took a drink. It hadn't been long since our last meal, but my lack of appetite could also have been from many things. worry, confusion, sorrow. He rooted through a bag near the water basin at the side of the sitting room as I looked around, taking in the books we'd left behind the last time we'd been there. It felt like ages ago already, not weeks. You've been eating less. You need to keep up your strength, even if you're feeling good, which is not really the case right now, is it? I hesitated to answer. He knew I'd been off, knew there was more happening inside than I was letting on. I let my eyes fall closed for a moment, wondering what I could say. His body pressed close to my back, and I inhaled, hit instantly with the tang of sweetness in the air. Something brushed my lips, tipping them open. "Eat, please," he whispered. "At least a couple. They're dates Rafim brought from Heilager last trip." I let him push the first into my mouth with my eyes closed, taking the rich, chewy fruit in and biting. Denying him anything was difficult. I turned as I opened my eyes, meeting his, which were brighter now that I had appeased him. He slid one into his own mouth before feeding me another. "Thank you," I said, licking my lips at the sticky sweetness. "We need to talk more about what's happening," he admitted, eating another bite and watching me consume the rest of mine. His eyes focused on my lips, my mouth. He was right. There was much to discuss between only us. "Xavyn, It can wait," he whispered, dropping the bag of fruits to the table, then hooking his arm around my waist. "This can't." His lips slammed into mine, rushed and fierce, surprising me. "I need to have you. We might not have another chance before." The words were forced against my lips as he pushed us toward the door of his bedroom. I knew what he meant. We might not have another chance before we left the castle. But even worse, we might not have another chance at all. I stumbled backward, struck with the same need, the same longing made more urgent because of the uncertain future looming ahead. He and I, together as one again. Our bodies scrambled into the darkness of his room, unfastening sword belts and our leather armor, lips remaining connected until we neared the bed. Our boots were the next to go, dropping to the floor. Vests and shirts followed fast. And then his mouth was at my neck, tongue darting out with a wet, searing lick under my jaw. I hissed at the feeling, not bothered by the burn from his saliva as much as reveling at the heat it caused in all other places. "Oh, goddesses," I said, the words slipping out without thought. His airy laugh caressed my skin. "Perhaps you should be saying my name and not praising yourself." I smiled at the dark stone ceiling, releasing my own breathy laugh. "Fair enough. Xavyn." I whispered his name like a soft prayer, sliding my hands to his chest, trailing my fingers along the taut muscles there and down the ridges of his abdomen, showing him how much I worshipped him, how I loved the feel of him, the taste of him. He growled into the shell of my ear. The sound of him, smell of him, sight of him, all of him. Waiting a moment longer would have been torture. With a few quick movements, what remained of our clothing was removed. Then our bodies tangled together and fell onto his bedding, the layers of padding and blankets wrapping around us blissfully. And though its comfort was calling out, tempting us to fall into a deeper and more sound sleep than we'd had in weeks, our connection was well worth the extra weight. Red-orange coloring ran up the translucent lines in his arms, his neck, my hands tracing the progress as it spread out, overtaking his naturally white skin. His body grew warmer, his mouth hungrier, his breaths faster, all matching my own. "I will never stop wanting you, Vala," he said, grabbing hold of my hips and entering me. "Needing you." I released a moan at the feeling of our unity, my thoughts and needs the same as his. I would want him forever. But as the words rolled inside my head, I also knew that our lengths of forever would change soon enough. If we proved successful with everything, if we overran King Calum, got the numbers we needed, fought and beat Verdandi, retrieved and reclaimed my feather pith, what would happen then? Would I return to the sky? Would I be gone for another life cycle? Would I be able to stay and help end the inevitable war between human and magical beings? Or would I have to say goodbye to everyone I'd known? Haiti, Asenna, all the others. Xavyn. I called his name as I unraveled beneath him, gripping his body harder and pushing the worries away, afraid to reach too far ahead. We needed to talk, yes, but we needed this more. Neither of us spoke again, only released sated, fading breaths before drifting off to sleep. 4. Feathers, Rifim said, crouching down at the base of the cracked stone steps and running a finger along the split vein of a black feather lying at his feet. Xavyn and I had woken to a hard pounding at the main door of his quarters, all the others waiting in the hall to venture out and inspect the castle and grounds further. When there was no sight of anyone else, we stepped outside the front, prepared to scour the area they referred to as the town, where other fae and witches had lived while following Herja and their Usli council, readying for the revolt against King Calum. Numerous feathers were scattered around the base of the castle's main entrance, some with tinges of blood either on the delicate veins or at their quill bases, as if they'd been violently torn from their bodies. They were large plumes, not from any bird. Volare, Asenna confirmed what we'd all been thinking, sighing as she grabbed a single gray one from the ground, twisting it between her fingers for a thorough inspection. It was slightly longer than her own, with flecks of blue within. Amaya stood behind her, resting a reassuring hand on her shoulder. They must have had more change, too. More winged fae. Yes, but when had they come here, and why? Did they find out about our fight with Herja and attack after? Asenna replied. Xavyn moved to the edge of the landing, staring down the ashy dirt roadway toward the town. It's only been about 5 days now. Maybe they came before that, while we, Herja, traveled to Suspir. Likely right after Vala and I stole Chosa and fled Volare Palace. My father was not happy. He probably thought we were bringing the sword back here to her. That would be the only reason for him to send his fae here. Fool. Asenna shook her head with a weary frown as she dropped the feather, then looked at the cloudless sky. Then everyone here fled. Do you think many died? Rifim asked, moving to stand beside Xavyn. I followed, narrowing my eyes toward the buildings and carts off in the distance. My eyes focused more, bringing the vision closer than ever. I see some bodies, nowhere near the amount that lived here before. There are rock mounds, too. Fast new burials, definitely after we retrieved the second feather. The rest left in a rush. Xavyn's head turned, his light gray eyes assessing me. He was considering my sight, how I could see so far, especially from the ground. I remained silent, not having any answers, though I supposed we could both assume the correct cause. Little by little, I was changing. So, he said, breaking his stare and refocusing on the group. They've gained more flyers for their air army. When we go there, we will be met with even more defense than anticipated. And we're down on numbers, Amias added, surveying the desolate land. There's still hope. We need to follow through on the plans, I said, lifting my face toward the sky, watching a few of our birds gather on the stone edges of the rooftop. I unfurled my wings, then thought about my connection to them, calling them through the feeling so like a tiny tether. It was what the birds had felt from my first landing in Suspir, the same intrinsic connection Asenna had acknowledged as well, knowing I was made for the sky before even I was fully aware. It had grown stronger after reclaiming my 2 feathers, and that had helped to train those willing to become messengers. I couldn't call them from long distances, but they felt my presence strongly enough to track me down. 2 of the birds, both black with blue breast feathers, swooped down to us, and I held out an arm for them to perch. Maybe some of them fled to Herja's temple, to Brunei Caverns? True, Xavyn agreed, then quirked an amused eyebrow at Asenna. How angry do you think your father will be when we show up with dragons to steal his throne, instead of only a sword this time? Rifim and Amias laughed lightly, their deep tones creating a rather pleasant harmonic rumble. Asenna smiled, but shook her head as she removed some ink and paper from her leather side pouch to write Leth a message. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We know neither of those aspects will be so simple. I nodded at her truth as the birds waited patiently on my arm, chirping lightly. It's looking like our only option for the numbers we need to fight Verdandi. We fly to Brunei Caverns and Herja's temple, see if anyone's there, release the dragons, then infiltrate the palace and claim the throne to sway the Volare into joining us against Verdandi. Rifim recounted the plan, ending with a dramatic whoosh of air. There's no time to waste. Now we know the king is ready for us. Let's hope we frighten him well enough that he'll listen to reason and become an ally. Or he voluntarily steps down, Xavyn stated. I should have been happy about the lenient options Xavyn mentioned regarding the Volare king, because it showed immense growth and restraint since he hated him above anything else for keeping the Amito Fae enslaved. For some reason, though, it only made me angry. A wave of heat spread through me, shifting my thoughts to a more brutal outcome. One that left no room for decision. One that was so familiar and natural that I didn't hesitate when I added, or there will be no discussions. We simply end him and gather who and what we need. Asenna's eyes snapped up to meet mine, the shock held within startling. She hated her father, and she knew he was not agreeable enough to step aside willfully, nor likely to do so without a fight. Was she not prepared for the more apparent result? Vala, Xavyn said, and I blinked several rapid times, the strength and ferocity of my thoughts fading away as quickly as they had overtaken my mind. I bit down on my lips, concerned with both my lack of empathy for a friend and how easily my thoughts had shifted to death. I was used to violence, but with no consideration for other, more peaceful outcomes first? As much hate as I could have for those who hurt others, I had always been more balanced in fair judgment, given more weight to peace. But after those thoughts, so quick and final... Let's focus on what comes next. Xavyn shifted the attention onto himself, taking hold of the duplicate notes Asenna had written. Grab supplies, wake Vex. Then we fly north to Brunei. The others nodded, their eyes finding me one more time before dispersing and setting about their tasks. Silently, Xavyn attached the scrolled notes to the bird's legs. They flew from my arm, and I tracked them for a few moments. Xavyn had already started back toward the castle, but waited for me to catch up on the stone steps. From his silence, I knew there was no more time to put off our deeper discussions. We walked past the pillars and the statues of flames flanking the massive entry doors, and crossed the threshold into the once powerful home of the Ignis Fae. I'm fading, I admitted, my words weak. My humanity is fading, I think. I feel as though I'm losing bits of myself as I regain who I am. Losing pieces of your mortal self. That explains a good deal. I've been worried that your silence meant you still feared me after what happened, he admitted. I'm sorry that I haven't talked more about it, that we haven't discussed. No, I interjected without slowing our pace. It's not your fault. None of this is. Herja is to blame. Verdandi is. We've been through so much these last few days. So much. And I fear that I'm becoming what I've been most fearful of. that I am to blame too. That I am to blame most of all. His hands gripped my arms, halting both of us in the empty hallway leading to the North Tower. Slipping his hand up to cradle my jaw, his eyes sought mine, flicking between both and demanding my full attention. You are not to blame. I am, I said more forcefully. Alessra is to blame for so much, and though I don't remember it all, I can feel it. I can feel the ghost of emptiness that was once in me, the lack of empathy, of compassion. I was a goddess who made a choice that killed so many, and that decision was too easy. Because you had to choose between two evils, two impossible evils where little good remained. But you chose one where the world existed, where it was reset, forced to start anew. And what if I'm forced to make another choice with similar outcomes? Or what if the choice I make results in something as horrible? You have us with you. You will not have to choose alone. We are your counsel and will fight with you to any end. But we will not let you bear it all alone. I will not let you bear it alone. His forehead pressed to mine, his lips a breath away as his fingers traced along my jaw. And what if I am no longer here? I whispered, tears welling and slipping down my cheeks, burning the tormenting path I'd grown far too accustomed to within the past weeks. If we end her, and I take my pith— Vala, don't, he whispered back, his voice stuttering with a sudden pain, his body trembling as he followed my thoughts. More will die, and I— What if I burn? A final burn, the end of this life cycle, and maybe the final end. No. What if you don't? His fingers gripped my neck, digging in, as if he had enough power to make me stay. We cannot ignore the possibility. We don't know. I know, he countered, voice cracking the faintest amount. And you will not leave. Me. I knew the word without him having to voice it, feeling the ache deep in my own heart. I would not want to, I admitted, resigned to agree and abandon the thoughts and questions eating us both alive. This was the reason we'd been avoiding any discussions other than the immediate plans leading to Volare Palace. The rest, what came after, was too much to consider, too raw. Neither one of us wanted to face the future, what could happen, what would happen. I will not let you. His lips skimmed over mine, as soft as his words as they filled once again with longing and more. Fear, passion, regret for what had yet to happen. I will do anything. And I knew he would, which made it all more beautiful and painful. There was no doubt in my mind, in my human and goddess soul. He would do everything for me, risk everything for me. He would burn the entire world to hold on. 5. What had taken 2 days on our previous trip to Brunei Caverns took less than a day. We'd even made more stops to avoid injury and extensive fatigue, since the beginning of the journey had already strained our wings. We arrived at Herja's temple into the night, seeing her statue and the crumbled pillars as they had been before, though now the ruin seemed more significant in its representation of destruction and finality. Vex trotted with us to the southern hillside, happily stretching her legs, until she caught the scent of her old home. She began thrashing her neck and stomping her feet as we neared the entrance to the tunnel she'd practically created during our pivotal escape. She thinks we're taking her back, Asenna said, her yellow eyes wide and bright, even in the darkness. A light breeze fluttered her feathers, and she shook her wings as if it had made her shiver. Xavyn approached Vex, extending his hands and placing one on her neck to calm her. Shh, girl. We aren't leaving you. You don't have to go back. A loud screech sounded from deep within the cavern, drowning his words and halting Vex's frenzy. All of us stilled and gaped into the hole of total darkness. I suppose that answers the question whether they'd been released or not. Do you think those working here even know what happened to Herja, or who they once knew as a liege? Maybe more fled here from Usli for protection. Esena whispered, her wings tucking tight to her back, showing her tension.
There weren't many posted here. It's doubtful they would have heard otherwise.
Rifim whispered in reply, hunching over at her side as if lowering himself would keep his voice from traveling farther. He glanced at Xavyn, possibly recalling those few days we were all apart, when Esena and I had traveled to Volare Palace to retrieve Xhosa, and Xavyn had been controlled by Herja. He had seen Xavyn's return to Usli, had witnessed what happened during those days. My chest ached at the thought. The future wasn't the only thing that Xavyn and I hadn't discussed. He hadn't spoken of those days fully, was unwilling to relive it in memory. I knew it affected him profoundly, had changed him, had nearly broken him. Being trapped inside yourself, fighting the person you loved, unable to physically stop. Maybe one day he'd discuss it. Maybe it would help. But for now, I had to let him handle it in his own way, and we had to press on. Xavyn unsheathed his sword without a word, the sharpened edge of the curved blade glinting under the faint starlight. I did the same with Xhosa, eyeing the golden hilt and silver-winged raven crossguard. Xavyn and I lead, Rifim's in the back. Hopefully Vex follows, but we will not force her to face the demons of her past, after all she's done for us. I kept my eyes trained on the tunnel, but could see their nods of agreement in my peripheral vision. We free the rest, whether or not they decide to come with us. They get to live the way they want.
What if they travel to Hylaga?
Amias asked. We can't control them, I replied, knowing all the concerns that went along with the decision, but it wasn't a decision we should have needed to make. They were meant to be free. We can remain alert, anticipate any possibilities, any damage they might cause to this world themselves. We don't have the time to nurture behaviors right now. We need to act.
Agreed,
Rifim said, drawing his sword and standing at full height. Work together to uncage those behind bars and unbind those with restraints, to increase our chances of creating allies and not be eaten, Esena interjected hopefully. Xavyn smirked and shook his head.
We talk to any witch or fae posted inside. Make them hear our truth, even if they are quick to react in opposition. If they are against us and continue to fight in either Herja or Verdandi's names, we end them.
We caught each other's eyes one final time, then climbed the rest of the rocky hill and moved into the darkness. The tunnel stretched on longer than I remembered, though having been on Vex's back during our escape, stumbling blindly through rubble on our own feet would naturally take more time. Finally, the area where we'd found the first feather came into view. Although it was large, it was like an antechamber of the dragon den where Vex had been penned. Soft light spilled through the hole she had smashed through to follow us. I lingered briefly where I'd reconnected with the first feather, but shook the memory off to focus on our goal. As if I had needed the reminder, another screech rumbled through the tunnels, shaking loose dirt from the cavern's walls. There had been no sign that Vex had followed us until that moment when the noise of her sprinting through the passageway met our ears. Not willing to wait for her to announce our presence in a grand chaotic entrance, I moved to the edge of the dragon den and peeked around the jagged wall. No one was visible, so I pressed on, crouching stealthily and keeping to the side wall at first. The others followed in a single line, Esena hanging back so Vex would see her and hopefully calm down. All but one gate of the 10 iron pens were closed. The outlines of the dragons were visible, but the light was too dim for any details. There wasn't much movement anyway. We knew from our previous visit that their wings were likely bound. I lifted a hand over my mouth and nose as Xavyn coughed behind me. A sharp, biting smell permeated the entire area, burning my nasal cavity and drawing tears to my eyes.
That smells wretched, Amaya sputtered, his gills flaring along with his nostrils. Yes, Refim agreed lowly. I'm glad I was never tasked with dragon duty. It was never this bad, Xavyn replied. If anyone is still here, their priorities haven't focused on waste removal.
That was certainly true. The carts and bins at the entrance of the den were piled high with excrement. A couple also held meat, though it too didn't smell pleasant. It may have been a while since they've eaten, I noted, continuing to the entrance.
Great, Refim mumbled.
Another screech rushed through the tunnels and rumbled more red-tinted dirt from the walls. Amias, I whispered, catching his eye over my shoulder. Stay with Asena. We'll check for the other dens. He nodded and ran back to her. Letting Xavyn lead, we hustled through the dim passageways easily. It had become apparent that word of Herja's demise had in fact reached here, and those who had been on duty, for who they thought was a liege, hadn't bothered to remain. Xavyn knew of 2 other reinforced dens, the closest of which was empty. I was beginning to think that no one had stayed until we reached the other den.
15,
Refim counted, crouching low behind the lookout wall we were using to hide.
And the pens look full, too. I recognize a few of them, Xavyn murmured. I do as well, Refim replied. They might trust us enough to begin a conversation, but I doubt we could change their minds if they're already against us.
Speak for yourself, Xavyn said with a smirk. Refim only lifted an unamused eyebrow. The rest of his smooth face and bald head didn't move an inch. It would be ignorant to assume them magicless, I noted. The 2 feathers had brought magic to so many more in Suspir alone. Like the Volare, others had to have changed here too, and even died. There was no way to forget that.
Of course,
Xavyn replied a little more seriously.
But we have you, and me.
It was my turn to lift a skeptical eyebrow at his sudden arrogance.
And the dragons.
He exhaled an airy laugh, and I wondered if his humor was the best way for him to assuage the situation at hand. We hadn't had to fight anyone since Herja, and she'd had control of him then. I was sure he was covering whatever else was attacking his thoughts. The 15 witches and fae inhabiting the area below continued to talk and shovel food and feces as Xavyn walked down the tunnel into the den chamber. Refim was first to follow, which was best since he'd also been part of the Usli Council. "Xavyn!" a female shouted with near excitement. "We thought so many died. And Refim too? Well, we are so glad to see—" As soon as I moved into view, the words halted.
"Glad to see you as well, Nit."
Xavyn blatantly ignored the unease settling inside the chamber as he replied to the fae female closest to him. She had umber skin, much like Refim's, tall like him too, though more proportionate in overall size. Likely Ligna. Iron bars clanked loudly as a dragon rammed the gate of its pen. It followed that call for attention by emitting a loud screech and then coughing dryly, as Vex had done many times since I'd retrieved my second feather. I waited for any of them to react, waited for the den to fill with fire, but only a puff of smoke blew from the pen. Taking a glance into the closest one, I realized that their wings were not the only things bound anymore. A muzzle of iron and leather covered the closest dragon's snout, clasped and locked behind its head. The heat of my anger coiled inside, burning beneath my skin with such intensity, I almost believed I, too, could breathe fire. Despite it not being true, I prepared to expel outrage that could be equally deadly. I gripped Chiosa, ready to draw. "Release them."
"What?"
A male with skin as dark as coal snapped in a rough tone. His ears were round, and his choppy hair wiry and white. Which, then? Vala, Xavyn cautioned, touching my sword hand, before regaining his composure and facing them with a soft laugh. Look, Lephis. He addressed the male witch, then the others. Friends, we're sure you're aware that a liege is no more. Well, actually, Herja. Herja is no more. That stole the attention away from me. Refim widened his stance, the muscles of his massive thighs noticeably flexing beneath his leathers. He postured for the worst. Herja? Lephis murmured, his beady eyes drifting downward as he considered the information. Yes, she fooled all of us, Xavyn said with a solemn laugh. Is that why, when you were here last, you didn't speak, and... Nit's words were slow, then dropped completely as she deliberated speaking the rest. I was not quite myself, Xavyn admitted, his eyes closing around the memory. Nit was not referring to when Xavyn, Asenna, and I had escaped with Vex. This was about when Herja had control and forced him to return to her, when Asenna and I had left him near Azaris's ruins. He snapped out of his thoughts and said, The Disir have returned after all. One goddess is now gone. We aim to stop another, Verdandi. As she intended so many years ago, she plans to end the world. Nervous laughs scattered through the chamber, and a different dragon banged hard against its pen in response. It's true, Refim added in affirmation. Nit's dense eyebrows drew together, and her dark strands of short, thin hair whipped her face as she turned her head to glance around the den. So, all this was... This was Herja's attempt to regain power, Xavyn said. Though her plans weren't as dire as Verdandi's, she wanted chaos and war. We still planned to take power from King Calum, not only to free the Amido he has enslaved, but also to rally more Fae needed to face Verdandi. We assume she has many on her side, mostly witches who worship her, who have visited the Vissus and were corrupted by her power and energy within it, and maybe more who are unaware of her true intent. She has wanted this since the final war. Magic was stripped for that reason, a way to prevent a total end. There is no questioning this. She must be stopped. If we are to believe this is true, what is your plan? Lephis asked, garnering nods from most everyone behind him. Xavyn released a breath, the tension so obvious to me in his stiffened posture ebbing. We release the dragons. One already follows us, as I'm sure you recall. The others may or may not, but from here we head straight to the Nepia Mountains, to Volare Palace. How many do you have? Nit asked. Xavyn turned to eye both me and Refim. Not many, but we have our own asset and... power. Everyone quieted, and their eyes slowly shifted back to me with more of a perusal than before. I see, Nit said, as her gaze traveled my red-orange skin, then moved to my hand still wrapped firmly around Chiosa's grip. This is Vala, Xavyn introduced. You may recall her from the escape here, but you may also know her better as Alessra. 6. The audible intakes of air were loud enough to echo inside the massive den, and I swallowed an irritated scream before it could exit my throat. Well, that doesn't get tiresome, Refim commented lowly, though I doubted he meant to keep it between the three of us. Xavyn rolled his eyes at him. Believe what you want, I said, unable to hold my words and the ferocity behind them. You are either with us or against us. I'd really hate to end more lives, but sacrifices can and will be made in order to stop her from ending everyone else. There's no more time. Decide. Xavyn heaved an exasperated breath and looked back at them. I'd rebut her directness, but she's right. Our time is up. I shifted my stance, preparing for the worst as Refim had moments before. Is that? Nit's focus returned to my weapon. Chiosa, I confirmed, watching as the rest adjusted themselves for a view of the bared sword at my belt. They might not have known that Herja had been a liege or what she was searching for while mining here, but they were aware of some history. After a few silent moments, I resigned myself to their denial and a possible departure. But then Lefis asked, "We trusted a liege, Herja, without question. We'd be fools to repeat our mistakes. Will we be held accountable if we only agree to fight with you against the Volare, an enemy we already know? If your time with us proves our words true, we'd want you to continue on. But if you are unsure of our intentions, of a truth you haven't yet seen for yourself, you won't be punished. No," Xavyn assured. Refim added, "Unless, of course, we discover that you've united with Verdandi or any of her followers." "Reasonable," Nit replied with a nod as she looked around at the others. They followed suit, heads dipping in acceptance and murmuring amongst themselves. "Good," I said, then returned my focus to the pens. We entered through the big den we'd escaped through last time. "Are there more?" "Yes, 2 more dens, 15 dragons between them," Nit replied, unhooking a large ring of keys from her sword belt. It wasn't holding a blade. In fact, they were all dressed light, only thin linen shirts and pants with boots. The heat in the caverns was the reason for the scarce attire. Plus, with the dragons restrained, they hadn't much need for armor. I held back a growl. The spool of patience I'd had was unraveling in a rush as more thoughts of neglect and cruelty turned to fury. Refim loosed a whistle. "How many total, then?" 34, she answered, then caught sight of my angered scowl and added, "This is all of us here. We did our best to keep—" "I don't need to hear the excuses," I interrupted. "Those of you who have treated them poorly or bound them should exit the caverns now. With how Vex responded to us, I'm betting they have excellent memories and won't hesitate to end your lives, especially with still being here. Anyone who fed them has a better chance at helping. Otherwise, hand over your keys, gather all travel provisions and ground transports, and wait close outside another entrance. We'll find you after we've finished." Some fae and witches tossed their keys, then fled as fast as they could, knowing they couldn't charm the creatures they'd held captive as beasts instead of allies. Roughly 8 others, including Nit and Lefis, stayed behind. We released these first, then the other 2 pens, and lastly where we came in. Nit and Lefis stay. The rest of you go gather what food you have and take it all to the final den, I instructed. We free them from cages first, then herd them to the final den where we can unbind them together. Ready? There are many cavern exits, and they aren't blocked. With the amount we are uncaging at the same time, they might run if they're separated, even with their bindings still attached, Lefis commented wearily. What do you suggest? Xavyn asked. Nit moved to the back of the den, lifting a large rope lead. These fasten through the side rings of their wing bindings. It's what's usually used to move multiples, the ends secure together. And do they associate these with punishment? I asked, hesitant to use any of their previous methods. But things could become distressing for us and for them if they all ran from the caverns without being properly unbound. Sometimes, she replied truthfully, though mostly they're more comfortable kept together. And they also knew if they were fastened a single line march, it meant relocation to a new mine section, which held a food reward. More compliant, then, Refim stated in mild relief. I nodded at Nit's information, knowing it would be the best option we had to move both swiftly and safely. All right. Which is the usual lead? She tilted her head toward the first pen, handed a rope to Lefis, then rushed to grab the others from the back wall. After passing a few to each of us, she moved to the pen and unlocked the gate. The dragon within was slow to move after Nit leaned inside and hooked the length of rope to a ring on its snout muzzle. It stood from its lying position unhurriedly, stretching its neck high before dipping it toward the floor again and stepping through the opened iron bars. My eyes swept up the enormous, imposing body, bigger than Vex. It had the same dark gray scales and splashes of muddy red on the feet, wings, head, and horns, but with a wider head and more face spikes. Male features. A few slashes of scarred skin along its snout were visible through the muzzle gaps. It stepped past the front of its pen and stopped obediently, broken and disheartened. Tears gathered in my eyes as emotions stirred, and memories of my own punishments, my own plights, though nowhere near as torturous as what it had to have endured over its life, hit me. Mistreated, misunderstood, used. I blinked the unshed tears back. Does it have a name? Xavyn watched me curiously, eyed my hands now balled into fists. I couldn't look at him, too raw with the emotions fluctuating inside. Humanity, body and soul in a tumultuous war within, fighting the internal change. 2, Nick commented, and his head tilted in response, his silver eye narrowing, focusing on her, awaiting a command. I could only guess that meant he was the second they'd managed to contain when they'd arrived to mine the caverns. How old? We don't know for certain, Lefis answered, opening the next pen and hooking a lead to the dragon. We've had only one perish during our time here, and only 2 successful births. It seems as though, even without magic, they held a much longer lifespan than the other creatures. Not exactly a good thing over these last several years, I commented, watching the next dragon slowly exit its pen, my chest aching at how long it must have taken to break them into submission. But at least now, Xavyn mused quietly at my side, allowing my thoughts to fill in the hope for their future he had left unspoken. Nit relinquished hold of 2's front lead to me, draping it lightly in my palm before attaching the next rope connection to the wing binding, then passing the other end to Lefis to secure the second dragon. They proceeded with each pen, placing the most raucous, the one making the noise when we'd entered the chamber, between the rest, the calmest acting as anchors on the ends to quiet the herd. We moved to the next 2 dens and continued the process, attaching more along the single line, lessening the chances of sudden fright or unrest. That went smoother than I would have thought, Rifim said, as he and Lefis returned to the front of the line with me. They took up on either of my sides as I began to lead 2 farther down the passageway. Xavyn and Nit were at the rear, guarding and managing any issues. Yes, it's because they're the most stable. They've all been changing with magic flourishing again, but the most volatile are usually kept in the den you entered. I snapped my teeth closed at his words, realizing that the dragons there had barely moved when we'd arrived. So what you're saying is that I spoke too soon, Rifim joked uneasily, shaking his head as he looked past me to eye the male witch at my side. Wow. While Lefis didn't indulge Rifim's attempt at humor, he did soften his naturally rough tone the slightest amount when he added, "They shouldn't be too difficult either." Rifim's only response was a tiny smile, and if I wasn't mistaken, a slight twinkle in his eye when they locked gazes. That's because they've been more neglected than the rest, I chided, unwilling to control my mouth. Or have you overdosed their water with yinth to keep them unconscious so they don't realize they're beginning to starve? We kept walking, but his dark eyes finally left Rifim's stare and refocused on me. I suppose we deserve the sharp words. You deserve more, and should be delighted we haven't made you chattel in retaliation. But we're happy to use you to fight against those who have done that very thing to others. The Volare. We weren't so callous, so heartless, though I felt the emptiness somewhere deep that might swallow the remorse tied to such horrid actions. Yes, he replied. And no, they aren't full on yinth, only lethargic from hunger. Rafim looked as if he were going to add something to the conversation, and I was unsure if it would align with my words or act in apology for them. Perhaps that was why he chose to remain silent. We arrived at the final den, and Amias and Esena greeted us right away. "Whoa," Esena breathed as she lifted her head to appraise two fully. I could tell she wanted to fly to the top of the den for a better view, but decided against it, knowing it might agitate the situation. "A Volare?" Lephis said, shocked. "Esena, Amias, this is Lephis," I introduced. When Nit and Xavyn arrived a few moments later, they did the same. I directed my attention to the others who were waiting beside two carts fully loaded with meat. "Take the carts into the open pen. Ration the meat. After we unhook each dragon from the line, we'll unbind them, lead them to their portion, and usher them into the antechamber of the passageway out." Vex had been lying at the back of the den, close to the exit when we'd arrived, but she suddenly stood and elongated her neck. Her nostrils flared wide, and she sniffed the air before opening her mouth and releasing what I recognize now as a mild, curious screech. She was calm with... Before Esena could finish, Tu released his own louder screech not far at my back, compelling everyone around to cover their ears. A greeting? Vex moved fast, the recognition obvious in her rush. The others took a few steps back, but I held still as she stopped right in front of me and Tu. Their snouts met, the cage of his muzzle hitting her as they pressed together. She opened wide and began to frantically bite at it. "Esena, get her attention to bring her head down. Xavyn, Nit, unbind him while I get his snout." Lephis handed me his keyring and indicated which to use. "The smallest one." As soon as Vex lowered her head and Tu followed, I slipped the key into the latch and pulled the cage from his snout. He immediately opened wide, displaying the massive span of his jaws and the sharp set of teeth within. He wailed again when Xavyn unfastened his wings, this time loud enough to rumble my entire body, my bowels threatening to evacuate by the intensity. His wings stretched out, making those of us close enough drop onto our knees so we weren't hit. There was no turning back now. 7. Tu's show of power and freedom set the others into a bit of a frenzy, all of them screeching or chuffing different noises simultaneously. Those still in pens thrashed against the iron bars, showing that their lethargy from hunger was no longer a concern for their release. The tunnels echoed, and dust and dirt filled the air, churning inside the brighter circles of light closest to all the chamber's torches. After a tug on Esena's hand and a wave to two of the Fae near the meat, we moved to the exit. The Fae male and female carried the half carcasses of meat and set them on the floors in front of the opening to the antechamber. We called Tu and Vex. They locked onto our voices. Tu lifted his wings high, then stomped the ground several times before moving toward us. Vex nudged him curiously as she flanked him, her wing movements mimicking his. The Fae male and female nervously backed behind Esena and me, not bothered to hide their fear and hesitation. I was glad. It was good for the dragons to see them. To have them directly in front could have tested their limits in aggression, though. Tu wasted no time devouring one carcass, while Vex stole the other. Esena lifted her shoulders in a shrug. Vex listened to us, but we wouldn't keep her from food, which made this all more challenging. We needed her to move. I stepped slowly around them and into the antechamber, beckoning Vex through. With his attention still on her, Tu followed with little pause. Though the cacophony in the den had dwindled, it hadn't ceased completely. Word had apparently caught amongst the dragons. They all knew what was happening now. I couldn't stop the smile creeping onto my lips. "Next," I yelled, motioning for the meat carriers to switch out. "Ready?" Xavyn called from beside Nit. Rifim and Lephis were on the opposite side of the next dragon, waiting, and as prepared as they could be for this situation. "Yes," I shouted back through the continued din. Without Vex blocking the next dragon's view or position, its release went smoother. Its focus was already on the antechamber, having tracked 2 and Vex, so as soon as it felt the bindings fall, it charged forward to the exit, stopping abruptly when it noticed the slab of meat. It didn't bother chewing it down fully before it moved through the massive hole in the back wall of the cavern. Despite a few thrashing about, with those unbinding them narrowly escaping injury, the rest continued much the same. Dragon after dragon, all pushed forward, focused on reacquainting in the farther passageway, tasting, smelling, and exploring their renewed freedom. There was no reason to post anyone with them. The danger would have been too great to risk anyway. Regardless of the others flooding out, Vex remained close, visible in the antechamber. "Do you think she'll stay with us?" Asenna asked when we were down to the final dragon. I honestly hadn't even thought. Her absence would surely make the next trip more difficult for all of us, I mused. It would take much longer to traverse by ground, but leaving Rifim and Amias to travel alone was not an option. "We'll find out soon enough." The noise from the passageway had tapered, most of the dragons having moved farther through, maybe even reaching the vastness of night. We set the remaining 2 carcass halves onto the floor and called over to the others. Nit opened the last pen, then she and Xavyn entered cautiously. This dragon had been the least active during the process, unmoving even at the height of the commotion. As they had with the others in the pens, they unlocked the face muzzle and wing bindings together, then retreated into the main area. This time, though, the dragon lifted its neck for a moment before laying it back down. When the others looked among themselves, murmuring too softly for Asenna and me to hear, I glanced at her, and we both walked over to the pen. "Is it injured?" Asenna asked as Amias joined her side, all of us eyeing the dragon through the dim light. "Not that we're aware of," Lephis replied. "It is possible that it harmed itself on the bars, but there's no way of knowing unless we try to examine it, somehow get it to stand." Before we had a chance to ponder any solutions, the dragon shot upright, spreading its wings high and dropping its head low in defense. The scales along its neck flared out, and its mouth stretched open. "No!" Nit screamed, causing me to turn my head. One of the male witches who had remained with us had grabbed a long metal staff from a hook between pens. One end bladed, the other sharpened to a needle's point. The dragon released a chilling roar, then crashed its jaw closed several times in succession, the snapping of its teeth sending a shiver down my spine. That mouth had the ability to rip anyone in half. "Put it down, you goddess-damned fool!" Nit screamed at the male witch. But the demand was too late. The dragon lurched forward through the gate, the iron bars hitting Lephis before he could move, launching his body into a tumble across the floor. Its neck swung wide and low, catching Nit with the sudden movement and knocking her down, while its mouth reached for the male witch. In the next moment, the massive mouth closed around the male witch's arm that held the metal staff, severing it completely. Rifim and Xavyn hurtled out of the way at the dragon's rear, dodging the enormous tail sweeping around. There was no time for Amias to run or for Asenna and me to launch ourselves upward to the safety of the high cavern. There was scarcely enough time to blink before the dragon's head had twisted back toward us and the exit, the witch's blood still dripping from the points of its teeth, the bottom edge of its snout. That mouth opened again and released a ragged cough. My wings emerged from my back, spreading wide as I turned then, cocooning Amias and Asenna within the protection of my feathers. The dragon screeched again, and a blast of fire burst forth, slamming into my back with so much force I stumbled forward a few steps, on the edge of losing my control. The flames ignited me in an instant, heat licking through my skin, my veins, energizing and soothing me in the way it always had. I urged the flames outward, feeling them bend at my will behind me, the intensity dying down as they deflected off to the sides. As soon as the blast ceased, I unfurled my wings and turned to assess the dragon, while Amias and Asenna sprinted for the side of the pens. Before I could consider my next move with the dragon, Vex joined the fray, barreling into the den from the antechamber. I lunged to the side as she charged the other dragon, her head whipping around and ramming into the other before opening her mouth and clamping a bite onto its snout. The other dragon wailed and shook its neck, escaping her hold. It bounded forward, shoving Vex back enough for it to charge to the exit. It snatched a carcass from the ground and disappeared into the antechamber. Vex gave chase, though not with the same amount of energy. "Are you all right?" I called to Asenna and Amias, their hair and clothes smoking lightly.
"I need water,"
Amias rasped, extending his bare arms. The usual glimmer sat inside his skin, now dull. "Here," Xavyn called, rushing to a wash basin atop a pillar at the entrance to the den. Asenna and Amias hurried to join him, both dipping their hands in to splash the liquid onto Amias. It made me recall Davin's words to Elige in the Usli Council meeting room many weeks before. The caverns were already hot and dry enough, brutal on a mer's skin. That blast apparently consumed what little moisture the air contained. A weak cry drew my attention to the male witch lying on the dirt floor, a puddle of blood beneath him. Others had gathered around while Lephis held a cloth to what remained of the witch's shoulder, the dragon having severed the entire arm. I'm sorry, the witch chanted, his voice a whisper. His eyelids blinked, remaining closed for longer each time.
"He's lost too much blood, and it isn't stopping," Refim murmured. "I have some medicines here, but I fear it's too late,"
Lephis replied. Though I'd never seen a war while living on Garland, we'd had duels and severe injuries and diseases that ended in amputations. As guards, we were taught the basic tourniquet method that would help until the wound could be cauterized. "Rip his shirt away," I instructed. None had noticed me until I spoke. Most gave me and my burning wings a wide berth as I knelt beside the witch. Lephis did as I asked, releasing his hold and tearing the fabric away from the injury. When it was clear, I leaned closer and pressed my hands to the wound. The witch screamed in agony as my skin burned him, stopping the spurting blood and singeing his flesh. The acrid tang of smoke and burnt flesh stung my nose and lungs, jarring the memories of Queen Havila's burnt body inside Sacred Lake. As I tightened my grip on the witch, my thoughts flashed to that morning, to the soft, unsteady voice, so unlike its usual sternness. "I saw you burn. After so many years, your life above ended. Your new life began, in a beautiful fire, unlike any I'd ever seen. You were reborn, Vala Bird. You are her, the lonely one, the one they call Alessra. Protect him. I know I don't deserve to ask. I owe you my life for Caldens. Please take care of our people, like you always have. Guardian Goddess." As I pulled away, the witch sighed a deep, shuddering breath, relief washing through him. The others remained silent, their eyes on me with reactions ranging from awe to horror. "Go fetch that medicine," I said to Lephis as I rose to my feet again. "Bring as much as you can. We'll likely need it, and extra clothes, blankets for the journey. All of you." As Refim soothed the witch with his smooth voice and the others shuffled away, I stared at my hands, watching as the flames faded beneath my skin. When I looked up, Xavyn stood in front of me, head dipped, light gray eyes wide with the empathy and wonder I'd seen in them so many times before. As much as I longed to fall into him, to let him ease my feelings so raw with emotions of the past, I couldn't. The burden was my own, not his. I supposed it was the way it was destined to be, though. As much as he wanted to be there for me, he couldn't in the end. It wouldn't be right to push more troubles onto him when he was already battling his own. When he moved closer, I took a single step away. "Help the others," I implored, ignoring the confusion in his drawn eyebrows, then walked across the den so I could go pay a solo visit to the night sky. 8. I ran. There was no thought to my destination save the sky. The ground blurred beneath my feet. If I stumbled on the rubble of cavern rock, my wings extended, feathers tilting to create lift, supporting my weight as I continued to flee. I wove around the jostling dragon bodies, oblivious to their quarrels, sputtering fire coughs, and the celebratory cries of their unfettering. I needed the sky. I needed to ease the disquiet, to quell the emotions, to feed the emptiness building within, to open myself up again and allow the loneliness in, to not fight the inevitable. With the final step from the cavern tunnel, the cool night air enveloped me like a welcome embrace. I spread my wings fully and leaped off the top of the rocky hill, taking flight over the few dragons that had already emerged, each testing their wings with powerful thrusts, though not yet able to fly. I drifted over the open field we'd traversed during our escape with Vex. Before reaching the expanse of the wood beyond, I tipped my wings, banked upward, and ascended hard and fast. I climbed, higher and higher into the comforting blackness of night. Twisting continuously, I was mesmerized by the endless sparkling stars, by the sliver of moon and its faint glow disappearing and reappearing from the passing clouds. Spinning and spinning, on and on, I soared up and up and up some more, until the air grew colder, gnawing and biting at my red-orange skin, until the air grew thinner, my wings struggling to keep hold, my lungs struggling to breathe. My humanity. Without my last feather, my pith, I could not return to the limitless sky. It was the part of myself I feared to lose, though it was also keeping me grounded. Would I have to choose in the end? One or the other? The sky or the ground? I inhaled, my body light, my head as well. The air. There was nothing left in the blackness, no glint of the stars, no glow of the moon. Only darkness and the fluttering of my feathers, my mind wandering to distant places I could no longer travel, places I may no longer belong, both in the sky and on the ground.
Don't worry, my Alessra. You will remain here, more mortal without this single feather, allowing me to pull from your power. I've sectioned a chamber especially for you, surrounded by water, the substance that defies and weakens your burning existence. I had visited the Fey Prince Azaris many years ago, choosing him, trusting him, and before he betrayed me, I'd been able to visit him, be with him. Would it be the same? Or would I burn when I took back my final feather, as I had in the last vision of the past the Vissus had shown me? I'd killed Azaris, ended Verdandi, and then burned another life cycle, and stripped magic away before leaving my 3 feathers behind. It was the vision that had replayed in my thoughts for many reasons since we'd learned that Verdandi was plotting to end the world again, and my mind was reliving it yet another time. As I looked upon the scene more closely, though, I realized he wasn't the only one with reason for their meeting. The 3 piths were here, but so were 2 anchors. Scattered close to Verdandi were a vial of water and a dead raven. He had only wanted the piths, nothing else. His endeavor was wretched enough,
But Verdandi's intent was far worse. She wanted out of this world, and holding these things not only meant her escape, but the end entirely. The end of every living thing. The end of us. I felt what she wanted. Staring at Azaris, I saw it all. She assumed he was my anchor, my connection to this world, and with him she had the 6, 3 piths and 3 anchors. With control of a goddess's pith and anchor, one could see her end. With possessing all 6, one could end the world. My mind continued sifting while on the edge of consciousness. The staff from the Vissus called word, Herja's sword, Chosa, and my feather. A vial of water, a raven, and... I awoke with a jolt, my body thrashing through the air as I plummeted toward the ground below, toward the soft silhouettes of dragon bodies moving beneath the delicate moon and starlight. My wings jerked open, catching the wind and gliding downward. I shifted my direction, spotting Herja's temple north of the cavern entrance, where we'd arrived only hours before. Slowing, I drifted at a relaxed pace and landed with a dull thud of my boots upon an upright portion of the collapsed roof. The view was still a beautiful one, overlooking the black stone steps and out to the scattered dragon bones in the field below. With a gentle leap, I extended my wings again, enough to catch the air and ease myself under the cracked steps. I moved around a crumbled pillar and gazed up at what remained of Herja's statue, the jagged edges of her severed calves down to the base below her feet. My eyes roamed over all the pieces before I turned back to the steps again, picturing the memory of the past that the Vissus had shown me weeks ago. She thought it was him, Azaris. She thought he was my anchor, but he wasn't. Even though she would have failed that night, she would not have stopped. A soft rustling sound caught my attention. Feathers. Wings sliced through the air before boots smacked the stone somewhere in front of me. Vala. I never tired of hearing my name spoken from Xavyn's mouth, whether it was assertive or seductive, or even tentative, like it was at the moment. I left him alone, rejecting his silent offer of compassion and empathy. I'd hurt him. Peering up through my lashes as he ambled toward me, I gazed at the satiny black wings set high and wide behind his back. Not mine. I hadn't been near enough for him to use my energy. These were Volare. He'd taken from Asenna so he could find me, and she was close enough now to keep. Unlike her streaks of yellow, his wings held several feathers of light gray, so like his natural eyes, and his now ashen skin was only slightly darker than his usual paleness. I needed a moment, I said, lifting my eyes to his briefly, then dropping them to the stone steps again, tracing their cracks as if the answers we needed were hidden somewhere inside. He merely nodded in response, waiting. Behind him, noise breezed up through the quiet night to meet us. The dragons had moved farther from the cavern tunnel, their bodies wandering into the field below. I closed my eyes, picturing the vision, memory of those once slumbering there, now bone relics for them to trample upon. Xavyn saw my change in focus, shifting himself to watch them too. His black wings remained, though he tucked them in closer as he said, "We can't leave tonight. Maybe tomorrow, after they've adjusted a while. Yet I wish it could be even longer than that. More would choose to follow us." It was my turn to nod. We had no time, and I was certain that would hurt us in terms of typical war strategy. But assembling more bodies and training dragons and other animal allies would take too long, even if Verdandi didn't have the final piece she needed. Though I couldn't be positive of that fact, given I wasn't even certain of the final piece. I could only hope she still believed it to be someone close to me, someone standing next to me. And if that was the case, She was waiting for us to come to her. But the risk was still too great to delay. We had to take action. With a little coaxing from Vex, I believe we can count on 2 to join us. Maybe even allow a rider, he said, keeping his gaze on the field. Nit told me that they had been separated at some point. That was the explanation for their dramatic reunion in the den. They may have been mated before mining began. Some others may follow, but it's doubtful they'll carry riders after only a day. We'll be lucky if most have enough strength in their wings to fly. We'll have to stop often at first, I offered softly. Yes, he agreed. Gazing down at my opened palms, the evidence of the witch's blood and flesh having burned away completely, I asked, "The male witch?" "Gone. He lost too much blood." I heaved a lengthy sigh. "And the others?" "All right. Nit might have some bruised ribs. Amias's skin rehydrated with no problems. He and Asenna will have to endure a few singed strands of hair, but they are otherwise healthy and thankful to you." I was tempted to release a sad, bitter laugh at that. How could anyone be thankful to the one who had caused so much pain in this world? But I knew how he would react to that, to my hatred for my previous self. So I held it back and let the feeling dissolve, as so many others had. "And you?" The way he'd approached me felt detached, and it hurt me to know I was the cause, the emptiness pushing me farther. Perhaps he wasn't only upset with my sudden departure in the cavern. Maybe he was angered, too. He had every right to be. After a few quiet moments, he ran a hand through his hair, all black now, brushing the top length back with a sigh. "Vala, I'm not sure what to say. I'm all right. But I'm not sure what you need, or if you even need anything from me at all." I looked at him then, seeing the hurt and confusion my distance had caused, not only from this single evening. He'd said he'd felt it, had assumed it was a casualty of Herja's control before I admitted that my humanity was fading. And now the uncertainty was gripping him as it was me. He was even more unsure of how to fight against it. Reaching out, I pressed my hand to his cheek. As if he were waiting for approval, he instantly took my energy with the contact, skin and wings changing in the single moment it took him to tilt his face toward me. "I need everything from you, and more," I admitted, and he inhaled deeply. "And that's my greatest fear, more even than who I am becoming." "It shouldn't be." I shook my head and let my palms drift down his neck to settle on his chest. We've been puzzling over my memories, specifically the vision the Vissus showed me about Azaris and Verdandi and my end to magic. We focused on Herja's pith and anchor in order to defeat her, and also the knowledge that Verdandi needed all of them to end things. What's missing? I've been over it again and again in my head. With Herja gone, only 4 will be needed. Verdandi's Vissus staff is her pith, and the vial of water is her anchor. I felt that to be true. Then my own pith is my remaining feather. But what about my anchor? In the vision, she had them all lying there on the steps. And Azaris. She thought he was my anchor to this world, because of our connection, because of my love for him. But I knew in my mind and felt in my heart that he was not the anchor. She was wrong, yet she didn't know. I took my feather from Azaris and killed him before she could act, and then I ended her. She didn't know her plan would have failed then. If she holds the same memory, the one she showed me herself through the Vissus, she will assume that my anchor would be the same, though changed again, like Herja's ravens. Of course, it wouldn't be the same bird alive the entire time. They change, and there was many of them. That might be the truth for the water inside the vial, too. It wouldn't be the same amount of water, only the water from the same river or fountain or well. "Like the water that feeds the Vissus," Xavyn said, lifting one hand to my side to hold me, and the other past my neck and into my long, loose plaits. Yes. And so we could assume she believes I am your anchor. Yes, I whispered. And that's what you fear most? That Verdandi aims to come for me? Even though I feel she's wrong, I don't want her attempting to use you against me. He flinched at that, closing his eyes tightly as my words churned up the memories of him being controlled by Herja. I would rather die than to see it happen again, and I was certain he felt the same. His fingers worked through my hair, gathering it together as he tipped his forehead down to meet mine. We won't let it happen. She might be stronger having both piths, but she will never have her full immortal power unless the divide falls and you reconnect with your last feather, which she won't let happen before she has a chance to end the world. She remains weak enough. Her focus will stay on your anchor. So if she saw that memory as she called it forth from your mind through the viscus, then we'd be foolish not to assume she felt the same about Azaris not being your anchor. Meaning, she will consider other options besides you as well? Yes, he agreed, tipping his face away from my forehead. She might think it's someone else you're close with, someone who means a lot to you. Haiti, I said, the air rushing from my lungs. How hadn't I thought of that? She was one of your closest connections? Well, aside from Calden, yes, she was. And our mother, Serene, who is no longer alive. Haiti and I weren't close while I was young, though. You said you saw Haiti's visions, too, of what was happening in Sunsea with the prince, now king. She touched the viscus root at Tamir Palace. I chewed the inside of my cheek, attempting to suppress the immediate worry. She may still be visiting it. Even though Verdandi physically could not cross the divide, her reach through the viscus remained intact. Who knew how much stronger she'd become, how much more influence she held over those connecting with her through the tree? He tugged me closer to his body, gripping me tightly. She's fine. She's protected. For now, I added. There was nothing I could do for her, no way to reach her, unless... As if he were reading my mind, he said, Vala, we need to stick to the plan for now, no matter how maddening it feels to be so far away. If anything changes, if we get word that contradicts her safety, we'll cross the divide early. I nodded, my thoughts sifting through all the possibilities if I were to cross right away, all of them causing utter and immediate chaos through the world with the swift start of the war. Have you felt anything new from the memory to show what else your anchor could have been then? Perhaps it isn't someone at all. His hands stroked up my back, attempting to comfort me while changing my thoughts. Nothing, I replied after several moments, allowing my body to settle inside his arms. I wish there'd been something in the Myrrh texts. There's still time. Maybe Leth will discover more, or we'll find information at Volare Palace. Or maybe your beautiful mind will show you soon enough. My lips twitched into a faint smile as I watched his do the same. I hope. Oh, how I hoped. 9. Watch the wing, Rafim bellowed, diving to the ground to avoid being struck, as two spun around and wailed a screech. I was fairly certain it was the first time I'd heard him raise his smooth voice, but it was definitely needed, and also effective. Two was responding well to him. Well, at least better than we could have hoped, and also better than any of the others. Two had also flown, following Vex's lead nicely. Now, though, we were trying to convince him of carrying a rider or two. We'd spent the remainder of the evening and the early parts of the morning camped at the edge of the wood, monitoring the dragons, rotating guard shifts for proper rest. Most of the dragons also fell asleep in the field beneath Herja's temple among the bones of their ancestors. During that time, some had wandered off. A couple had gone back into the caverns to sleep, emerging again later. A few others had gone into the wood to explore their home territory. All had stretched and tested their wings, some having better luck at finding lift. Now, further into the afternoon, the sun falling faster toward the jagged, tree-tipped horizon, several of the dragons had disappeared for a lengthy amount of time, having grown comfortable with their new freedom. They were likely off hunting food and water, possibly recalling where to go from the years before their captivity. We could only assume they wouldn't return before we departed, and if they did, they wouldn't be inclined to leave again. Most of the others remained with us in the field. Tempers had flared, giving way to a few fights that ranged in aggression from playful quarrels to violent brawls as they reestablished dominance in their hierarchy. "How do you think they will fare if any join us?" Amias asked, skinning the rabbits a witch had hunted for dinner. The others had gotten to know the Brunei workers better throughout the day, forming a friendly companionship that was good to have for the war we were about to wage together. I, on the other hand, hadn't. Maybe it was because one witch had already died, and I felt little reasoning for getting close. Or maybe it was the hate I was still holding for their compliance with Herja in the treatment of the dragons. Honestly, it could have been a combination of both reasons. I also couldn't pretend it had nothing to do with the emptiness and the distance that was creating within me. Luckily, most of the fae and witches had already departed with horse carriages and extra provisions, saving me from unwanted conversation. The rest of us, mostly flyers, would leave shortly after dusk. While it was true that staying a few more days would help with bonding and possibly add more dragons to join us, the weight and commotion too many extra bodies could cause along the journey wouldn't. "The temperature might be bothersome to them," Esena said, tending the fire and spit, "though Vex fared well enough in the cold and snow when we were at Azaras's ruins and Alesra's lake. It didn't seem to bother her too much. We also weren't there long. Hours, not days," I reminded her, recalling our battle with Xavyn and the heartache of having to let Vex save him when he'd lost my energy, my wings. I tossed one of the last supply bags into the back of the remaining horse carriage. If 2 allowed riders, then Lephis and Nit would fly along with us. If not, they would have to travel by horseback. The few other cavern workers who had stayed would take the last carriage, rotating coachmen instead of camping to shorten the travel time. We would land often to rest wings and meet with them as needed. "That's true," Esena agreed, moving away from the fire to watch as Xavyn mounted Vex directly in front of 2, displaying how to handle a rider. "Hopefully, it won't affect them too much, or we won't need to be there too long. There are halls inside Volare Palace big enough to shelter them." At least she appeared optimistic about our usurping. I was conflicted about her thoughts on fighting with her kin. There had been times throughout the day when I'd catch her staring off in the distance, quiet, so unlike her usual talkative demeanor. Amias had noticed too, one time asking her if something was wrong, which she denied. Her musing weighed on me, growing heavier as we approached our journey. Rifim had his hand on 2's neck, both of them watching Xavyn and Vex's progression, from the first quick steps to Vex shooting into the air with several forceful beats of her leathery wings. 2's eyes tracked them, his legs slowly crouching. "Go, go!" Esena yelled at Rifim, noticing that 2 was about to follow, with or without a rider. "Oh, what the—" Rifim took advantage of 2's lowered position and launched his body upward, sprawling his arms and hands over the thick, flat scales of 2's back and edging a foot onto the base of a wing, scrabbling for purchase. "Ah!" Lephis and Nit yelled as they sprinted away from 2, narrowly escaping the single sweep of his tail. Esena and I stepped forward, unable to look away. 2's wings moved fast, first upward, jolting Rifim's body farther on, then beating his wings back down, dropping Rifim like a child clutching onto an unbridled, temperamental horse. Rifim slid down 2's side, his hands managing to latch onto the wing's base, just as 2 lifted into the air. "Let go!" Amias yelled. It would have been the smarter thing to do, but Refim either didn't hear or didn't listen, holding tight, his body jouncing as Two's wings beat up and down, taking them even higher. Esenna and I lunged into a run, my wings unfurling as she leaped beside me. We were in the air a moment later, chasing close behind. "Xavyn!" I called as he and Vex banked into a turn. As soon as Xavyn saw Refim dangling, he leaped from Vex into a free fall before he took on my energy. His own wings burst outward, and he veered toward Two. Vex followed him, which effectively slowed Two until his forward motion stalled to a stationary hover. We got to him first, approaching from below. Maneuvering around the drop and lift of Two's wings, I reached up to grab hold of Refim's booted feet as Xavyn approached from overhead. Unfortunately, we were too late. Two shifted. Refim's hands slipped from the wing, and he fell. He screamed unintelligibly as I snatched his booted foot and beat my wings with every scrap of my power, trying to combat the drag of his weight. Esenna was beside me in a flash, grabbing his other foot, spreading his legs to keep our wings from colliding. We slowed his descent, and while it would be good enough to land safely, it wouldn't be enough to remain in the air for an extended amount of time. Xavyn's body dove in an arch, stopping in front of a mumbling Refim as he hung upside down by our hold. After grinning, Xavyn flew to Refim's back and gripped his torso. Then, as Esenna and I helped to right him, Xavyn secured his arms around Refim's chest, hugging him tightly from behind. With Esenna and me supporting each leg from the side, I heaved a relieved breath. "You know, if you wanted us to haul you into the sky again, all you had to do was ask," Xavyn joked with a grunt. Esenna released a little laugh, the near-death tension drifting away with the sound. Refim grunted in return, remaining as stiff as a statue. A solid, massive statue. "Back on the horse, then," Xavyn said, tugging upward toward a hovering Two. My first instinct was to object, but we knew this was needed if we wanted Two to carry him and possibly another rider in a few hours. Refim didn't bother to utter an objection either, so we worked hard to pull him higher. As soon as we got over the top of Two, Esenna and I broke away, leaving Xavyn to support him enough for a stable landing onto Two's back. The dragon dipped lightly, feeling the added weight, but kept his body steady. Esenna and I flew between Vex and Two, watching as Xavyn also landed behind Refim. They both crouched and finally sank into a seated position, settling in. Loud cheering called up to us from the ground below. Amias and the others applauded and hooted in celebration. "He still needs to see a rider on Vex," I said with a smile to Esenna. "I'll get on. You fly ahead to lead." "All right," Esenna agreed. I flew to Vex, speaking a few comforting words, then landing onto her back. After I positioned myself and grabbed hold, Esenna started flying. Vex did as she had so many times before, tracked Esenna, then followed. Looking over my shoulder, I counted only a single moment before Two trailed behind. The setting sun was at our backs briefly before Esenna changed course to remain close to the field below. A few of the other dragons had woken from naps and had taken to the air again, adjusting to flight well after several attempts. Esenna approached them cautiously, keeping some distance. We'd hoped Vex and Two would as well, but they had other plans, swooping down beneath one, then twisting around another. It was nothing too harsh to handle for a rider, thankfully, though it was a good reminder to stay diligent during the journey. The idea of the battle we were flying to was bad enough. I didn't even want to consider losing someone in flight. Since it was getting late and we needed to attempt a practice ride for Lephis and Nit, Esenna turned back to our camp area at the edge of the eastern wood. She swooped to the field in a graceful arc, then landed as light as air. I patted Vex's neck as she set in that direction and readied to do the same. She slowed into a hover before drifting down, landing with 4 soft thuds of her feet. Two mimicked Vex's movements, only more roughly, jarring Refim and Xavyn around with a stumble during the landing. "That was excellent," Amias said as he hurried out from the wood's edge. Lephis and Nit weren't far behind him. I patted Vex's neck another time, then leaped from her back to join them. "Really?" Refim asked dryly. "What part of that was excellent exactly?" Xavyn roared a laugh from behind him, slapping a hand to Refim's shoulder. "You know what part I thought was excellent?" "Yes, we know," he replied, bowing and shaking his head. "I suppose no one would agree to forget that?" Everyone had to laugh at his words, knowing we wouldn't. It was an unforgettable moment, and only humorous now that we knew he wouldn't die. "It was quite entertaining to see you hang by your boots, even from down here," Lephis said, his eyes all but disappearing with his broad smile, an amused look I hadn't yet seen on his angular face. Of course, I hadn't known him long, but with his sharp features and his actions in the past day, I would have guessed him more serious, like another witch we knew, Sendel. Even so, he was obviously more relaxed around Refim. Two tramped the ground and shook his neck before stepping toward Vex. She responded by shaking her neck and butting her head against his. "Good work, Two," Refim said in his soothing tone. "You want a reward for that?" "I think he's already decided on a reward," Nit said, as we all watched the dragons knock heads. "Perhaps," Refim replied with a laugh, his eyes widening with mirth before catching Lephis looking at him. He coughed and patted Two's neck. "So, who's next?" "I'll grab a rabbit," Esena chirped with a smile, then skipped off. Some rabbits had been set aside to use for the dragons, hoping to aid interactions. Refim had given one to Two before his training. So far, it seemed to help. Though we knew most of Two's agreeable temperament was due to Vex's acceptance of us. She was undoubtedly the main reason the others hadn't killed us all, too. "Witches first," Nit said to Lephis, crossing her toned arms over her chest and nodding her head, her sleek hair sliding forward over her cheeks, concealing her mischievous grin. "Thanks so much," Lephis replied with an incredulous look and a nod of his own. Refim patted Two on the neck before swinging his leg over and pushing off the dragon from his seated position. He waited with a smile while Lephis approached. I glanced up at Xavyn to find him already staring at me, his gaze intense. He licked his bottom lip, telling me that his thoughts had strayed from the task at hand, no longer concerned with the dragons or the riders. No, his thoughts were on me. The events of the day had livened his mood, and I adored seeing him this way, relaxed, calm, amorous. I shook my head and smiled in return. Esena handed the rabbit to Lephis and helped him show it to Two. As soon as the dragon spotted it, Lephis tossed it into the air and Two promptly snagged it between his teeth and swallowed it down. "Good, Two," Lephis said, loud and clear enough for the dragon to hear. "I'll help you." Refim waved Lephis over to where he stood beside Two's front leg. He was about a head taller than the witch, and, as with everyone else, a good deal wider. "Pat him first to let him know you're here." Refim demonstrated, and Lephis did the same. Then Refim crouched in front of Lephis with his hands joined, and Lephis placed a boot there. With a coy smile shared between them, Refim launched Lephis up, while Xavyn reached a hand down to help pull him into position. "All right, ladies," Xavyn said, eyeing Esena and me. "Shall we go again?" 10. Lephis and Nit had successfully ridden Two without any major issues, like having to be caught by their boots. Two did really well also, remaining calm and stable throughout the practices. In the end, Lephis had been a more steady rider, so it was decided that he and Refim would travel together on Two, while Nit flew with Amias on Vex. Esena had written another set of duplicate notes to Leth, inferring our continued plans without disclosing too much in case our birds were struck down or captured. We hadn't yet heard from him, but we knew there wasn't cause for concern. He would only respond if there was urgent information regarding the Myrrh or any activity inside of Kraw's borders, more specifically in High Lager, where we believed Verdandi remained amongst her witches and close to the Vissus tree. Travel to Volare Castle in the Nepia Mountains had started off rough. We knew it wouldn't be easy, had even expected it to be the most challenging journey that any of us had taken so far, and that was to include my wretched experience crossing the open sea upon the Nar when I'd been sick for over 5 days. Though perhaps we all still secretly hoped for it to be flawless, as if it had been with Vex and us alone, where the estimated travel time would have been roughly 2 days heading due east, hitting chilled mountain downdrafts and traveling only at night. Unfortunately, it was not that smooth. 7 other dragons had chosen to follow Vex and 2. 3 turned back before the first break, realizing quickly that we had no plans to return. The first night, over half of the travel time was on foot, with more urgent landings than I cared to count. While 2 tailed Vex faithfully on land and in the air, his focus rarely tested by anything else. The same wasn't true for the other 4. They were distracted by everything and disappeared from view many times. Aside from the need to rest their untrained wings, they also chased birds, bats, foxes, and rabbits that moved too close, launched skyward without warning, agitated each other and 2 by bumping into tails or wingtips, and even fought each other after one had snatched a fawn from a clearing we'd crossed. We pressed hard into the daylight, needing to cover more distance after frequent stops, mostly keeping to the ground to stay out of view. When we camped early in the afternoon, the 2 dragons that had struggled the most with the lengthy travel turned back. The second night of travel had been better, the remaining 2 dragons falling into a steadier routine with 2 and Vex. Both were female, one with a missing head horn and the most vibrant red splashes of coloring, and the other with deep gouges in the softer scaling along her throat. The idea of naming them was brought up, though even Esena had elected not to, because their stay was uncertain. Our stops were fewer, but after the sun rose, we mostly stayed on the ground again, the fear of being spotted too great to risk the sky. The terrain became more rugged, the dense but level wooded areas giving way to hills and valleys along the western edges of the Nepia Mountains. We set camp after spotting the carriages and cavern workers, the last carriage arriving a few hours after we had. With extra hands, we were able to hunt and save the packed provisions. The dragons caught larger prey, too, while staying close. After much debate, and Esena's information on the numerous Volare villages and the possibility of them stopping our carriages before arriving at the base of Volare Palace's peak, we decided the carriages would keep to the western border of Lake Is, while we continued on. The 12 ground travelers weren't happy with missing a fight against King Calum, but the odds of them making it to the palace to help were slim. They knew it to be true. We planned to meet them at the southern point of Lake Is for the journey to High Lager, hopefully with Volare Fae on our side. Those of us who flew by wings or dragon would have to infiltrate the palace alone. We would move in fast during the darkest hour of night, taking aim at the royal chambers where the king and queen would be asleep, hoping most of their guards would be as well. There were a few areas along roofs where the dragons could land if we were fortunate and quiet enough to avoid alarm. With the plan arranged, we slept and went our separate ways as soon as the sun set again. The final night and day of travel had been the slowest of all. We spoke in hushed whispers under the cover of the sparse wood, knowing we were too close to Lake Is, and sound could carry easily over the semi-frozen water. Then came the climbs to higher elevations along the lesser mountains, time both slipping and dragging from increased exertion. The temperature had dropped low enough for the others to don more gear. The dragons showed small reactions, too, their pace becoming more languid, and all four huddling together during sleep. The top of the mountain would be worse and much colder than it had been weeks ago. While I could feel the change, my warmth within had grown stronger than ever, keeping me unaffected. When we reached a valley dip inside of an outlying mountain peak, it was well into the afternoon and as far as we dared to go without nearing the villages. We made camp against a slate rock cliff that had a crevice wide enough to hide all the dragons, save for a single rear end and its tail. They curled up together shortly after we arrived, stomachs still full from the previous day. We didn't dare start a fire, too concerned with any amount of light drawing attention. As with previous evenings, 2 or 3 of us settled early, then woke to stand guard, while the rest slept for the remainder of the day. This final day, Asenna slept early, wanting to be fully alert before we made our charge in the dead of night. Amias paired with her during guard shifts, naturally. Xavyn and I had also coupled, and then there were Rifim, Lephis, and Nit. That was the way we had slept together, too, most needing the shared heat. As the others lay down and the sunlight faded, I woke Asenna and Amias for the last rotation. Amias walked off to relieve himself, while Asenna and I watched the rest, noticing Rifim's trunk of an arm drape over Lephis and pull him closer to his body. Nit cuddled with both of them, but kept more distance. They met in Usli, with Nit and Xavyn too, Asenna commented as she finished writing the next set of notes to Leth. I heard them mention when we arrived to Brunei. They seemed to have a natural connection. I felt as if I were back in Garland standing beside Haiti, observing and gossiping about current events of the Queen and Prince. It was relaxing in an odd way. She handed the papers to me, then tucked the ink and quill away into her belt pouch. They're the same age, 28. They lived close to one another when they were young without knowing, on either side of the Vanen and Craw border. Rifim from a place in Weald, and Lephis a small village north of Heilager. After a pause, she added, Lephis thinks Herja sent him to Brunei when he showed too much interest in Rifim. Ah, perhaps she didn't want significant distractions in her Usli council. She and Xavyn being on the council together was different, of course, I said with a soft laugh. She exhaled a laugh too, but hers held a sorrowful lilt. It makes me think of how Hux views me, a distraction. I'm not a Mer, so to him, I shouldn't be with Amias. I think it has more to do with us not being able to have young, you know? No, I didn't know, I replied honestly. It was something I hadn't thought about. I supposed it was usually discussed between lovers, not that Xavyn and I had. With the end of the world looming ahead, the chance of us surviving together was already a dream that seemed unobtainable. Nothing else was as important. Perhaps we inherently knew it wasn't feasible. I was fairly certain, even in my mortal state, I lacked the ability. Different Fae can have young together, but a Mer and a Fae, it's never been possible. We knew it. We accepted that long before the wings and tail. Sure, I thought about it, wondering about the lives I could have created. But I loved him more, and knew I couldn't live a future without him. That was something I understood well. There was no life for me without Xavyn either. I'm sorry Hux can't see that right now. Maybe he'll understand one day. Silence came over us a moment later, reality creeping in with the night. Even though the discussion had been somber, it was good to escape the path before us, if even for a short time. We were hours away from another pivotal point, and the severity of it all was mentally exhausting. I lifted an arm and gave a soft whistle. 2 red birds and 1 golden swooped down, squabbling with their beaks and feathers, before the golden one retreated to the trees. I fastened the scrolls to their ankles and sent them off. You should get some sleep, she said, touching my arm and turning her vivid yellow eyes up to me. It'll all work out tonight, no matter what. I rested my hand over hers. Yes, I believe you're right. Sleep. She backed away with a nod as Amias appeared from a grouping of trees behind her, the darkness already overtaking the sky and shadowing his features. She spun around to him and said, "I'll get your water." Wasting no more time, I lay down and nestled against Xavyn's side. His head turned, and his weary eyes searched mine. We stayed that way for a while, all the uncertainty and trepidation about our next move silently passing between us. There was nothing more to say, to plan. We'd been over it all. Given our time restraints, this was the best course of action, and we were as ready as we could be.
Where is she? Where?
Amias's yell woke me. It was too loud, too fearful.
Isenna?
Xavyn stirred at my side, and both of us scrambled to our feet within seconds, looking around frantically, willing our groggy eyes to focus in the darkness. "Amias?" I whispered, searching for him and spotting him beside the bags. His eyes were wider than I'd ever seen, displaying his panic even more.
"Wake up! Everyone wake up!"
Amias replied, still too loud.
"Quiet!"
Xavyn hissed, while the others stirred nearby.
"We're up. What happened? She's gone. Isenna is gone."
"Did you fall asleep?" I asked, stalking around the area, scanning for any clues, while trying hard to keep the anger from my voice with great difficulty. How could he have slept while on guard with her? My eyesight in the night had greatly improved, and there was little disruption to be seen. Everything appeared normal.
"No,"
he snapped, then corrected himself.
"Well, yes, but not a fault of my own doing."
He hurried to me and extended his water skin and a bag from the medicinal provisions.
"My water was poured out when I woke, and this bag was at its side."
"Yinth?" Xavyn asked, as the others joined us, coming close enough to see in the dense darkness.
"She drugged you?" "Yes, she must have. Then she placed it all where I would find it."
"She willingly left without us," I mused in a whisper.
"Wow,"
Rifim said, crossing his arms and shaking his bald head, the faintest bit of starlight glinting on its smooth surface. "Why?" Nit asked, running her palms over her face to clear the sleep away. "Did she say anything to anyone?"
"Not with words," Amias admitted. "I should have known, though. She had been behaving strangely these last few days, more silent, avoiding conversations with me when I asked about her family and our plans."
Xavyn scrubbed his hands through his hair as he paced back and forth.
"She doesn't want us to wait. She left the evidence on purpose so we know she did this herself. So we stay with our plans." "What is her plan? And why did she feel she needed to do it alone?"
"Her sister," I answered, piecing together the only explanation that made any sense. "When we were here last, she discovered that her sister Esra had been handed over to a Lord Alder, taking what would have been her place had she not run away. Her father had made an oath to the male years ago, which, by their traditions, promises the second-born to do with whatever the oath holder wants. It's why Isenna fled and found refuge in Suspir." I glanced at Amias as a few of them released breaths at the information they didn't know. "So Esra, the firstborn, was given instead."
"You think—"
Amias's voice dropped, then his lips pressed together into a scowl. He shook his head earnestly.
No, she wouldn't surrender herself."
I nodded weakly, hating the idea as much as him.
"Surrender herself?"
Lephis whispered. "That's why she's been quiet. Has to be," I mused. "She knew none of us would agree to it."
"God is damned right we wouldn't have,"
Rifim agreed with a huff. "Why would she do that?" Nit asked, wringing her hands together.
"She didn't trust our plan completely," Xavyn stated. "She obviously thought offering herself up was a better option for the outcome we desire. There has to be something else. Maybe there's more. She's smart, so smart."
Amias praised her while shaking his head again, though this time without as much vigor or denial.
She wouldn't do something like this without considering other options along with it, without thinking of every outcome. Maybe not, but it seems to be the most plausible reason right now. What can she build off of it? Xavyn replied, prompting all of us to consider more. Her father said that Lord Alder had been residing in the palace as an interim payment until Asenna was turned over to him. He had already claimed Esra, so she likely was staying with him. The king wasn't keen about any of it, but he sounded resigned, maybe because Lord Alder promised no issues as long as he paid the oath. So, our concern with that is Asenna being traded right away? Lephis asked, and Amias made a deep growl in his throat that caused his gills to hiss. That could be part of her plan, actually. She didn't get to speak with her when we were there before. She might want to see where Esra stands in all of this, if she'll join us, if she's even able to, considering how she's being kept. Possible, Amias agreed, his stiffened posture relaxing a slight amount. She loathes her father and despises her mother, mostly for her indifference, but she cares deeply for her sister. She wouldn't want to see her hurt or enslaved for an oath. Given this chance, and to help our cause, maybe she did surrender herself. She would have a plan to escape, though, one way or another. Maybe we are that plan. Maybe she agreed with our plan for that reason, knowing that we would carry it out the same way, giving her the opportunity to work us into hers. Our timing, our placement. Xavyn looked around, then up toward the stars. We only have a little time before we need to go. If Esra complies with our plan, Asenna could want her sister to take the throne. It is rightfully Esra's to claim, should her father step down. If she aligns with us and is in agreement of how Windland's rule is only for its own territory of Vanen, Nit said, spitting the words. And she agrees to relinquish their Amido slaves forever, Refim uttered. Though his voice was calm and the tone was as smooth as ever, it sounded deadly. I couldn't help but look at Xavyn, who didn't even wince at Refim's remarks. Instead, he huffed an annoyed breath, then said, "We don't know what will happen when we arrive, but we need to stick with our plan. We move in on the king. If he doesn't believe our information about Verdandi or ignores our words and our demands, we take him hostage and make our plea to the Volare, holding his life at stake if needs be. After that, if Asenna finds Esra and believes her to be in agreement with us, we'll have to trust her to rule when we leave. We won't have time to wait around. We can and will demand the Amido to be released. But other than that, we have no say. We can't afford to leave anyone behind to correct their policies here. The outcome from that might not be favorable anyway. What happens if we can't locate Asenna?" Amias crossed his arms, stilling the nervous energy that had overtaken him. Or perhaps it was something else. Fear? His entire body trembled. "We won't leave her behind," I assured, seeing some relief in his eyes when they focused on me. "You have my word. I don't care how long it takes. I will find her. If I need to fly that entire mountain alone, I will find her." He pressed his lips together with a hint of a smile and nodded. "Thank you." "It looks like it's about time to wake the dragons." Refim's head tipped back to look at the stars. Xavyn clapped a hand onto Amias's back as the others started stashing our supply packs. If needed, we'd return for them after. When Amias joined them, Xavyn stepped in close to me. His fingers slid up my neck before his palm met my cheek. "You are my very breath." I smiled, leaning my face into his hand, as I recalled when he'd first spoken those words at the top of the Usli Castle Tower. "And you are my very fire," I replied, as I had there, relishing in our connection, the emptiness nowhere to be felt. He pressed his mouth to mine, the kiss slow and deep, professing all the impossible words neither of us would dare say before battle. If I should die, if you should go,
I love you. I'll miss you. I'll mourn you. Forever. Forever. 11. The dragons took to the sky, following Xavyn and me without additional coaxing beyond a reward of dried meat from our provisions. In fact, they were acting more alert than usual, jittery in their awareness of our surroundings. Vex also seemed more focused, scanning the night whenever a sound cut through the silence. It was us, I realized suddenly. They could feel our moods. I wasn't sure how, but it had to be true. I supposed it was the same with most other animals, so there was no reason for dragons to be any different. And since we were all tense and wrought with awareness, they were reflecting that. Battle primed. I called out along the tether for more birds to join us. There were many of our messengers remaining, but if we were discovered immediately and met by winged Volare guards or their trained harpy eagles, we would need distractions and interference of a greater variety. Droves answered, both daylight and nocturnal hunters, with an assortment of bright and subdued coloring and of wingspans and beaks. Most kept their distance from the dragons, others dared to fly close, above, below, or shuffling between. Aside from Vex, the dragons reacted with swift dips and climbs initially, then relaxed into their flight rhythm as soon as they realized they were of no concern. We'd climbed high and headed north to start, disappearing into the scattered clouds, before banking southward, aimed for the palace. I slowed, letting Xavyn take the lead. Stalling alongside Vex and Two's staggered position, I nodded to the others in affirmation of our arrival. Their faces slackened as the palace came fully into view through the darkness, its numerous tower torches showering light onto its undeniable magnificence. Most of the structure had been carved from the mountain, the peak rising high at its back. More foundation and walls had been built outward at its front. Standing at such an extraordinary elevation, it had been hundreds of years since the end of magic, and since anyone had the ability to wage war on Volare Palace. Herja may have overtaken it by ground force had she had the numbers, though it would have been next to impossible. With only a single road up, passing through all the lower levels of defense was only the start before reaching a gatehouse and battlements filled with awaiting archers. Having had no threats from the sky, those walls and parapets once used for fortification had long been transformed to extravagant balconies and lavish courtyards. Though as we drew nearer, finer details that should have been visible in the darkness remained unseen. A thick layer of snow had blanketed it all, masking some of its intricate beauty. The billowy masses were fresh and unmarred, save for one of the largest balconies, the one we were to land upon. Esena had come the same way we'd planned, her footsteps beginning directly in the center and leading inside to the main hall of the royal quarters. Xavyn landed silently, and Vex dropped in behind him, body pitching forward as her rear feet perched onto the low guard wall and her front feet hit the balcony. With the disturbance, the snow kicked up around them, whirling into the air as Amias and Nit dismounted. As soon as Vex shifted all 4 feet onto the floor and drew her wings in, 2 landed beside her. Rifim and Lephis slid from 2's back as he repositioned himself. The other 2 dragons followed their lead, and soon enough, all of them were situated onto the great balcony with plenty of space to sit and wait. I scanned the sky. There was no other movement, no guards to be seen from tower lookouts, no fae wandering about the lower courtyards and walkways of the palace. Only the soft flickering glow of lit towers and from outdoor and indoor torches. I might have found the lack of activity disconcerting if it hadn't been the same when Esena and I had arrived the previous time, though we'd also used a more discreet, less visible waist throw as our entrance. I'd prefer having to tolerate the stench again if it meant lessening the chance of being noticed in the open, but having the dragons with us didn't allow that option. They needed a perch. Plus, we had to be closer to our target. This was the southern wing where all the royal quarters were located. The plan was to be swift enough to not raise alarm. We could still manage. I shook off my concern and landed with the others, all gathered by the entrance. After lifting his hand to Vex and muttering a soft, pleading command for her to stay, Xavyn nodded to me, then opened one of the carved wooden doors. We moved together in a single line, stepping gently to quiet the faint squeaks from our wet boots along the polished stone floors. The main royal chamber wasn't hard to locate from the map Asenna had gone over several times. With Refim and Lephis positioned to wait in the hall, we all drew anxious breaths and swords. Then Xavyn pushed the door open, letting the glow of the hall torches spill into the sitting area. Empty. Asenna. They had to know she was here. I stalked inside with Xavyn and Amias, moving into the bedchamber. Also empty. We searched it all. The ornate furniture, the walls hidden for passageways, and anything large enough to fit our small fey friend. When nothing and no one turned up, we continued on to the hall where Asenna's and Esra's quarters were. If they were holding her, she could have been brought to either. There were clothes and fabric everywhere, trailed out into the hallway between the two opposite doorways. Gossamer, lace, satin, and silk. It was a mess of fine garments. All of our wide eyes met briefly before we prepared to search. But as a door farther down the hall opened, we all froze in place. Volare guards entered the hallway, their beige leather armor lithe and trim to their builds. 2, then 4. They startled for only a moment as they noticed us, then unsheathed their swords and rushed forward, one whistling loudly, signaling reinforcements. "Move!" Xavyn called out, motioning back toward the king's quarters. "We take our stance there." He was right. Having the dragons as means of an exit was a better option than being corralled farther into a palace we were unfamiliar with. "We need to find..." Amias started to argue until he saw another set of guards charging from the northern hallway, past where we had entered. "We will," I replied, as all of us ran for the larger hall and exit. "Stop! You don't belong here!" a Volare guard called out as we turned the corner out of view. "Lephis, knit, out," I said, stopping and widening my stance. "It'll be fast if we need to fly." There was no reply, only the sound of boots pounding the floor with their departure. The guards were upon us the next second, lunging for both Xavyn and me at the front. I lifted Chosa in a twisting motion, catching the first guard's sword and letting the edges slide together, bringing his body closer. His eyes widened as he did, taking in the hilt, recognizing the Volare's once prized possession, then locking focus on my face, my eyes. I drew my leg upward and slammed my heel into his knee, dropping him to the floor with little effort. Xavyn had 2 on him as another slipped past to Refim. 2 more came around the corner, forcing me back as I parried their attacks. As soon as we noticed another group of 4 enter, 2 of them winged, Xavyn called out, "Go!" to Amias and Refim. Refim rammed his fist to the side of a guard's head, knocking him unconscious. Amias helped him slam another into the wall before they both dashed outside. Over the clanks of blades, I heard several screeches too soft to be from the dragons. Harpy eagles. So much for staying undetected. Annoyed by the sudden melee, the dragons joined in with their own calls, the force shaking the walls and stopping all movements from the guards. Even those who had fallen with injuries quieted, not having realized what was awaiting outside. With a swift look behind us, Xavyn and I watched them take flight. We didn't hesitate to follow, rushing out onto the balcony and diving off, our wings unfurling in a blink to catch the air. Our efforts were no longer concealed. The king would know of our arrival without surprise, losing us the advantage and any thought of a quick and clear capture. Our goal remained the same, however. We needed to find him, end his reign, and convince the Volare to join us. We also needed to locate Asenna. The harpies pursued the dragons, diving for their heads, distracting and attacking. Our birds had flown in to deter them, snapping and clawing at their wings. The silent night air had become a flurry of chaos. Feathers and beaks and talons all whirled together in a frenzied storm outside the palace. Though Tu and Vex maintained their stability without straying far away, the brawl wasn't easy for their riders, who struggled to hold positions. Vex wailed a screech mixed with a deep, throaty roar, annoyed with the bird's proximity. She would never forget Herja's raven scratching her eye the night she helped us flee Brunei Caverns. I whistled and yanked hard on the tether inside, connecting with the harpy eagles to end the Volare's feeble command of them. Their activity halted. Then they all scattered from the dragon's paths and swarmed to circle me as a burst of fire shot from Vex's mouth. The two-winged Volare from the hallway soared toward Xavyn, swords outstretched. With Xhosa in hand, I tucked my wings in and dove for their position. One connected with Xavyn, their bodies colliding after the guard's failed attempt to strike with his blade. Choosing to save the birds in the event more guards came, I moved to the other guard. This one was female, and though she was large for a Volare, most of their guards were, she was still slight. Her dark wings were strong and unwavering, but the rest of her body had betrayed their show of power, limbs locking as I approached and slowing her momentum. As if she was breaking from a spell, she shook her head, lifted her sword arm, and darted forward suddenly. I'd seen it before, felt it before, back when I was learning to fight, to defend. Hesitation. Fear. "You don't have to die tonight," I yelled. While I didn't want to kill her, there was even less control in air than on ground, and a strike meant to maim could cause a death by fall. "Turn away now." Only moments separated us, nothing else. The dragons hovered idly with more distance from the palace. Xavyn landed a blow to the other guard's sword off to my right, the clank heard easily now that the birds had retreated higher into the sky. And despite my guard's determination to follow her duty and the open path in front of her, I could see the doubt in her rapidly blinking eyes. My feelings shifted in an instant, my body flashing with heat, as the emptiness swallowed the empathy that had stalled my attack. It muted my emotional response and cleared my head, reminding me of the goal here and what was at stake elsewhere. That clarity replaced any concern for her. Right before we made contact, a sharp whistle blew, causing her to veer off course. The guard engaged with Xavyn did the same, dipping out of range, then veering back toward the palace. Xavyn and I turned to where they flew, where the whistle had sounded. On a grander balcony at the northern end, the same one Asenna and I had used to exit when we'd taken Xhosa, was King Calum. His short, stout body was adorned in black finery, a silver seam along the edge of his pants, while medallions decorated the breast of his slashed doublet. But he was unworthy of a second glance. The Fae at his side stole all of our attention. One rider specifically. There, in a shimmering white lace gown that bunched into the clouds of snow at her feet and tapered like a bell to her waist, stood Asenna. Her loose black hair poured over her bare shoulders and the swell of her breast, which was pushed high from the gown's tightly fitted bodice. The wings at her back flickered outward, shaking as if she needed to expel nervousness. King Calum extended his arm in a flourish as he stepped closer to her. "Have you come to attend Asenna's wedding?" 12. Wedding? It was no wonder no other guards had appeared. Surely more had been alerted, yet he'd held them back. It was for this show. He wanted our audience. But why? "The oath," Xavyn said, his voice low as his body drifted closer to me, observing the same scene. We were far enough from the balcony to speak without being heard. "Yes," I agreed, my eyes moving from Asenna to Amias, watching his focus on her, the pain and anger so plain in his tightened jaw and clenched fists, resting behind Vex's neck. He was fighting for himself to stay silent. He called off his guards for us to see, maybe at her request. Before we could ponder more, King Calum laughed and placed a hand on Asenna's shoulder. "I'm sure you've realized that Asenna will not be leaving. She is marrying Lord Alder in a few moments' time. As soon as she turned up, we set things in motion. Things that have been put off for far too long." "And if we contest?" I shouted, curious for more information. Asenna wasn't speaking, so I needed him to fill in, whether or not it was the full truth. "Asenna assured me you wouldn't. She's willingly surrendered. In exchange for her quiet submission, I've agreed to let you all leave here without reprisal for harboring her and for the theft of Chiosa." He dropped his hand from her shoulder and stood straighter. "She also mentioned her concerns and your fixations with the goddess Verdandi and her quest to end the world." He huffed a sardonic breath. "In addition to our other terms, I've agreed to another aspect of trade. As soon as she speaks her vows and becomes Lord Alder's, I will send a small portion of my guard to accompany you to High Lager, so long as you don't cross any lines on this arrangement." I gritted my teeth. How could she agree to this? "His guards will only assure us an escort away from the palace. They won't come to help fight Verdandi," Xavyn said, "or investigate any truth to our claims, which he obviously doesn't believe," I added. "I'm not seeing any way around this." Xavyn's words were forced out with a grunt. He kept his eyes trained on the king, not trusting him in the least. "Do you?" "No," I said, shuffling my thoughts. How could I have been so stupid to let this happen? To her, to them. My emotions had returned to normal, though at the cusp of overflowing. I wanted to scream, to rage. "What say you, Alessra? Won't you honor us by watching my daughter wed her betrothed?" The king smiled thinly at me, his yellow eyes shining brightly, as if he were a proud father. It was my turn to huff a sardonic breath. All the others' eyes were on me too. Rifim shook his head ever so slightly. I could practically hear his thoughts. "It's a trap." Any other situation, I would have agreed, and possibly started a war right then. But this was Asenna. I wouldn't leave her, and I couldn't see another option at the moment, even removing the hope of having any Volare join us. I needed to believe an alternative would present itself. First, though, I needed to delay. I didn't bother replying to his derisive praise. "I trust that your agreement includes all of our company." His gaze shifted to the dragons and narrowed. Yes, they can perch here if you wish. The ceremony is right inside the main hall." He waved a hand to the glass doors behind them. A few fae lingered in the antechamber there, stopping to peer outside before hurrying into the grand hall. "What are you doing?" Xavyn asked in a whisper as we began flying toward the balcony. The king saw my movement and spun Asenna around, leading her roughly by the arm and calling over his shoulder before entering. "Best not dawdle. Lord Alder is already at the dais, and we walk straight away." I signaled to the others and Vex to land with us, then turned to Xavyn as we flew faster. I needed more time. It might not be possible to leave here with Volare, but I'm surely not leaving until we end him in one way or another. We'll be able to assess it all more accurately inside. Depending on the number in attendance, he could be distracted. When we find an opening, we take it. He pressed his lips together, not in full agreement, but he nodded nevertheless. After dropping onto the balcony and settling the dragons, I called down the birds to perch on the carved stone ledges. If all else failed, they would be the distraction. Rifim dismounted and patted Tu and Vex. "You're not considering—" "Yes, we are," I interjected. "There's no time for arguments. Lephis, stay here. Amias, you all right coming?" I asked, needing to hear him speak it himself. While having him in there could be a risk if he lost control, it was good for Asenna to see him, to make her think about what she'd done and ways she might fix her foolish plan.
Yes, I'll be all right,
he said, straightening and pushing out his chest as if to collect himself. He and Rifim were already the same height, but with all the added layers of clothing and a thick, fur-lined overcoat covering his torso and arms, he appeared as wide, too. Good. Stick together, but watch our cues, I said to the three of them, then looked at Lephis. These doors remain open. He nodded from Two's back as Xavyn helped me secure them. The antechamber was deserted when we moved to the open doors of the main hall. Backs of wings and many fae greeted us, their bodies filling the lengthy space almost entirely. A path divided them down the center, leading to the dais where Asenna stood, her gown sparkling under the rich candlelight. I could feel Amias tense at my side, but he made no other movements or sounds. His restraint was beyond impressive. I fell into my guard mindset, as if I was still in Garland, observing the room, taking notice of everything and everyone. Half of the Volare in the hall had wings, and half of those were in beige guard leathers. The others could have been important members of the King's Council or dignitaries from other houses or outlying villages. They were highly accustomed to meeting his demands, seeing as how they were here at this late hour, called at the last minute to bear witness to his daughter's wedding. He would need them to see, so all would know that his oath had finally been paid. How many would fight? What was the number? 20? 25? At the base of the dais, King Calum stood as tall as his frame allowed. A female in a flowing blue gown was positioned behind Asenna on the dais. They could be mistaken as twins. Svelte frame, long black hair and wings, though she had dark blue streaks of feathers mixed in, not yellow. She was young, her ashen skin too smooth to be as old as the mother they both resembled. Esra. And on the other side of the dais stood a taller fae male, dressed in black finery like the king, with white trim instead of silver. He stared at Asenna, his profile showcasing a sleek, narrow face and spear-like nose. Dark brown hair topped his head, with soft waves long enough to tuck behind his pointed ears. A set of deep gray wings based widely on his back, the inside feathers a dirty shade of snow white. Lord Alder was not the older fae I'd imagined him to be. It was doubtful that he and the king were the same age, but if they were close, his appearance had remained more youthful through the years. And in comparison, he was remarkably attractive. He was also unfocused, his eyes skipping from Asenna to Esra, then around to the sides of the room, before finally looking our way. Those eyes, icy blue, locked with mine. A tiny smile twitched on his thin lips. Curious. Was he foe or friend? Ah! King Calum saw what had taken Alder's focus and extended his arms from the robed male holding a book behind Asenna, then back toward us. One more pause, cleric, so I can introduce you all to our other honored guests. All bodies twisted in our direction. We stayed our place as the king continued. Lord Alder, councilman, the goddess Alessra and her companions. With everyone's attention on us, the king gave us a sneer. Gasps filled the hall. I took the opportunity to disrespect the king by dropping the point of Chosa to the floor, twisting the grip to show the blade to all who looked. Then I sneered back at him and extended my wings high and wide. I'd say that I'd hate to interrupt, but I don't feel it's best to lie in the presence of a fae so devoted to the Desir. Wait a moment, though, cleric. Am I correct in understanding that the Volare chose to worship only me since the final war? This makes for an unusual situation, does it not? I know little on the workings of marriage ceremonies, but please keep my name from this atrocity. Use the Valkyrie Herja's instead. Yet even she can't bless this union, as she is truly dead. More gasps followed, and maybe a muffled laugh from Rafim, but the king didn't rise to my subtle challenge despite his reddened face. He was willing to showcase me, possibly hoping for my negative reaction to stir his subjects in his favor. However, he wasn't willing to end the ceremony. Oh no. I looked to my side at Xavyn, only to find his focus on those fae lining both sides of the decorative hall, facing the guests and positioned between banners of beige and blue draped from the top of the ceiling. They each held trays of either carafes of wine and goblets or dishes of food. Their skin all fog white with translucent lines on their bare arms and necks, white hair clipped short, drawn faces with stark black eyebrows. Imido slaves. The females all wore beige sleeveless dresses of canvas, like the kitchen females I'd seen before. The males wore the same material with pants and sleeveless tunics. A few of the Imido had dared glances at us, their eyes widening at me, but mostly at Xavyn. He still held my energy, my wings. Xavyn ground his teeth so hard, several sets of eyes returned to us to see who had made the noise. Anger built within, and I struggled to maintain control. When I glanced back toward the dais, the king's eyes had shifted to his wife, who had since stepped to his side and was speaking lowly. Essena's eyes were locked on me. As soon as I noticed, one winked. "What? Did you see that?" Amias asked, heaving a breath. I didn't need to look to know there was a smile on his face. "Yes," I whispered. "She has a plan. It better be good, and it better be fast." "No!" King Calum shouted at his wife, shoving her frail body backward into the first row of guests. Esra and Esena jerked as if to step toward her, and curiously enough, so did Lord Alder, but they all stayed their place when she kept her footing despite tripping on her long silver gown. "We continue. Now, you all will witness that my oath has been paid. Alder, no more waiting. Cleric, begin with the vows." "He's losing it," Nit said. "I'm about to lose it too if we don't do something," Xavyn murmured. "Give her another moment," I replied, even though I was on the edge with them, ready to jump, ready to snap, ready to burn it all to dust. My fingers twitched as the torch flames called to me. Lord Alder turned with a broad smile and took hold of Essena's hands. While he did, Esra stepped closer to Essena's back and bent to fix her gown. Only it wasn't a simple adjustment. She curled the base upward, lingering there at the hem longer than necessary. "Right. Let us finish this then," Lord Alder said, clearing his throat. His resonant voice echoed in the new silence created by the king's disturbance. Esena nodded in response. "I, Lord Rhys Alder, acknowledge that in surrendering his daughter Esena to me and agreeing to host this wedding, which will be remembered for years to come, the oath that bound King Calum and me has officially concluded." All eyes were upon them when Alder spoke, the king especially, who had moved closer to the dais after shoving his wife away. He was fixated on only them and the oath he was finally about to be rid of. So focused, in fact, he did not see Esra lifting the backside of Essena's gown or the Imido slaves along the walls slipping their free hands behind the long drapes of banners at their sides. He didn't see the shine of the blade Esra pulled from under Essena's gown or those the Imido slipped out from the banners. Alder continued. "That means he owes me nothing more, and most importantly, his face tilted toward the king. My fetter to him has been severed." "What?" King Calum managed a single confused word before his kin turned on him. 13. Esra lunged for her father, grabbing him from behind and raising the blade of a short sword to his neck. "What are you doing, Esra?" King Calum bellowed, his face reddening. We drew our swords into fighting position, preparing for the worst. "Do we trust Alder?" Xavyn asked, eyes darting around the hall as guests started to realize what was happening. It was impossible to count numbers, to know who inside the hall we could trust. "Not sure," Rafim replied, angling his massive body as Xavyn did the same, protecting our sides. As the king's guards scrambled toward him from the back and front corners of the hall and a few from the center positions between the guests, Alder and Asenna had revealed their own short swords, also drawn from beneath Asenna's bell-shaped gown. A few guests screamed. Some tried to run from the hall. We held our position, effectively keeping them in place. The Amido Fae stepped out from the walls, dropping the trays of carafes and dishes onto the floor, wine and food splashing everywhere. With their own swords at the ready, those who had gotten power with magic's return began to change. White skin darkened slightly into an ashen color, and wings tore from their backs. Several grunted, not yet accustomed to the pressure or unused to any change at all. "Esra," Queen Calem cried, moving to her daughter's side, placing her hands on her arm. "Please don't do this." "Father," Esra said, ignoring her mother and pulling the blade tighter against his neck. "Your reign is over." "What are you going to do? My Fae will not tolerate this," he croaked out. It was Asenna who spoke next, stepping from the dais to stand in front of him. "The Volare are finished with you. They have been for a long while." Lord Alder joined her, his sword lowering. "We have been. It's time for the rightful queen to take her throne. She will do great things for so many. Nothing like you." "You have a choice," Esra said, close to her father's ear. "Leave here forever, or stay under permanent watch." "My council will not allow this to happen. I have too much—" "You overestimate your power, father," Esra laughed, glancing around at the guards. "Some of your own men knew about this, have been on our side for so long. You've only squandered your rule, keeping Amido locked up, using them at your own bidding, doing nothing for our Volare except to take from them too." Xavyn touched my arm and nodded to a few restless guards near the king. It appeared not all the king's followers were on board with a change in regime. Nothing ever went so smoothly, so we couldn't have expected this to be different. The king was a fool, though not so big of one to hand over his throne without a fight. As Esra made to pass the king to a trusted guard, easing the pressure of her sword from his neck the faintest amount, the king threw his head back, striking her in the nose before he lurched forward and grabbed hold of Asenna. One of the twitchy guards followed his lead, moving fast and landing a punch to Lord Alder's face. The hall erupted into chaos. Xavyn, Rafim, and Nit moved on the closest guards. The Amido did the same, and Amias rushed toward Asenna, shoving guests aside. My barrier broke. The emotion inside raged as I watched Asenna's eyes close and her wings flap, her father's hands tightening around her neck. I yanked the tether, calling for the bird's aid as I belted Chiosa, leaped into the air, and pushed my wings to take me higher. Amias reached the king first, slamming his fist into the king's face, jarring him enough to release Asenna in perfect time for my attack. Diving sharply with my wings angled up, my hands collided with the king's chest, pushing him off balance before twisting into his doublet, grabbing hold, and lifting him into the air. Birds poured into the grand hall, screeching wildly, creating more panic. Exactly as I wanted. Cover, disorder, confusion. Though King Calem was not light in weight as he was short in stature, I hardly felt him at all. Whether attributed to rage or more changes, I knew I'd have no trouble flying him out into the night, especially if it meant purposely letting him fall. "Vala!" Asenna called up to me, but I barely heard. My focus was on the vile fae within my grasp. "What are you doing?" he asked, his body squirming as he fought the urge to cling to me. After his eyes flitted to the ground, he realized how high the vaulted ceiling was and lost the battle to stay untroubled. His hands wrapped around my wrists at his chest.
Please don't drop me."
"Poor little Volare king without wings," I said, the rage suddenly disappearing. I felt the emptiness again, an eerie, calm void. "What will they say about you in the lore years from now? Your only contribution are the daughters you helped create, 2 fae who will help save this world and then help restore it." I didn't know much about Ezra, save what Asenna had spoken of, but seeing them standing together against him, I knew they were of the same mind. The birds swarmed below, circling the hall over the fae, stirring their shouts, creating a frenzied barrier of colorful wings for me.
"And what of me?"
he pleaded. "What of you?" I echoed with a scowl. "I believe you'll serve a purpose, a lesson to those Volare unwilling to change policies, unaccepting of Imido and all other fae and beings. You will be a reminder."
"So you won't kill me?"
"No, but as you settle into your new life here, you will wish I had," I replied, launching forward before dipping toward the ground. The birds gave way, opening a section beyond the dais at the rear of the hall. As I righted for a landing, I removed a hand from his doublet and skimmed it over the flames of a torch mounted to the wall. His body stiffened as our feet touched the floor, his widened eyes watching as fire spread over my skin and wings. Instead of scurrying from my hold as soon as his shock abated, he made a weak attempt to fight, his shaking hands reaching for Chosa at my belt. Without hesitation, I seized his throat with both hands, my fire searing into his soft skin.
"Ah!"
He writhed in agony, dropping his feeble hold of Chosa's grip as his knees buckled. "You will harm no one ever again. Not your wife, if she chooses to keep you. Not your kin. No one. If I hear but a whisper, I will return for you, and the next time you'll fly to the stars before I drop you, giving your regrets sufficient time to haunt you on the way down. Let the scars from this burn serve as a reminder." "Vala," Asenna said, breaking my focus on her father. I glanced up at her, Amias at her side, and all the others gathering at her back. The Imido slaves and the Volare guard allies had taken control of anyone opposed. Most of the birds had retreated outside. Guests of no consequence had fled. With another glance at the dethroned king, I dropped hold of his neck, letting him fall to the floor like a sack of waste. "What happened to 'we're in this together'?" I asked, straightening fully and stepping onto the circular dais where Asenna stood. "I'm sure you recall saying that very thing to me before we'd arrived here last time." Vaguely, I heard her sister call, "Take him," to someone off to the side as I continued my approach to Asenna. She frowned, her eyes looking between me and her father lying behind me. "I had to do this myself." "Really?" The question wasn't mine, although Amias had his hand around her back, having already embraced her. His question was firm. "Oh, Amias, please don't be upset with me," she said, tilting her head so she could view his face. "I'm angered, Asenna, like everyone else, though I believe I've more right to be." He glared down at her, the slits in his neck flaring like his nostrils. "I only used a little yinth. I knew it wouldn't harm you." Her voice softened, and her eyelashes seemed to flutter more rapidly. "I'm not angered about... Actually, I am. You drugged me, Senna, but I'm more angered you didn't trust to tell us. Tell me. We would... No, Amias, you would not have agreed to let me leave. So please spare the lie," she replied sweetly with a roll of her eyes. Those eyes cut to mine, to my hands, then to her father, as he was being carried by 2 guards and escorted by 6 other fae, a mix of guards and Imido. They passed Lord Alder and Ezra, who instructed them to detain him in one of the prison cells below, and for others to take the queen to her quarters and stand watch over her as well. "Vala," Asenna said, pulling my attention from her father again. I looked down at my own hands, watching the flames fade from my skin, the stench of the king already having burned away. Amias is not foolish for his anger. Neither are the rest of us. My eyes narrowed as I lifted them to her. You betrayed all of us, which is far from dramatic and definitely doesn't warrant irreverence. Whether or not we got a desired outcome, you didn't trust us. Trust isn't so easily regained, Asenna. I pushed on. This night could have ended differently. You're fortunate we trusted in you enough. Otherwise, many Volare and Amido could have died, with a crumble of this hall or several flashes of flame. Had I one doubt, one thought of your demise, I wouldn't have allowed the extra moments needed here. I'm sorry, Vala. I'm truly sorry, everyone. I should have told you. She sniffled and leaned into Amias, grabbing him fiercely. He crouched to lift her, her dress bunching over his arms as he hugged her tightly. Her wings curved inward around him, a black and yellow feathered embrace. Xavyn stared at me, lifting a single eyebrow as he crossed his arms over his chest. I huffed out a breath and lifted one in reply, then admitted more tenderly, I'm relieved it turned out this way. Now, I think you owe us an explanation. Xavyn smirked with a small shake of his head. Yes, you do, Rafim said, his soothing voice loud enough to carry to the ceiling. The most pressing is exactly how many swords you pulled from beneath your gown, tiny one. With that, the tension broke, and restrained laughter bubbled up all around. Guards, Amido, our council. Asenna leaned away from Amias, and he set her back onto the floor. She wiped under her eyes before she smoothed out the lace of her gown. 3, Tree. Only 3. She turned to me then, and with a few quick steps, her arms encircled my middle. I'm glad you're safe, I whispered, dropping my face to the top of her head and holding her close. I'm glad you are too. I think it's time for proper introductions. She stepped away with a smile, then rushed to her sister, her gown flowing behind her, the movement as cheerful as her mood had become. This is Esra, as I'm sure you've guessed. And this is Lord Alder. They are engaged to be wed, but don't worry, this is not the gown, she added with widened eyes and an impish smirk. Alessra, it's an honor, Esra said, bowing her head. At her side, Lord Alder echoed the courtesy, bending slightly, his eyes on the floor. I scrunched my lips, then groaned when I heard Rafim's suppressed laugh. Vala, please. And no need to bow, I said, as their heads lifted. It's good to meet you. 14. Asenna has spoken so fondly about all of you, Esra said, her sky-blue eyes bright and welcoming. We feel as if we know you all so well already. Her features were practically identical to Asenna's, thin lips all but disappearing with her smile, airy melodic voice, wispy black eyebrows above her enormous eyes, a thick tangle of black hair down to the base of her wings. Aside from their wing and eye colors, the most noticeable difference between them was her slightly taller and even slimmer frame, willowy in a Volare way. Thank you for caring for her, Amias replied. I'm grateful that she had allies here after all. Amias, Esra said, walking with Asenna to him. I'm the one who is grateful to you for taking care of her this past year. I'm forever thankful that she met you in Suspir, that you found each other. She opened her arms, and he leaned down and wrapped her within his gently, accepting the embrace. Asenna beamed at their exchange. As all of you know, I ran from here, from my family, not only because I was sick of my father's practices and staunch traditions, but also because I feared the oath he was sworn to. Though Lord Alder and my father had interacted several times during my youth, I did not know him well. So I fled, fearing my imprisonment shortly after coming of age. Lord Alder's smile was sad, not reaching his eyes.
The circumstances were a result of many errors, I'm afraid. I should have attempted to discuss matters with Asenna and Esra long before this past couple of years. Although things might not have worked out so well if I had. He nodded to Amias, acknowledging Amias's and Asenna's relationship before continuing. See, I did not know the king's daughters well, so how would I entrust them with my plans to end their father's reign? I could only assume they were dutiful daughters who would do anything their father asked. So, you've been planning a coup for some time, Lord Alder? Xavyn asked, stepping to my side and losing my energy for the first time since we'd arrived. The Amido remaining had continued to watch him. Yes, for quite a while, along with other Volare dignitaries. And please, call me Riss. We want all the information, Riss. But first, I need to know what your intentions are with the Amido. Even if I've seen what happened here tonight, I still need to hear it. Xavyn's face was set, his stare hard, and though his voice was firm, I doubted anyone else heard the tremor near the end. My heart clenched at the sound, and the ache in his chest that caused it. Understandably, Riss agreed, glancing at Esra, who nodded as if giving consent for his confirmation. They are free, all of them. Word is already being spread through the city by our trusted guards and several attending dignitaries from this evening. There are many of us who have refuted the king's rule for years, so fear not. There will be minimal casualties in the city below the palace and the villages outside our walls. Few will refute the change in policies and leadership. Esra holds claim to the throne, and most already know and adore her. Nit released a tremendous sigh, and Lephis, who had entered the hall after the chaos, beamed beside her. This was what they'd wanted for some time, and Rafim and Xavyn as well. It had been their goal with the Usli Council before knowing the truth about Herja. Xavyn's eyes softened, and his lips twitched, a flicker of belief and happiness. Convenient that you are to marry her, no? I asked Riss after a moment, crossing my arms. Esra and Asenna laughed, and Riss smiled, this time the action fully reaching his eyes as they glanced again at his real betrothed. He looked back at me, sweeping loose strands of his hair behind his ears, appearing shy and awkward, so unlike his sharp, precise features. I can assure you, Vala, I have no want for the throne. I only want to serve the one who deserves to sit upon it, and the one who holds my heart. It just happens they are the same female. I pressed my lips together, letting him know I was not so easily won over with words. His actions had already spoken volumes, though still not enough for me to believe him fully. I wore him down, Esra admitted with a shrug. Asenna laughed and bounced on her toes. She did. The story is glorious, really. I enjoyed hearing it all when I first arrived. Perhaps we can get a shortened version, one that doesn't make this one dance around, Rafim said, eyeing Asenna with a scrunch of his nose. She eyed him right back with a mocking glare. Esra watched their exchange with a broad smile. I will share only what applies to this situation, then. Before Asenna fled, I'd spoken to Riss but a few times in the company of my father, the same as Asenna. Without knowing much about him, she and I both agreed she should leave the palace, flee Vanen. We'd hoped our father could convince Riss in accepting another method of payment for the oath, perhaps gold or jewels, or a more stately place on his council. But as it were, Riss had bigger plans. When she looked at him with her eyebrows raised, Riss took the hint and continued. I'd already spent years building alliances here with fellow Volare and Amido throughout the city. My plan was to discuss things with Asenna when her father turned her over to me to see if she and Esra agreed with his policies. When her father had to inform me of her absence, I used that to my advantage, taking up residence here in the palace and claiming Esra in Asenna's stead. He couldn't outright deny me. Due to the circumstances with the oath, I could take most anything I'd want to serve as replacement until Asenna returned, save for the throne itself. So I began discussing matters around Ezra slowly to determine her position. We discovered we were of the same mind and that she had already planned to make changes when she took the throne, as long as she kept her father from knowing her true intentions.
We knew we wouldn't wait for my succession. It would take too long. Yet we couldn't act hastily either. We began gathering others to join us, fostering those relationships, building our plans, most of them involving Asenna's return. My father wouldn't dare send anyone into Craw to hunt for Asenna, as it could jeopardize his reputation and start a war. And we couldn't send her messages without risking our strategy. So we waited, knowing that if too much time passed, we'd take action sooner. But my father was so focused on the oath, the best time to act would be when she returned and the exchange happened. We grew closer as we waited. Even though we were of the same mind with the future of the Volare and the kingdom, we weren't of the same mind with our relationship as quickly, Ezra added, raising her eyebrows dramatically. He refused me several times, claiming his 12 extra years in the world mattered in that regard. I like to think I changed his mind with my ideas about Vaynon's future, plans to release rule to all other territories, strengthen Fae bonds through trade, and relinquish our horrid claim over the Amido and their lands. But my relentless wooing may have also been the cause. The circle we'd gathered into on the dais was filled with nods and sighs. Nit tilted her head and grinned at Ezra. I can see why his resolve crumbled. I think I may have fallen in love with you too. Soft laughter followed her proclamation, even from some guards who had remained in the hall, all of them listening while awaiting orders. I'm curious about the oath, I said, wanting to hear how the Volare king had come to give a blood oath to Lord Alder, promising his second-born Fae child. Ah, Rhys said on a long exhale, tucking his hands into the pockets of his trim black pants. Asenna stiffened at Amias's side, her lips drawing into a scowl. With that reaction, it was obvious she had finally learned the truth about the oath, too. As a boy and son of a lord, I frequently visited the palace, Rhys started. Though I didn't spend much time with Melsane Calum, he was 7 years my elder, a lifetime difference when young. I did spend time with his only sibling, a younger sister named Rosane. She was my age, kinder than him, courteous and genuine with everyone, and was loved and doted on in return. Their father had passed a few years before, so Melsane was set to take the throne when he reached age the following year, with his mother's and a council's guidance. He had nothing to worry about then. However, the day of the oath, everything changed. I was lingering around one of the kitchens, picking up early treats before a gathering was to begin in this exact hall. I don't even recall the original occasion for the gathering precisely. It could have been a celebration for another lord. But I can tell you exactly what Rosane screamed when Melsane pushed her from the prison's throw. Gasps echoed all around the hall. Yes, he continued with a frown. I heard Melsane and Rosane fighting, their voices echoing up a staircase close to the kitchens. And since I was excellent at sneaking and eavesdropping at the age of 10, and also worried about the anger and fear I'd heard in Rosane's voice, I went to find them. They were past the prison, near the waste throw. I wasn't sure why they were arguing at first, until I heard him scream "Imito filth" at her and rip the sleeves of her gown, revealing thin white lines along her ashen skin. She tried to calm him, reason, plead, as he continued backing her up with his larger body, pushing her closer to the throw. And then... Later, I'd learned his mother had an affair long before her husband had died, creating Rosane. The 17-year-old Melsane realized that truth right away and was struck with all that could happen should that truth get out. He was afraid of what all the Volare would do. It gave them reason to doubt his bloodline, possibly deny him the throne. He'd told me all this after, when he made the oath to me. You see, I had run from the prison,
terrified from what I'd witnessed. But he'd seen me and given chase. He cornered me outside of the gathering and offered the oath right then. For my eternal silence about Rosane. The oath. His mother died sometime in the months following, under suspicious circumstances involving medicines for illness. I believed he'd killed her, though found no proof. She'd hidden her secret about Rosane from everyone, but he hadn't trusted her to keep it contained for all time. He no longer trusted her at all after learning the truth himself. After a long breath, he went on. I have few regrets in my lifetime. What happened to Rosane is the only one that will forever haunt me. I could have reached them faster, stepped between them, could have chosen a different action after. That list is unending. I've had to live with the choice I made, but I've kept the promise I made to Rosane that day, a promise that I would use the oath for only good reasons. I knew it came with an incredible amount of power, that I'd have a king indebted to me and everyone would know. As with Volare tradition, the reason did not need to be disclosed to anyone else, yet they would know he owed me his second-born. That was currency I'd never had, that my inferior family would never obtain. So when he sliced his hand and pressed it into my palm, I'd accepted. Goddess damned me. I accepted. Ezra reached over to him, stroking the side of his wing reverently as he bowed his head for a moment. It was the best choice for you to make. He would have had you killed if you hadn't agreed, ended you right then. He wanted no witnesses. I was surprised he hadn't had me killed any of the years since. I suppose too many others knew. After he confirmed the oath in front of his mother and their council, word spread throughout the city. If they had found me dead, it would have been too unsavory to his new reign, especially following his mother's death. Years passed, his marriage and the birth of Ezra, then Asenna, and finally the Wakening shortly thereafter. I reminded others of the oath often as I continued to make more connections. I started bonding with Emido. Some even knew about Rosane's true father, though none dared speak of it. They kept quiet, kept watchful, kept me informed of anything they could about the royals. I knew as soon as Asenna fled that it gave me even more ground to move here to the palace, to get closer to Emido and Volare guards, and also Ezra. And so, that is the summation of my story and the truth of the king's blood oath. Rhys wound his arm behind Ezra, his wing overlapping hers, as he tucked her closer into his side and kissed her on the forehead. How many? Do you have a count? Xavyn asked, and despite his vagueness, there was no need to specify. Rhys knew. Last count, 314, half of which are of age, most of those housed and working inside the palace. All now free. Xavyn eyed me with another light twitch in his lips. I took it to mean he believed him, and I did as well, especially if Asenna trusted his word. I nodded in reply, and also to Asenna, Rhys, and Ezra, whose focus had returned to us. I suppose Asenna filled you in on what is happening. With us, Verdandi, the divide, I said to the room at large, being certain all had heard. She gave me a briefed version as her dress was fitted. Yes, Ezra noted, standing straighter, though not pulling fully away from Rhys's hold. They were comfortable together, ready to join hands and reestablish the Volare way of life. Admirable. I trusted them, and it felt good to know their intentions were honest. We'll need to discuss everything with everyone we can, tonight if possible. All the eyes in the room were upon me, upon Xavyn. He glanced around, taking in some of his kind with a tranquility I'd yet to see so plainly upon his face. Unparalleled and uninhibited. The relief of his Emido brethren being freed finally washed over him. Ezra's thin smile pressed into a serious line as she nodded. Let us talk then. 15.
This is your choice. We will not punish you for your decision. We will not judge you, I affirmed to those gathered in the palace's garden in the southern courtyard. Volare and Emido, of age and of physical ability, stood shoulder to shoulder en masse and listened to our story and the plight that lay before us. We'd conversed more with Esra and Riss following their successful charge to dethrone the king. When they sent guards to search the city for any king loyalists, they also told them to spread the word about the gathering. Esra and Riss stood by their claim of freedom and would not refuse any Emido willing to join us. And while they did have much to do as they took control of their palace and city, they offered many of their harpy eagles and half of their guard numbers, whether winged or not, to help us against Verdandi. They accepted the risk of it all, to include potentially having to cross the divide and face humans, even if we were to try and prevent war with them. Their offering was commendable. We would be honored if you chose to fight with us against the Norn goddess Verdandi. She will not stop until she ends this world. That was her only goal during the final war. She cared not about Azaris and his plan to conquer all, nor Herja and her unending thirst for war and power and destruction, nor I and my indifferent existence. I blinked at my own words, unsure of myself and the goddess I'd once been, the supposed lonely protector of humans. She wanted no one to rule, no one to live. She wants to end it all. Xavyn finished for me, stepping closer to the balcony's ledge from where we'd been speaking to those below. If you want to help us stop her, pack provisions and discuss your involvement with Pyron and Thala, and the other appointed Fae with them. They will lead your Volare and Emido sections. We all leave soon enough, so hasten your steps, then take some rest. Chatter grew in the courtyard as Xavyn turned to me, his eyes questioning the hesitation in my speech. When I gave no response, he stepped closer, pulling my body to his, and dipped his face to the side of my neck, lips skimming under my ear. We all need rest. It was both fact and an excuse for my weak words. I wouldn't contest either. There were parts of me tired enough to sleep for days. Yes, I agreed. It's best we all sleep well one more time. Everything beyond here is too uncertain, especially the perimeter of Highlegger. We wouldn't know what awaited us until we neared the place Verdandi called home, where the Vissus stood and her witches convened. Those irresistible lips of his trailed along my skin, while his fingers loosed the collection of plates at the base of my neck, fingering through them as he loved to do. A clearing throat commanded our attention. My eyes snapped open as Xavyn grunted in protest against my neck, hesitating a moment. I pressed my lips together to contain the laughter threatening to escape. After a swift kiss to my neck, Xavyn pulled away and faced us both toward whoever interrupted. Riss lifted his eyebrows as he pushed his hands into his pockets and rocked back onto his heels. Sorry, I know we moved fast after speaking in the hall, with introductions to Pyron and Thala, settling the dragons, then coming here to the gathering. Now might be a good time to show you the quarters for your council. We hadn't spoken much to Pyron and Thala when he'd introduced them, or at least I hadn't. Xavyn had, briefly, especially with Pyron, who was elected by the other Emido as their lead, and there was no wonder why. He had been one of Riss's main contacts for palace information during the king's reign, resolute in Riss's common goal. With a solid build of defined muscles on a tall frame, and showing his ability to mimic a Volare in the grand hall, his clipped white hair and skin changing to brown and ashen colors in an instant, not to mention the wings, he seemed more than prepared for battle. To lead the Volare joining us was Thala, Esra's staunch second lead guard, thus also trusted implicitly. As for most Volare guards, she was tall for her Fae kind, roughly my height. Her frame was thick with muscle, the evidence plainly seen on any exposed areas not covered by her beige leathers. Her black hair was plaited back and pulled tight. Given their prior positions, we were encouraged about their leadership abilities and how they'd work with us against Verdandi. "Is that where Asenna rushed off to?" I asked, looking around and noticing that the others had also disappeared. "Well, aside from Esra, who's handling all things needed for the transfer of power, Asenna and your other companions went to check in with the palace's saddle-maker about her special requests." "Really?" Xavyn asked, a smile growing on his lips. He shook his head as if he couldn't believe his thoughts. "So she did it," I said, confirming he wasn't alone in his thoughts. "I suppose you won't be choosing to use the quarters." Rhys showed a smile of his own. Xavyn shook his head again and palmed his hair, pushing it back. "I have a feeling we'll all be staying together tonight, anyway." "Right," Rhys replied. "Well then, I will have someone show you all to washrooms first, if desired, then send adequate bedding and food for you inside the stronghold. When we have word on the numbers out here, I will bring you the information myself." In the center of the mountain peak, deep behind the palace, the Volare stronghold hid in silence. Only 2 passageways existed to gain entry. One burrowed into the mountain through a frigid, narrowly carved walkway from the royal quarters in the southern wing. The other entrance was a gated tunnel on the east side of the mountain where no roads, no paths, no stairs could climb high enough to reach. Flying was the sole method to enter along the cliff face, the same as with the waist throws. That tunnel was sizable enough for a dragon to walk comfortably, and the stronghold was vast enough for 4 to stay shielded for several hours of rest. Plenty of space remained for all of us to join them, plus a few birds. Despite the temptation of real bedding within our own chambers, travel had bonded us together in a connection we dared not separate yet, especially now that we were further along in our mission. Plus, we weren't keen on the idea of leaving the dragons unattended. We needed them to remain calm, and staying together was the best way to make sure that happened. Though given the new burden we'd chosen to thrust on them, it was possible we were doing the opposite. "Oh, too, look," Asenna cooed at the dragon as if he weren't staring at her like a bird he might stomp upon. His head and snout were raised defiantly, avoiding her outstretched hands holding the leather harness. At least the dragons were all drowsy and sluggish, having been well fed with goat carcasses at their arrival to the stronghold, the only remnants of which were bits of bone and splatters of blood at the far end of the cavernous space. "You saw how Vex did it. There are only these few connecting straps, no big pieces of metal for binding, and no large cumbersome saddle." "Regrettably," Rifim said, rubbing his bulky rear as if it were still in pain from days of riding. Xavyn huffed a breath at him, yet smiled at his humor all the same. "You should be the last one complaining. You have more protection back there than all the bedding on this floor." "Come now, Xavyn. There's no reason to be jealous of my assets. Your female adores you, though I'm unsure why, since you are a bit puny." Rifim crossed his arms with a laugh. "If she were interested, she would tire of your whining and incessant grooming habits fast enough." "All right, enough before you offend the dragons," I said, cutting into their foolishness to contain the level of laughter inside the cavern. They were all in good spirits after having bathed in various washrooms before retiring here. As for me, fire had handled my skin cleansing, as it usually did now. The pain of water no longer needed as it used to be, or so I had thought when my rough outer layer would reach its weekly limit. It was great to have everyone at ease, but still mildly dangerous. Over the years, without threats from the other Fae territories or from the witches and myrrh of Craw, the stronghold had become the extra storage space instead of a room to keep royals and dignitaries safe during a war. There was a mass amount of old furnishings and antiquated equipment from the palace, mostly contained to one section. The few birds I'd allowed inside with us perched themselves on various pieces for the night. And while the storage was piled together and not bothersome regarding space, an issue would rapidly arise if the dragons grew irritable and coughed up a few flames in that direction. Perhaps you should work on your other, more important assets on too, Rifim. He has taken well to you, I said, seeing Asena's struggle. Rifim nodded his bald head with a final smirk at Xavyn before grabbing the harness from Asena, who only frowned in response as she handed it over. Asena, I called to her to come closer to me and the other dragons, who were seated on their haunches beside a newly harnessed and fully sprawled Vex. When she drew nearer and Rifim began talking to Tu and patting his neck, I said, "Don't be offended. They seem to have a connection." "I'm not. Well, maybe it hurt a little, but I understand." "You have harnesses for the others. Do you think we could try without upsetting them?" "I think so. They've been with us for a while now, have responded to Vex and Tu's lead with no major problems since the first couple of days." "Yes, so let's try. It might help them accept riders eventually," I replied, then called out louder for others to hear. "I believe they also deserve names now, too." "Agreed." "Yes." The responses came all around. Asena plucked up the gear from Amias, snagging a chaste kiss from him also, before handing me a harness and moving to the nameless female dragons. I lifted my hand to the female with the more vibrant red splashes of coloring and a missing horn. After being with her longer, we noticed that the horn had been fractured at the base sometime during her life, likely from mining. She was the rowdiest of the females, quicker to temper, especially if she was hungry. She lowered her head, inspecting my hand and sniffing the leather straps of the harness. A light growling emitted from her throat, so I patted her neck with my free hand and murmured gentle, assuring words, not wanting to rile her further. Asena was faring better with the other, which had the deep gouges in the softer scales along her lower neck. Where Tu was the most stoic, she was the most playful of the bunch, fast to frolic in the time we'd spent walking the ground during travel. She was also the smallest of the group, in length, width, and height. Asena extended the harness, and the females seemed not to care about giving it a thorough smelling. "Good girl," Asena said, patting her neck. "Any suggestions?" I asked, wanting the conversation to pick up, hoping it would ease the female at my side. She stopped growling with a shake of her neck, then sniffed the harness once again. "No numbers if known," Asena said, more to Lephis and Nit, who were lounging in the circle of bedding beside Vex, and dining on the wine, bread, and roasted fowl that a few of the guards had brought from the kitchens. "I'm glad, Tu has never seemed bothered by his, but I agree they should be changed," Nit replied, then took a drink from her goblet and looked at the ceiling in thought, though I had a feeling she and Lephis wouldn't partake in the naming. Like me, but for different reasons. It wasn't that they felt like outsiders of our group. Actually, in the days we'd been together, they'd grown comfortable with us, not holding back when speaking or showing their other traits. Their choice to remain silent simply might have been due to their involvement at Brunei Caverns. Guilt and shame often took hold of us in curious ways. I, however, chose not to offer names because of the connection it brought. I remained reluctant to get close to anything more, no matter the type of being. Since Tu stayed standing, Rifim climbed onto his back to secure the harness. "How about Red and Lark?" Xavyn handed him one side of the harness, then crouched beneath Tu's legs, working the straps around and securing them. As he passed the last set of straps off to Rifim, he said, "I like Lark for the little one. Suits her spirit." "I like them both. Red suits the other. She's much brighter in color than the rest," Asena said, slipping the harness around Lark's legs. "Help me with this?" she asked no one in particular, though Amias had already moved to her. "I'm all right with those names also," I said, patting Red once more, before abandoning her harness and retreating to the section of bedding Xavyn and I would share. There was no point pressing her. If she was uncomfortable wearing it, she would lose focus and wouldn't be helpful for what we were about to face. I relaxed onto the thick of blankets and pillows, letting a soft sigh loose as the comfort enveloped me and my body gave into its exhaustion. With Tu's harness settled and Rafim testing it out by attempting different grips, Xavyn joined Asenna and Amias. You should mount her. See if she'll allow it while you're attaching that. Amias took hold of the harness while Asenna moved to Lark's side, behind her wing. The lively dragon remained still while Asenna climbed her rear leg and crawled onto her back, scooting upward little by little. Before Asenna could reach the position at her neck, Larch pitched forward, readying to lie down. Amias moved fast, slipping the bottom straps beneath her right as she dropped to the floor with a thud, almost tipping Asenna off. I suppose she's at ease with you there, Lephis said with a soft laugh. Asenna whipped her head up, flipping her loose hair back. A piece dangled in her face, so she forced out a breath of air to lift it away. She shrugged with a smile as Amias handed her one side of the harness straps. Perhaps she'll be at ease with you here instead, Lephis. Lephis straightened, sitting upright with a humorous grimace. Amias is the more experienced rider. By all of 3 days, Amias replied with a laugh, rounding the other side of Lark and handing the last straps up to Asenna. Everyone joined in, and the surrounding conversation began to blur. Xavyn's laughter faded as he approached me. He dipped down onto the floor at my side and brushed his knuckles over my cheek. I stared at the shimmer of light in his gray eyes and along the strands of white hair hanging over his forehead, mesmerized for a moment. Do you wish me to wake you when Riss comes? Yes, but you shouldn't wait up either. No one should. We all need sleep. He sighed. Yes, we will all settle in now. Tomorrow arrives too soon. And will last too long, I added, knowing it was only the start of many weary days to come, where much sleep would be lost to battle. The thought was daunting, even if it was better to feel tiredness down to the marrow of one's bones than succumb to the finality of eternal sleep. 16. I awoke to a chirping and nipping at my ear as I lay on my side. Tiny feet bounced lightly on the blanket covering my shoulder. Bird. It chirped again, a sweet melodic few notes. Wake. Wake. We'd woken earlier, sometime during the morning when Riss came to report. He'd brought word that all those willing to join us had announced their intent and had gone to rest. The final numbers were better than we'd expected, given that what we'd initially expected was resistance rather than acceptance. Over half of the Volare guards volunteered, though not all would join us since Esra had only agreed to send half her guard. 250 would be under Thala's lead, close to 120 being winged. As far as the Amido, Pyron was set to lead the 150 who chose to join us, under 100 having varied levels of mimicry power, including the ability to pull Volare energy and fly with us. Pyron and Thala had chosen their second and third leads, who were prepared to instruct those having to travel and battle on ground. They'd informed all about the possibilities of what lay ahead and would filter more information at camp during travel. Chirp, chirp. Wake, wake. Blinking my eyes open, I focused on the red bird upon my shoulder, its head tilting sideways to view my face. A few torches remained lit inside the stronghold, creating a soft, flickering glow along the cavern walls. One would think it was nighttime, but I knew it had to be afternoon. The others' slumbering breaths wished rhythmically around our circled sleep area, Asenna's snores surprisingly louder than Rafim's and the dragon's. Messenger. Xavyn's raspy morning tone whispered closely behind my ear. His body remained pressed at my back, his arm tight around my waist, making no movement at all. The bird chirped again and took another nip at my ear. Xavyn blew a breathy laugh into my hair.
Impatient little one.
Yes, I agreed, shifting onto my back, forcing the bird to relocate onto my chest while I grabbed hold of the scroll tied to its foot. As soon as it was removed, the little bird flew off, landing with the few others sleeping on the collection of furniture not far away. Still on his side, Xavyn stared down at me, the adoring look upon his face impossible to ignore as I unrolled the message.
You are beautiful, Vala. Have I told you that recently?
No, I said, trying hard to suppress a foolish smile. At those words, my stomach fluttered. Love-struck. And though we had so much more to be concerned with, I indulged in his attention for the moment and stared up at him. There was a reason he was speaking this way on this day. We both knew time was slipping, like sand through the glass, and the future it poured into was uncertain. Our future, even more so. He licked his lips with a grin, and his hand splayed wider over my stomach, adding enough pressure to make me feel his contact.
Well, you assuredly are. More beautiful than Suspier's emerald sea. More beautiful than those precious slices of dawning light through Garland's dense fog. Even more beautiful than Rifim's reflection. Puzzled, I scrunched my lips, then glanced over at Rifim, who was propped up onto his elbow, staring at us through hooded eyes.
He must be serious, Rifim whispered with a smirk, because my reflection is truly beautiful. I laughed gently, and they both did as well, the activity causing the others to stir in their bedding.
Please continue. Your eloquence may lull me back to sleep.
Rifim rolled over, turning away from us and wrapping himself around Lephis.
Truly,
Xavyn whispered closer, then pressed kisses to my forehead, cheek, and finally my lips.
Beautiful body, beautiful soul.
My smile faded as I considered the latter. My soul. Was that what I was losing? Had I even had one at all?
Stop,
Xavyn murmured, brushing his lips to my cheek and resting his forehead to mine.
I know you're uncertain, but your heart is true, Vala. You love this world and all its beings, want to do right by us all. Even before this, you protected all, not humans alone. You may have been the lonely one, but you were not hollow or indifferent. He recalled my words from the gathering. There's no way to truly know. He pushed back to better look upon me. It's understandable for you to doubt who you might have been without recalling much of that life. But don't doubt who you are now, here. Your time as a mortal created who you are. And you are strong. You will keep that strength. You will keep who you have become. You will keep your heart, your soul, no matter what else may change.
I'd like to hope so, I admitted, blinking rapidly to control the tears gathered in my eyes. Hope. It sounded so feeble a thing, especially when one was up against unimaginable plights. Yet, it held the power to cultivate bravery, to inspire innovation, and to encourage confidence. Hope. That's what this life has been about, I suppose. Hope to find my true identity. Hope to find my place. Hope to save the world. Xavyn pushed his fingers into my hair, but spoke nothing else. I finally opened the scroll and read it twice. Witches have tested the Suspier border. They're growing bolder, using their panther cats to terrorize outlying houses. The Elder Council have pulled all Myr into the city, and Hux has divided his army with rotations at the borders. They are ready for word from us. Xavyn played with my plates absently as he considered the information.
We have no other choice but to assume she's still there. She's provoking because she's tired of waiting for us to retrieve your feather.
She thought we would have attacked by now. Yes, I agreed, considering our plan of action. She may have gotten word of our travels and is pushing, so we're prompted to act. And it really is our only option. Even with more time, it's unlikely we would be able to draw her out of High Lager. And with the state of the divide, we can't prolong it anymore. We have a fair amount of numbers on our side now, so we have to make our move. I don't cherish the thought of what waits for us. Witchcraft of all sorts. We might not know all of their capabilities with more magic, but potions and predictions can do plenty enough. We already know that. Having my feather, Verdandi's visions could be far more powerful. If the future visions the Vissus had showed me are any sign, she may have a clear idea of what will happen when we arrive. She may. But as you saw in your visions, despite their level of accuracy, they usually come to fruition. So whether or not her visions were in her favor, she wouldn't be able to alter what happens, even if she had time to prepare. Maybe if she were fully immortal, a true goddess again. But we know that won't happen until the divide has fallen, and you've taken back your feather, which she won't risk. Ending the world is more important, and she needs to keep your pith for that. Those words naturally led us back to the pieces she needed. My anchor being the last, which we still didn't know for sure, and she didn't either. If we get separated in High Lager, there's no planning for that. Though I can assure you, she won't catch either of us so easily. The crook of his lips showed a hint of his lofty confidence. When I didn't respond, he added more seriously, "We'll handle it. And I have no intention of leaving your side. We do this together. Everything." After a long blink, I lifted my hand to the back of his head and pulled his lips down to mine. Someone cleared their throat a moment later, and I released Xavyn's neck and broke our kiss to see who wanted our attention. Both Esra and Riss stood outside our sleep circle of bedding, Riss wearing black pants with a white tunic and a sheepish smile, and Esra a billowy black dress and a stack of hair atop her head, which she fingered through awkwardly. The hollows under her eyes were slightly bruised from the strike her father's head had made to her nose. "It appears I've interrupted again," Riss said, before biting his smile. The others moved, sitting upright and wiping the sleep from their faces. Tu's head popped up also, eyeing the pair who'd entered. "You aren't alone. We're always interrupting them," Asenna said with a yawn. The reddening of her neck had faded some, her father's handprints no longer so distinguishable. Esra laughed at that, sweeping her gaze from her sister back to me. "Still, apologies. We have much to attend to today, so we need to say farewell now. Your meals are being brought here, for the dragons as well, and other provisions that can be packed with you. More is being loaded into the carriages in the courtyard where all the others are gathering, as they had yesterday. Vala and Pyron will meet you there when you are ready." I stood halfway through her talk, feeling disrespectful of her forthcoming position. Once a guard. As Xavyn followed suit, I stepped closer to Esra and said, "We cannot thank you enough for all your help." "I believe we feel the same. The wedding ceremony may not have gone quite so well without you showing up when you did." She smiled as she addressed us all. "The coronation is set for tomorrow. As soon as it is ended and the transition has settled some in a few days' time, I intend to send the other guards who wanted to join you. I fear we won't need them as much as you. We'll send word of changes or anything of importance. I regret that we won't be here to see you crowned," I said, my eyes seeking Asenna, knowing that truth would affect her most of all. Asenna lifted her hand and swished it through the air in an exaggerated flourish. "We aren't missing much. As the one and only attendee to all of her mock coronation ceremonies, I can attest that tomorrow's will undoubtedly be far more boring in comparison. And if you don't believe me, consider the time she was 8 and wore heels too big, tripped, and tumbled down off the dais as though her head had been filled with wine, or the time she was 10 and ate far too much chocolate and split her fake gown up the rear. Despite the perky pitch of her words and the lift of her slim lips, her eyes remained sorrowful, blinking rapidly to stave off tears. Esra's laugh was as weak as Asena's attempt at cheerfulness. You would have to bring that up, always grounding me. She rushed to her and drew her into an embrace, both sniffling through their murmured farewells, their wings fluttering at their backs. Wanting to give them a few moments, I turned my attention to Lefis and Nit, who had also since stood from their bedding. About our conversation when we first met at Brunei. "We're with you," Nit said without hesitation. She adjusted her leather vest and reached down for her sword belt to fasten it at her waist.
"Yes,"
Lefis agreed.
"We believe your truth, and we want to help."
The male smoothed his hands through his white hair to tame what had become more unruly during sleep. "Good," I replied, lifting Chosa and fastening my own belt as I considered my next words. "I held off before, but now that we're certain you're with us, I would be remiss if I didn't inquire more. Tell us about Verdandi and your lore, witch." During the travel from Herja's temple, we'd discussed our plans of action after this Volare mission. With Lefis and Nit, we kept information simple, not knowing yet if they would truly stay with us. He shared details about High Lager itself, the usual practices of buying, trading, and selling of goods there, the basic premise behind their potions, plants, crystals, and cards. He'd mentioned that the Vissus was the focal point, as we already knew. And though he hadn't felt more magic himself, he said as long as the witches worked together, their power could be as great as it had been before the final war, giving them abilities to use elements in addition to potions. We hadn't discussed more about Verdandi, though, and that was what we needed most. For all the times I wished I would not lose myself and become a Lesra, I cursed myself for not remembering what she may have so easily known.
"Of course," he replied with a nod. "I will offer any information and answer any questions to the best of my knowledge."
Volare and Amido entered the stronghold from the palace entrance, wheeling in slabs of meat, trays of breads and fruits. They had to have a grand conservatory somewhere. Carafes of water, sacks of goods for packing, and larger jugs of water to fill the stronghold's wash basins. The dragons, who were mostly awake yet still curled together, perked up at the enticing scents. As soon as the servers dumped the meat by the remains of their last meals, all 4 leaped to their feet and rushed over, knocking into the storage items and unseating several of the birds, which didn't bother landing again. They flew out the tunnel, chirping and cawing in irritation. Esra and Riss made rounds, bidding us all good luck before taking their leave back to the palace proper. We dug into the food without the same fervor as the dragons, the weight of our undertaking too heavy to overindulge. Breaking off a large piece of sour bread, I stared at Lefis as he nibbled down a few grapes. "Have you ever touched the Vissus?" It was something I should have asked from the start, but we were too concerned with having more bodies to face the Volare, needing to handle one opponent at a time.
"I have not," he replied. "Even as a child. We visited the tree, as I have mentioned before, but I've never laid a hand upon it. Would it be better if I had?"
"No," Xavyn answered as he sorted through pieces of cheese. "We have to assume those who have to be compromised. You recall us mentioning Sendel's involvement in Suspier?" As Lefis nodded, Rafim let out a smooth-sounding snarl. He and Xavyn hadn't discussed much of Sendel since Suspier, and I was certain that her betrayal had cut them fairly deep. Despite her naturally cold and distant demeanor, they'd trusted her. Xavyn continued. "We saw her touch the Vissus root at Usli Castle. We didn't realize Verdandi's true involvement at the time, and because of that, we didn't know Sendel had been working with her. We don't even know for how long. She could have been aligned with her the entire time she was on the Usli Council without us knowing. She took frequent trips to Heilager, alone and accompanied, for council reasons. After I saved her from an attack near there, one that killed her entire family and nearly burned her alive, I brought her to Usli for a liege, Herja. She always claimed to have no other connections in Heilager. It could have been true at the start, perhaps. We don't know for certain. All we know is that she was called upon to take Vala's feather when the moment came. So we do need to know all we can. Even if the information seems insignificant, it could help. Lefis eyed Rafim, seeing the anger for Sendel still present in his scowl. Nit passed him a goblet of water. He took a drink, then said, "Verdandi's the one we prayed to when crops rotted or dried up, when the animals grew ill, when the strong winds stripped homes or crashes of lightning set the surrounding wood ablaze. As a witchling, I was told her viscus held her spirit, held visions of the past, present, and future, as the goddess herself had. Before the awakening, most claims were unfounded. Still, many in Kror had believed and continued to pass along the lore. Some of our teachings involve the other Desir as well, like how the goddesses came to be." "How they came to be goddesses?" Xavyn asked, and Lefis nodded. "I don't recall any texts discussing that in all my years of collecting information for a Herja." He grimaced and shook his head. Altering his memories of her true identity still proved a difficult task for him. "The Volare have taught little prior to the final war, too," Isenna said. "They have documents on the divisions of rule in Vanen, Krah, and the human lands, noting prestigious families. Everything involving the goddesses was basic information about them and their piths, and the normal prayers and ceremonies to honor them. Perhaps it was lost, or never written at all." "If there were texts written, they were likely lost during the final war when chaos tore the world apart," Lefis said. "For us witches, though, there was one early goddess story passed only by words over many generations. Now that I recall, it might help to understand why Verdandi wants to end the world." When none of us replied, he continued, "It was a poem, easy for witchlings to remember, recited before sleep or at play." "Spit it out then," Xavyn said, crossing his arms. "Yes, well, at world's start live sisters three. They gathered under the well and its viscus tree. After drink and shaded sleep, they were gifted unique sights to see. Erd for then, Verdandi for now, Skuld for what would come to be. While two revelled in their skill, little changed for Verdandi. Days and nights passed of their mirth, striking her with brutal envy. When two other travellers approached, the viscus gave a decree. For whoever sacrificed body or soul, it would grant divinity. Slicing their skin and shedding their blood, the travellers offered willingly. Though Skuld's vision showed their fate, nothing would stop Verdandi. And so by way of her sisters' lives, she sacrificed her soul entirely." "Wow," Nit whispered. "Yes, wow," Isenna echoed. "We had never learned such a thing. The reason she wants to end this world is because she's haunted by her own sacrifice? Her sisters." I dropped the last bit of bread I'd been mindlessly chewing during the discussion. Suddenly, I was no longer hungry, and it was more to do with the traveler's sacrifice. I had been a traveler. I had taken divinity. Maybe she believes if this world ends, she might see them again, Rafim mused as his eyes continued to stare at Lefis. "Perhaps," Lefis replied. "The viscus held their spirits. They are tied to her. That's why she sees all visions. That's why her pith is word." I bit my lips together as the thoughts tumbled in my mind. Isenna gasped lightly, her wings spreading wide at the same time as her eyes. That's the connection to the piths and the anchors. We'd learned about the piths, knew they were connected to their goddesses and to each other. That's why. All the piths are needed to grant immortality, but the anchors are also needed to end the world. Their bodies and souls, their life essence, and their connection to this world. 17. After replying to Leth's message with word of our plans, then meeting with Thala and Pyron about strategy, we sent the ground army off several hours ahead. Their journey to the first camp would take far longer through the mountains, even on horseback and in carriages. Those of us traveling the sky stayed until nightfall. We wanted to cover as much ground as possible the first 2 nights. It would be tiresome to those on the ground, but it also meant we would have more rest during the final camp stops before reaching High Lager. The plan was to arrive there during darkness to lessen the chances of endangering innocents and making them accidental casualties of battle. With gear and provisions worn and packed, we traveled the first night without incident. The birds and dragons were compliant, as were all the flyers who followed, both Volare and Emido alike. We moved swiftly over the dwindling Nepia mountain peaks and arrived to camp at the southern tip of Lake Is, where we reunited with those few witches and fae who left Brunei Caverns with us. Several hours later, the ground army arrived and slept while others kept watch. Tension set in the second night of camp, some wavering about their decision to volunteer as we reconvened over the border of Floden. We talked with many, grouping those together we felt needed reassurance about the reasons of our fight. I thought about it often myself, considering Lefis's witchling poem over and over again, wondering how I came to be, why I'd made the choice, but most of all, puzzling over the piths and anchors and what mine could be if not Xavyn or Haiti. I would protect them, but I had to consider it all in case Verdandi knew herself. I lay on my back, my face tipped up, eyes open to the cloudless sky on the last day of rest. Already in its evening descent, the sun had disappeared behind the western wood of Weald an hour before. Our final camp was at the edge of the dense wood, north of Craw. It was as close to High Lager as we dared to go before we invaded. "What do you see?" Xavyn's voice was low at my ear. "You should be asleep," I replied. Most everyone else was, aside from those watching the perimeter. We were in our circle again, the dragons curled close by between a tightly packed grouping of trees. Being so near to Craw, the trees had changed, their bases thickening, their trunks and branches elongating and curving, their canopies melding together to blot out the sky. I see an immeasurable amount of stars, and I'd happily wish upon every one if it meant this world and those here would live on. "I slept for a while," he admitted after a few moments, grabbing my hand and pulling it on top of his chest. His heart beat a slow, powerful rhythm. "Did you?" I smiled to the fading light above us, the day's blue giving way to a soft shade of violet. "Yes, but not long enough." "I'm sure few did. Battles will do that." He inhaled deeply, his chest raising our hands higher before releasing the breath with a sigh. "Are you thinking about the poem again?" "Yes," I said, even though I didn't want to admit the truth. Hearing the poem, learning of the sacrifices to become a goddess, it made me understand the emptiness inside. Part of our body and soul had been used to create us, to create our piths and anchors, leaving us less of ourselves in return. But as important as it was inconsequential to our true goal. Xavyn's fingers moved in mine, brushing against my skin thoughtfully. He still didn't look over at me, his eyes remaining on the sky, too. "The poem. It won't affect me tonight. I won't lose focus." "I never said, but you were thinking," I replied, knowing him well enough. His concern was constant. Perhaps it was my own fault for showing my insecurities, loading more unnecessary worry onto him. Was I only creating more problems? Should I have pulled more away than I already had? That made him shift. His entire body turned toward mine. I do not doubt you, Vala. Never will I doubt you. I feel for you, and I want to know all of it as badly as you. We will find more truths. I tilted my head, my eyes meeting his. I know. Though finding those truths too late was a very real possibility that neither of us wanted or needed to explore at the moment. After a lingering kiss, one that made me forget it all as he licked softly, lovingly inside my mouth, he pulled back and got to his feet with a stretch. Vala and Pyron already made rounds before the last shift slept, going over the plans once again. But do you want to say a few words before those on the ground leave? You don't think they've seen and heard enough from me already? I stood, too, grabbing Chosa and running a finger over the winged guard of the hilt before attaching my belt. My words might convince them to flee. Smiling, he shook his head, then scrubbed his hands through his hair with a yawn. None of them will tire of your words, or the sight of you. It will help. If you say so. I sighed, then took shelter among a grouping of trees to relieve myself. Upon returning, most of the others had woken. Noises filtered through the camp area as everyone shook off sleep, splashes of water in the nearby stream, tightening of packs, flutters of wings, a harmony of yawns. Xavyn moved with me. I snatched some bread and cheese and passed him half. We both ate as we walked past the dragons to the first throng of Volare and Amido already roused. Whether eating or preparing for the final hours of travel, they all stopped when they noticed us approach Vala and Pyron, who were talking near a carriage. All had donned the identifiable beige leather armor of the Volare, even the Amido. It would definitely help eliminate any accidental injuries to those fighting together on the ground.
Ah, our fearless leaders,
Pyron said with a nod and a smile, his lips curving genuinely, softening his otherwise hardened features. He hadn't yet taken on a Volare's energy, showing off his fog skin and the translucent lines running up his bare arms. Having more fear than any single being should bear, I restrained a grimace at the comment and kept my expression neutral as I pushed all the thoughts of death away. Death beyond my own, beyond those of battle, of every being in the world. Vala, Xavyn. Vala addressed us both, bowing her head and showing the coil of plates pulled tightly to the crown of her head. She straightened up and adjusted the broadsword at her waist.
Vala, Pyron,
Xavyn and I both said in response to them. Anything to report? I asked, searching the sky that had completed the transition into darkness. The half-moon sat low along the horizon and would climb as the night continued. Stars dotted the blackness overhead, their numbers a glorious sight to see, as if they all had purposely come this night to wait, watch, and witness.
Our air and ground scouts just returned. They reported all normal activity that had been discussed with the witches who have joined us,
Pyron replied, waving a hand and indicating some of the others who had assembled close during our greetings. There were groups around unlit wood stacks spread at the Highliger border, however, Vala added. Xavyn eyed me, then said,
She knows then. They're waiting.
There was no chance of us having the element of surprise. We knew that. Now, it's about how we handle ourselves. The last several words I called louder into the throng. As heads farther back snapped up to listen, I climbed onto the rear deck of the carriage and said, There will be fire, from us, but also from them. There will be spells. There will be potions and panther cats and any number of other things witches can use to fight us. Your captains have already been through the strategies with you. Stay focused. Stay together as often as possible. If you reach the water of the Vissus, collect some with your empty vial. If you see Verdandi or Sindel, relay a message to a flyer. Flyers, relay it to whoever of us in command you can find. The same applies to seeing the feather or Verdandi's staff word. You have the descriptions. You'll know if you see them. I paused, taking in the rapt expressions upon their faces. How many would die tonight? How many would they have to kill? I heaved a sorrowful sigh and continued. If it were my choice, there would be no bloodshed tonight. Unfortunately, Verdandi will have made that an almost impossible feat. If you have a chance to maim rather than kill, you should, but not at the expense of your own life. Despite our goal for peace after she is gone, despite the desire to save any witches, it is you versus them, whether or not they've joined her willingly. We cannot let anything stop us from ending her and her goal. I believe in all of you. I respect your allegiance. Remember the cause. Let it flow through your veins this night. Let it push you to fight for a world worth living in. The magical and honorable world we all deserve. As soon as I finished, swords lifted all around, their metal glinting from torches below and moonlight above. Shouts and pledges of honor and acceptance followed, booming into the night air. I stepped from the carriage, and Xavyn slipped my loose plaits over my shoulder and murmured close to my ear. Doesn't sound as if they're tired of hearing you. No, it doesn't, Essena's voice said from behind us. But they still need to see you. I turned, eyeing her inquisitively. They did. No, they didn't. Most have not seen you. They believe in you too, but some are still skeptical, only knowing what they've heard from others who were in the grand hall with us. You need to show them. The others nodded behind her. As I glanced at Xavyn, he raised those dark eyebrows and tipped his chin in agreement. The sword blades continued to stab into the sky, their chants timed with each thrust. I smiled and backed away a step, drawing Chosa and holding it upward too. Light her up, Rifim said with a smooth laugh. I huffed a breath at him, shocked he hadn't chosen to stir my usual identity discomfort with another of his taunts. This time it's all right then? More than, he replied, the corner of his lips pulling into the tiniest of smiles. I smirked at his sincerity and released my wings. Esena let out a gleeful squeak, then bounced lightly onto her toes and extended a torch. As the others looked on, love and respect written so plainly in their eyes, I waved my fingers through the flames, feeling more accepted, more moved, more at home than I'd ever had. There was no emptiness in the moment, no wonder or worry. The potency of my emotions thrummed deep inside, forcing tears from my eyes that were happily welcomed, despite the paths they singed down my cheeks. The fire seeped in, rippling through my skin and catching onto my feathers. With a massive leap and a hard thrust of my wings, I launched myself up. My body blazed, and I twisted and turned a full circle before halting to hover above them, radiating hope into the darkness. 18. Swish, thud-thud. Swish, thud-thud. My wings, my heart. On and on they went, the rhythm louder than anything else in the quiet night. Other wings sliced the air, causing a light whistling around us. Heavy breaths sounded from the mass of fae, witch, and dragons, while birds added tiny squawks and chirps to what could be the opening notes of a battle song. The moon shined from directly above, highlighting every body and set of flapping wings, their positions spread above, below, and at both sides. Xavyn extended his arm and pointed down to the dense canopy. The openings had grown fewer, shielding more from our positions, but Xavyn had spotted our ground element, carriages trailing at the back of the horde of horses galloping toward Heilager. We'd arrived. We dared not call out to them, knowing our voices would travel far through this night, yet die under the din of beating hooves and cracking wheels. They would see, though. They knew to look up, to wait for our approach if we hadn't passed them. As it were, we would pass by and arrive a small amount of time sooner, which was what had been planned. Our large number in the sky would be a distraction and possibly a deterrent for those who had been tricked into submission by Verdandi. We hoped it would help some choose reason over blood. Within moments, the sight we'd been waiting for appeared. Ahead, the wood thinned and spread, creating a clearing that held a lone, bare tree. Tall and sleek, the viscus stood, its spire pointing high as if it were a sword longing to stab the sky. I felt nothing. No other hollow feeling, no pulsing call from somewhere deep inside, as I'd felt with the other feathers. It was different than the ache of emptiness, and noticeably missing. Had she subdued it somehow? Fire burst into life below. The wood stacks were the source. It was instant, as if they'd been blasted by dragons. Flames licked high into the air, though most were covered by the dense canopy. The glow was enough to spot each, maybe 20, their positions spaced in a perfect circle surrounding the viscus, with one close to it in the center. While it might not have appeared to be a strong defense, we all knew better. This was beyond the simple use of fire for weapons. This was for their unity. A bond between them all. Already within their perimeter, we gave the signal to our other allies, waiting in the southwestern wood. With a call from Xavyn, Amias patted Vex's neck, and she sputtered a cough. A ball of flames spat from her mouth directly after. As soon as our positions were revealed, fire-tipped arrows propelled skyward. We all broke apart, banking and twisting to avoid the streaks of light. Our archers returned fire, knowing that our ground element hadn't yet arrived. It was time for us to clear away as many as we could before our warriors entered the area. Arrows streaked by, most now without flame, only being heard as they passed, or seen if their metal tips reflected the moonlight. As soon as the tiny, grateful thought crossed my mind, the moonlight all but disappeared, the sky blinking into utter blackness. The only light came from the dull haze of the fires below. As I tipped my eyes up, I noticed that clouds had formed above us, directly above us. Starlight and moonlight were still visible farther beyond, but High Lager was blanketed with a condensed circle of cloud. Before I had a chance to make the connection, rain poured down. Wet, fat drops pounded me, searing my wings and exposed skin. "Ah!" I cried out as they came faster and harder and heavier. They had summoned it. That was the reason for the fire circle. The cloud hovered perfectly above and neatly inside, not a single drop of rain falling onto their perimeter fires. "Vala!" Xavyn called back to me, grunting his own pain as my energy tortured him equally. "Keep going!" I winced and screamed as more water hit, soaking my clothes, my leathers, shoving me closer to the ground. My wings spasmed from the constant assault and struggled to keep me aloft as the pain splintered through me. My eyes remained on him, waiting. And finally, his body changed, taking on a Volare's energy and their wings, pulling out of the fall as quickly as he'd been forced into it. He was too far away. "Break up the circle!" I screamed out, hoping someone would hear despite the tremble in my voice. My body was failing. Goddess damned, this was the trap she'd lain for me. How could I have been so blind to not consider it? I yanked on the tether, trying my hardest to tell all the birds to attack those tending the fires. Their replies came instantly, squawks and pitchy chirps sounding all around. With a sudden change, Vex tailed Esena, who shouted commands to her. Vex released a screeching roar, understanding dawning with all the dragons as they soared through the chaos. It was time to fight. Vex dove, shooting flames toward the archers below. Their fires were mostly covered, protected from our air assault. They would have to be handled on the ground. I cried out again as the rain sluiced over me. There was no end. It was as if I were under the water in Suspir again, sinking to Expir. Though I had air in my lungs, my body was drowning with agony. I would only find reprieve outside the circle, but I was still too far away. My wings buckled, then disappeared entirely as I failed to hold them, dropping me onto the crown of a tree. More pain came as my thigh collided with the first branch, my arm bent around the next, and finally my stomach struck the last, before my back hit the ground. With a wheeze, I inhaled the breath I lost on impact, then rolled up onto my knees. At least the rain had stopped. No, not stopped. The canopy of the wicked winding trees had shielded the area, making it impenetrable in many places. A shriek sounded close, and I turned and watched a witch in a tattered dressing gown run at me, her eyes wide and the sword in her hand shaking violently. I leaped onto my feet, my whole body protesting with achy tremors, and my fingers instinctively wrapped around Chosa's grip to draw the mighty sword. 2 steps away from our collision, a blur of wings swooped down behind the witch, a long curved blade arcing sideways and ripping through her back with ease. Her eyes and mouth widened with a silent scream before she collapsed at my feet. Xavyn tucked into a tumble, unable to control his footing in the rapid landing. "You all right?" "Yeah," I replied, inhaling deeply and gritting my teeth before releasing the air. With a shake of my limbs, I pushed the pain away. We were south of the Vissus, closer to one of the perimeter fires. "It's still raining, but we're better off going to the Vissus. She has to be close to it. She knows we'll go for the water." "The others know. They'll hit the fires from outside. Everyone else should be arriving now, too." I stared down at the witch's lifeless body. In near darkness, something protruding from her wrist caught my eye. As I bent to inspect it, more bodies rushed into the area. In an instant, Xavyn and I were back to back, swords drawn at the ready. All were witches, male and female, 6 of them total, in tattered clothing like the first, as if they hadn't changed in weeks. They spoke no words at all, only opened their mouths and began to scream. As soon as one sword hit Chosa, I angled my body, letting the blade slide together before grabbing hold of a female's arm with my free hand and twisting, removing the grip from her hand and seizing control. With another turn, I sliced Chosa through her side, then blocked the next male witch's attack with the second sword. "Vala!" I heard a shout as more bodies rushed close. I knew the voice. Hux. The Mer army had arrived. Their tall bodies charged in, seeing the opponents and striking them down beside us. With several more clanks of metal and huffs of breath, Xavyn and I had downed 2 more. The group of Mer had ended the rest. "Thanks," I replied to Hux, sheathing the second sword at my belt. He had 4 males with him, roughly the same build, lithe, able, a truly welcomed sight. He took a few steps to my side, his green skin appearing to move like water under such low lighting. I recalled meeting Leth and Amias for the first time, candlelight seeming to make their skin ripple even more than direct sunlight. "Good to see you both. We have 40 Mer. Spread ourselves out as we notice placement of the fires." "Right," Xavyn said. "Their circle has to be broken, but others are attempting that right now. We need to move to the Vissus, find Verdandi, the feather, and water from the tree's well." "We'll follow. Any word of my son?" Hux asked, with obvious concern for Amias, though their relationship was still strained. "Doing a fine job of riding Vex, last I saw," Xavyn replied. Hux heaved a harumph as they began to walk, clearly concerned, or maybe scandalized, about a Mer flying with a dragon. "Vala?" Xavyn asked, stopping after a few steps when he noticed I hadn't moved. "What is it?" I stared at 2 of the fallen witches, noticing the same thing at their wrists. Dropping into a crouch, I lifted a wrist and plucked a sliver of wood stuck halfway inside the skin. Ashen. Smooth. "She's controlling them." I held the splinter up. "It looks like the Vissus. The pieces aren't big enough to do anything with a simple touch. Only implanted." "It needs to be tested," Xavyn said, looking around. "Let's go. First one we see, we remove it." We nodded and rushed off. navigating through the thick brush and winding trunks and branches. Screeches and roars could be heard over the din of screams, but we couldn't see much farther than a few feet ahead of us. Rain splashed down in places and seared my skin, despite my best efforts to avoid the gaps in the trees above. "Did you release your lead officers, Syra and Sibon, from their cells as soon as we left Suspier, High Commander?" Xavyn asked Hux with a laugh, clearly thinking that this was a good time for chatter. Weaving over and under a few branches, Hux replied, "No, Collector, I did not. I don't excuse acts of treachery so easily." "Good. And don't you think it's about time you called me Xavyn? We are allies now." "Allies, yes. Friends, no. Do not mistake my wanting to save the world for friendship." "Fair enough," Xavyn chuckled, and Hux's deep voice rumbled something fairly close to one as well. We hurried along, listening to the battle cries of fae and witches mixed with our rushed, uneven footfalls. "There aren't as many as We all halted as soon as we spotted another 3 witches standing silently in a cleared trail. They were obscured in the blackness, as still as the trees, even swaying slightly with their breaths, as if they were sleeping on their feet. Listening, I realized. We all crept closer, wanting the benefit of concealment. But as one of the myrrh bumped into a branch, their attention snapped directly to us, and they moved. "Well," Hux said, exactly what we all were thinking. "Try to grab the splinters," I called, holding Chiosa tightly, leaving the second sword belted to free my other hand. The witches hurled themselves toward us, hardly caring for their own safety as they hit lower-lying brush branches with their faces or their limbs. Their swords swung clumsily through the air, not even knowing how to wield them properly. The myrrh had them disarmed and pinned to the ground with little force. Xavyn stepped around and plucked all the splinters from their wrists. I watched carefully as their breaths quieted and the tension in their combative bodies eased, arms and legs relaxing. The myrrh released their holds and stood. One female stirred, blinking her eyes and lifting her face from the dirt. I asked, "Did you resist her? Did you resist Verdandi?" The others moved too, and when they realized it was me speaking, they attempted to shuffle away until they noticed all the pointy blades aimed at them, including Chiosa. We, the dark-haired female sputtered. "Some of us tried to leave, but we were captured and taken to the Vissus. That's all I can remember, except visions of you and of Wings, being told to kill." Xavyn and I exchanged looks. "Not everyone resisted, though," I said, not truly needing the confirmation of her head nod. I tipped my eyes to Hux. "We need to get this information out. Head north and tell everyone you see to save those splintered if possible. The rain. I can't fly. Xavyn, you'll have to alert the flyers." "No, I won't leave. You must. I will not have more unnecessary blood spilled." The last words were spoken more softly as I stared into his eyes. When he relented with a nod, I added, "Meet me at the Vissus. I need to visit a well." 19. The water source for the Vissus had to run beneath the ground, much like parts of the Vitae River in Garland, but I had no intention of trying to locate it near the Vissus itself. I knew another place that held its water, that held Verdandi's anchor to this world. The well. I encountered 2 more witches on my way. Regretfully, I was able to free only one. The battle raged on around me, its horrific sounds invading my ears as I crept along the trail, growing closer to the Vissus. I desperately wanted to join the fight, to help those who stood with us. As painful as it was to ignore that urge, my mission was futile. When I spotted the tree we'd slept beneath after leaving Suspier weeks before, I located the smaller pathway and ambled in the direction of the market square. The thatched rooftops were invisible in the distance, but I recognized the thicket bordering the garth easily enough. Slowly, and as silently as I could manage, I climbed through the vines and branches until I emerged into the small clearing. Glancing around the desolate space, I half expected to hear Rhaenys's voice like before. She wasn't there. The well was, though, and unattended. I gritted my teeth and hurried forward into the wet area, gapping in the canopy above, providing no shelter from the relentless rain. Avoiding the large ashen roots wrapped at its base, I unwound the rope and bucket, let it down into the water, then cranked to retrieve it again. All the while, the rain scorched me. As I grabbed hold of the bucket and water spilled over, I fully expected more pain. None came. Perhaps because it was the viscous water itself, or because it was Verdandi's anchor. Either way, it had to be the right water. I bottled some into 2 empty vials, tucked them safely back into my vest, then ran from the garth to the cover of the winding wood and thatched roofs on the way to the market square. The center fire raged mere feet from the viscous, flame crackling and hissing under the rainfall, but too mighty to be doused. Branches as thick as tree trunks were stacked as tall and wide as the nearby houses, though nowhere near as high as the viscous spire. Unlike the other desolate areas, the fight had reached Hylager's epicenter. Fae and witch battled, their swords swinging unrestrained. All could be seen, the fire illuminating everything and everyone in the area. The splinters! I readied Chosa and hauled myself into the fray, under the rain once again, wincing at the harsh blast of fresh water upon my skin. Pull the splinters from their wrists if you can. I collided with a short-haired witch, striking her blade away and kicking her stomach to drop her before picking the piece of wood from her skin. Others saw and caught on, following my lead. One after another we continued. The fire burned hot, calling me fiercely. Needing respite from the wetness, I rushed past it, sliding one hand through the edge as I swung my blade toward another witch. My body lit up, and I sighed at the blissful burn. "There she is," a raspy female voice drawled close enough to hear over the crashes of swords and screams. I knew that voice. Turning, searching, my eyes finally locked onto a figure beside the viscous. Covered in a long hooded cloak, with shreds and patches everywhere, she wouldn't have been recognized if she hadn't spoken. Sindel. She pulled the hood back, and the dark vertical scars on her tawny cheek shifted as her lips drew into a sneer. "Alessra, you've come after all." "We've come for Verdandi." Like her, I didn't move. I kept close to the fire while she remained by the viscous, a river of rain flowing in the air between us. "She knew you would." The shout carried louder as the rain suddenly ceased. Her head tipped back, watching as the clouds disappeared completely. With the rain gone, I swiped a hand back through the fire to help dry my skin and leathers. Renewed vigor hit. I unfurled my wings, gripped Chosa tightly, and growled. "Where is she?" Sindel's eyes drifted down to me as Xavyn landed into the square, followed closely by Vex and 2, only Refim riding. The others had to have been fighting elsewhere. The dragons smashed down onto a few merchant carts, flapping their wings and swinging their tails, causing several Fae to leap out of the way. Imito and Volare fighters continued to evade the witches and remove their viscous splinters. Many witches had risen to their feet and retreated to the nearby houses, dazed and scared. Sindel whistled, and a black panther cat bounded out from the wood and stopped at her side. Wraith. He had grown since we'd last seen him during our escape from Brunei Caverns. The sleek black cat remained recognizable by the hairless lines at its middle, wrapping beneath its body where I'd burned him. "Vala," Xavyn called, running to me. "Sen?" The nickname slipped from his lips as soon as he noticed who my focus was on. "Sindel," Refim shouted, releasing his hold on 2's strap harness and vaulting to the ground. For the first time, Sindel's eyes widened, the reality of being outnumbered settling. "Call off Hound," Xavyn said to her, using his familiar nickname for Wraith, too. I knew then that it was on purpose. He was trying to get into her head, prey upon the bond they'd had before. And even though my blood churned hotter at the thought of listening to her, I let him take the lead. We needed information. We needed Verdandi. Sindel scowled at him and stroked the panther's head, which was level with her chest. "He's not the one you should worry about." "Where is she?" I seethed at her evasion, no longer able to contain my hate. As Rafim walked a few more steps, Sindel shook her head and warned, "Tisk, tisk, I wouldn't get closer." "No more games, Sen," Xavyn said with a huff. "Heilager's done. The circle was broken. Witches are freed of her hold. There's nothing more you can do except live, as long as you answer us. Is she even here?" "Nothing more I can do." She reached back and touched the viscus as Fae started to gather, most witches having already scattered from the area. Rocks and dirt shook beneath our feet, and the ground began to split. Sindel's eyes widened and drained of color, and dark circles appeared on the thin skin below. Those white orbs stared out at us from black pits. Even if Verdandi wasn't physically in Heilager, she was here now. Xavyn leaped to the side as fissures spread across the ground. Ashen roots with dark gray lines slithered up from the new crevasses, causing Vex and Tu to screech as they backed away. Fire burst from their mouths, and Sindel hunched over to avoid the flames hitting the viscus. "It can't be burned. It has stood since the start of the world. Nothing can hurt it." Sindel's lips twisted into an evil smile. Enough. I pulled on the tether, calling the birds. A cacophony of pitched squawks sounded their reply and approach. "Verdandi, why won't you face me?" "I am," Sindel answered. Xavyn rushed forward. Wraith intercepted him, teeth bared into a snarl with his front end crouched low, preparing to pounce. "Easy, Hound. I'd hate to kill you." He lifted his curved sword. Rafim lunged forward too, but a root escaped another crack next to his foot, curling at his ankle, climbing and wrapping tightly around. He grunted harshly and fell to the dirt, grasping at his leg to free himself. When he couldn't manage to, he dug his hand into the ground, attempting to use his Ligna magic. Birds swooped down from the north, wailing angrily before diving at Sindel. She remained still, with a smile upon her face, as birds clawed and stabbed their talons and beaks into her skin, before another group took over. Roots snaked at her feet and coiled around her legs, while more stretched up her back and stomach. Xavyn shifted his weight and jumped. Wraith pounced at the same time, their bodies colliding. Xavyn twisted midair and held onto the panther cat with one arm, keeping his sword extended. No matter his annoyance with the animal's master, he didn't want to harm him. I glanced at Rafim. The viscus root had retracted into the large crevasse, tugging Rafim with it. Unable to control the viscus, he'd called upon other roots beneath the dirt, which had swarmed his arms, holding him in place. His massive body was being stretched at both ends. With flames rolling through my skin and that emptiness pounding inside, I launched myself forward, my wings carrying me over the wide fissures. I barely noticed more gathering around, barely heard their shouts. Reaching Sindel, I angled Chiosa at her neck, gripped the tree behind her, and was thrown into a darkened place once again. Instead of succumbing to the vision, allowing it or Verdandi to take control as they had before, I thought only of her, seeking her out. A vision emerged immediately, her white eyes staring back at me, her shrill voice screaming in my ears. She was shocked and nervous by my appearance. I felt it all pulsing through the tree. Then her face appeared more clearly, gaunt and withered skin on a pale face that should have been as youthful as my own. But what really caught my attention was what lay beyond her tangle of long, dark hair. A rocky terrain was in sight, with steep cliffs and a wall of wispy fog in between, clear enough to see through. The divide. 2 other voices called to her, both female, shrieking, crying, pleading for their lives. Her sisters. Their essence had been trapped within the viscus. I felt the swirl of blackness, of sights and sounds blooming and collapsing around me, flashes of sights. Volare Palace, Xavyn, Esena, Amias, Refim, Usli Castle, Leth, Suspir, Prince Calden, Garland's Chateau Byler. Then a pair of familiar grass-green eyes, speckled with gold. Unable to control it, a loud, shuddering sob escaped me. Haiti. A soft smile curved on her lips, drawing her russet cheeks high. Her face, her lovely face. With a snap, blackness swallowed the vision, and a piercing laugh followed. I blinked my eyes open and ripped my hand from the viscus. Sindel stared at me blankly, her face bloody, eyes empty. I should have known Verdandi wasn't here. Even though it could have been masked by some trick, or even my agony from the torrential rain, there had been no hollow call from my last feather. I glanced at Refim. Esena and Amias held his arms, while Lephis and Nit swung their swords to the root, striking it many times before severing it completely. Xavyn breathed harshly as he stood over a motionless wraith, his sword dripping blood onto the dirt at his feet. Turning back to Sindel, I watched as her eyes cleared and the roots coiled tighter, pinning her to the tree, constricting her body. No, no, she rasped and began to squirm within the root's hold as I eased the blade from her skin and backed away a step. She said I'd rule here. She said she'd give me. She choked as a root twisted at her neck. She lied, I murmured, watching tears escape her eyes in a rush. Silence had fallen in the area, and I knew they were all watching. As empty as I'd felt I'd become, the process of surrendering a piece of my body and soul for the agreement I'd made to this tree so many years ago, I still felt merciful in the moment. There was no saving her, only freeing her. I lifted Chosa again, Sindel's eyes blinking fiercely at the sight, understanding. After resting the tip to her chest, I made a swift thrust straight into her heart, then withdrew. The viscus roots slackened and slithered back from where they had come, dropping Sindel's body to the ground. Lark and Red passed overhead, blotting out the moon and starlight as they checked on Tu and Vex with us below. Loyal. True. Like the others around me. With a sweep of my eyes, I took in the faces surrounding the viscus, the fire's glow flickering on each of them, as they waited for me to speak. Captains, leads, regroup. We leave as soon as possible for the divide. 20. So, Heilager was merely a diversion? Esena asked, as she and Lephis spread healing salve onto Refim's wrists and ankles, where the root's hold had burned and cut him. He moved to sit up from the bedding they'd assembled, and she shoved his big body down with a warning scowl that suggested they'd told him to keep still at least once already. I had returned to the market square after having discussions with a few of the witches who had dared to exit their houses while we were still in the area. Most were not fighters and wanted nothing to do with the war they'd been forced into, so they happily agreed to stay far away from the viscus and its roots. I'd even seen Rhaenys and her mother peeking out from their house. They were both fine, and neither remembered me from the well. The dragons had congregated together again on the ground, tramping around at the edge of the market's clearing, whipping their tails against the trees and watching the birds scatter into flight. Wisps of smoke continued to emanate from the newly doused fire beside the viscus, floating upward through the crisp air and dispersing into the dawning pink and orange sky. As I watched the simple beauty of it and opened my mouth to answer Asena's question, Xavyn appeared from behind the cloud of smoke at the fire's base. Hux, Amias, Thala, Pyron, and several others trailed behind him, their eyes searching the space as though they didn't trust it to be clear of threats. "We lost 19, Xavyn said, placing his hands on his hips and bowing his head with sorrow. As soon as one hand touched his side, he pressed his lips together tightly, then resituated it, resting it onto the sword's grip instead. Injury. And he was hiding it. "The witch count is close to 40, Thala added, unfastening the water skin at her belt and taking a drink before offering it to Pyron. They informed me that they will collect their own. A few can stay to collect and honor ours, too, I said, watching Xavyn for any other signs of pain. He remained still as he peered down at Rafim, raising a questioning eyebrow. Rafim huffed and rolled his eyes back, as if to say he had no say in the current ongoings of healing happening to his body. "Was it a diversion, then?" Asena asked again, wiping her hands of the sticky salve she'd used on Rafim's ankles. Though he was resistant to the intoxicating effects of yinth due to his ligna blood, which had partially helped him against Herja, he wasn't immune to all remedies, luckily. "Of sorts," I replied, looking around at everyone. It served a purpose. She left only a few who had willingly chosen to aid her and splintered the rest to use as an army to thin our numbers, knowing we'd come here first. Most of her true followers are with her at the Divide. I should have known. I couldn't feel my feathers call. She wasn't worried about protecting the viscus or the water at all. Why? Nit ripped a cloth into strips and handed them off to Lephis and Asena, who wrapped Rafim's lower legs and arms. They're inconsequential. She knows no one can harm the viscus until they have the piths and anchors, which is how she plans to end the world. She's been at the Divide for a while waiting for us. She may have even thought having my feather close would have collapsed it without me crossing. It could have had some effect, but it still hasn't been enough. "Why go then? Why not wait her out and avoid the risk?" Pyron asked, rubbing a hand over his mouth while tilting his head of white hair curiously. "We can't take that chance," Xavyn answered. "If the Divide falls, the war with the humans will begin, whether we are there or not. We have to try to stop her before that happens." "The reason she wants to cross is your anchor?" Thala asked. "She believes it to be on the other side, then." "She doesn't know what it is for sure, but yes, she believes it's on the other side. She believes it's a who, actually. My sister, Haiti. As far as I know, she's still at Tamir Palace in Sunsea, a guard for Prince Kalden Byler, now king consort to the new queen, Anya Tamir." Lots of breathy O's sounded all around. "She believes it more now," I admitted. "When I touched the viscus, I saw her at the Divide. My intrusion surprised her. She was watching us, of course, channeling through the viscus during the battle to keep a tally of what was happening. She was connected with Sindel and didn't realize that I had taken hold of the viscus. When I did, I forced my way to her and was able to hear the cries of her sisters, too, unlike before. Then it shifted. She took control and looked through my mind, flashing the people and places in my life, from most recent in reverse. When my mind locked onto an image of Haiti and nothing or no one else, she laughed. She likely already assumed it true, but that seemed to be the confirmation for her. "Is it really her, then?" Asena stood in front of me and took hold of my hand. My eyes darted to Xavyn before coming back to her. "I don't feel as if it is. No. But I will not risk her thinking so. I will not risk Haiti's life." After a few silent moments, Rafim said, "You've been upset about not knowing your past life, but it seems to have worked in your favor when you've touched the viscus." Lephus helped him to his feet and adjusted the bandages as needed. Yes, I have been grateful for that. The other times, when the Vissus showed me my past, especially the moment during the final war, when Azaris and Verdandi were at Herja's temple with me, she had all the piths and their anchors, but had assumed Azaris was my anchor. I had known it wasn't, and she likely felt that as well. But I also didn't see what the real one was. We figured she knew the anchor would change, but would be similar, like Herja's ravens not being the same. Xavyn finished the explanation. Isena shifted from in front of me to my side, her hand still clasping mine firmly. It isn't too important right now. Our mission is stopping her. In order to do that, we seize her staff word. We have the Vissus Wellwater now. Also, try to retrieve Vala's feather, Nit said. And make sure the divide remains standing, Amias added. At least until we can sort out how to handle peace discussions between the humans and our magic families. Xavyn straightened his body and released a tiny, pained grunt. Hux slapped a large hand down onto his shoulder, grunting himself, as if in support. All of that won't be easy to manage, especially all at once. I gritted my teeth at Xavyn's discomfort and held back the words I really wanted to say. Continuing the conversation. How far away are we? Amias looked at Hux, then at me. The borderlands are roughly the same distance as Suspier, a full day of travel on foot, half that on horseback, even less flying. Tell everyone to rest up. I originally thought we'd camp closer to the divide, but I fear a surprise attack from her if we're too near. Here, we have cover advantage, and enough witches willing to help keep watch since we saved most of their lives. We cannot afford a full or even a half day of rest. Ground Fae leave at midday, flyers a few hours after. Thala, assign details. Ground can start. Willing witches should take last watch after grounds leave. Also assign a few Ground Fae to stay behind to collect our dead. Pyron, use other flyers to get medicines, food, anything witches can give for restocking provisions. See us for anything else. They nodded without a word and set off to their tasks. I lifted Isena's hand as I turned my body fully toward her. I heard you were the one who handled the circle. Thank you. It wasn't only me. Red and Lark were the real power. How did you convince them to do it? I asked, knowing the two more frenzied dragons of our group were far from understanding and following commands when even Vex seldom did. Isena shrugged and bobbed her head from side to side with a light smile, looking around at the others who were listening to our exchange too. Well, we know their bodies are exceptionally heat-resistant, and they are highly motivated when food is involved. I noticed a hunter's rack filled with fresh kills behind a house to the north, hauled a bag into the air, and made sure they followed me. Getting them to land amid the fighting was the hardest part. After that, I tossed the little rabbits into the fire and watched them rip it apart. I laughed and pulled her in for an embrace. How smart you are. The others laughed and murmured in agreement too. When Amias took a few steps to us, I released Isena to him, and he promptly lifted her up to hold her close. Hux watched them, and I was sure I saw the corner of his lips lift the tiniest amount. He was finally warming up to the idea of them together. He caught me staring at him, and I nodded in response. He cleared his throat, his gills flaring lightly with the action. We would be honored to continue on, join you in this endeavor. The Myr wanted to see this through. And why wouldn't they? This world was theirs, too. Hux was well aware of the truth by now, no matter how much the Myr's Elder Council chose to ignore reason and prolong decisions. We'll accept any and all who are willing. I will send word back regarding the divide, have those still there prepare for what could come, but also order more support for the borderlands. Birds can fly messages to Leth if you wish to keep your runner. They will arrive faster. That would be best, yes.
I'll inform those here with me."
He nodded to me first, then to Asenna in Amias's arms, as he patted his son on the shoulder. He walked off and started speaking with the few Mer following him. "Asenna, can you write the messages?" I asked. "Yes, of course," she replied, and Amias released his hold of her. She fished out her materials and dropped to sit on the ground. The others joined her, gladly claiming the spot as our resting place for the remainder of our stay. With only our core group still in the area, I motioned to Xavyn. His eyelids were heavy as he looked at me. "Unfasten your vest." Refim groaned.
"Maybe take this someplace else."
I ignored the comment and the others' humored whispers as Xavyn frowned at me with no movement to do what I'd said. "Fine," I snapped, lifting his vest myself. His side was a bloody mess with indentations in an oval shape, half in front and half toward his back, 4 larger punctures at the edges. A bite. The others gasped from behind me, watching and seeing the same thing. "Wraith bit you, and you said nothing?" I hissed at him, and his body swayed under my hold. This Fae. My Fae. Tempering my irritation so as to not hurt him further, I unfastened his sword belt, his vest, and his undershirt, stripping him bare from the waist up. With a look upward, our eyes met. He licked his lower lip with a coy smile, not caring to hide the thoughts that were better left for when he was healed, and I wasn't tempted to wound him myself. I scowled, and he released a low laugh. Then I helped him lie onto the same bedding Refim had been on, tucking a pillow behind his head.
"Get fresh water. Use bandages from my medicine bag. I have a different salve that heals bite wounds, but I know of a tonic that could help expedite healing too. I need to find the ingredients," Lephis said in a rush of words before turning on his heel and hurrying off. "The Viscus water is safe to use, yes?" Amias asked. "Yes. Unlike the Viscus, it had no effects. Just don't touch the roots or the tree." It was a rule we'd already told everyone, but it was well worth repeating. When Amias's long legs carried him away to get a fresh pail of water, I turned my eyes back to my reckless, injured Fae male. "I take you as being many things, Xavyn, but a fool has never been one of them. Stubborn, though. Stubborn, most definitely." "You haven't known him with injury, then," Refim said with a shake of his head. "He is a goddess-damned fool for his pride." "I'm right here," Xavyn murmured, closing his eyes. "Quit speaking of me as if I'm not."
Amias returned with a bucket of water, placing it at my side before taking a seat next to Asenna. I smiled to him with a nod in thanks.
"You know too well that I only speak of you this way when you're right in front of me."
Refim handed over clean strips of cloth he and Asenna had ripped.
"Someone has to take a stab at your ego regularly to keep it from swelling grotesquely."
Xavyn chuckled, then grunted as I wiped a damp cloth against his wound, clearing away the dried and wet blood. When his skin was clean, I pressed a new cloth to the area, holding it in place to stave off more leaking.
"Has it stopped bleeding?"
Lephis asked when he returned minutes later. He set a small iron cauldron down near Xavyn's head. Now, perhaps, but since he had kept moving around, it hadn't properly clotted when I washed it. And judging by his clouded head, he's lost quite a bit, I replied.
"Xavyn,"
Lephis said, dipping a ladle into the small cauldron, then filling a goblet. Xavyn's eyes opened in response.
"Drink this. It's a brew of mint, mushrooms, and other herbs. It'll help you heal and sleep. I'll have a different one for you to drink when you wake that'll help with healing, but also alertness."
Xavyn lifted onto an elbow, drained the goblet down with a wince, then lay back without a word.
"If you'd rather—"
Lephis held up a salve to me in question. I took hold and dipped my fingers into the slippery paste that smelled of damp wood and mint.
"Cover the punctures heavily and wrap his entire waist."
Refim joined him as he stood, and they both walked off toward the row of carts along the market road. Xavyn sighed as I began to apply the salve. "We're going to check on the dragons, feed them, and settle them for rest. We'll return in a little while," Asenna said before she, Amias, and Nit left Xavyn and me alone. "Lift," I instructed, helping him to sit up so I could wrap longer strips of bandage around his body. "I'll find you another undershirt later." He lay back down, watching me rinse my hands in the bucket, then dry them on a piece of cloth.
I should have said something.
"Are you admitting to your foolishness?"
Yes,
he replied, lifting an eyebrow with a sultry smirk.
I'm curious.
"What?" I asked, laying my hand on his cheek, sliding my thumb over his lower lip, worry still coursing heavily through my veins. What if he hadn't said anything?
I'm curious about what else. You said you take me as being many things.
I shook my head with a playful scowl. "Besides stubborn?" He nodded, his lips still holding a smirk. There was no way I could ever resist that look, so I humored him, refilling the ego that had taken a rather large hit. "Defiant? Arrogant?"
With that glorious a list, one would wonder why you'd even bother with me.
His voice was soft, and the words stretched out. "Brave, passionate," I continued, showing my own smirk as his eyelids fluttered, growing heavy. "Alluring," his lips twitched, the smirk slipping. "Seductive," his eyes closed fully. "Captivating." He sighed, and his mouth went slack. "And most of all, I take you as being mine." 21. "There!" I screamed into the air, pointing downward at the base of the divide as we neared the borderlands. This was where Craw and Islaine met, where the magical beings and humans had been divided on land. The wispy fog wall remained. It was all but invisible at a distance, though, like a veil of gossamer had been draped along the horizon. Drawing closer, we could see the swirling magic inside, catching the afternoon sun the same way it had in Suspier, dancing, waiting, calling. And it wasn't the only thing calling. The hollow pulse I'd been yearning for hit me deep, the pull from my feather. Down, down, somewhere close. "It's here. I feel the feather." "Good," Xavyn acknowledged to me, then called back to the others, his voice drowning in the heavy winds. "The witches!" I turned my head to view him beside me, his skin now red-orange, the feathers of his wings a flame of colors like mine. He'd been strong enough when he awoke to take my power, but it didn't seem as effortless as it usually had. The salve had cleaned and healed the wound nicely, already having closed the smaller punctures. The morning's tonic also helped, taking away most of his aches and reviving him for the journey. He wasn't at his best, though, and that worried me to no end. My eyes shifted, focused, and locked onto the wide line of witches in the clearing in front of the divide. They were as close as they dared to be, leaving plenty of space so none would become ill or die. That alone told us it still couldn't be crossed. We'd be able to use that to our advantage as we'd planned, especially with a secret attack, a few key warriors poised to rattle some loyal witches to their bones and tear the souls from the bodies of the rest. I fell back with a wave, summoning our dragon riders forward. Verdandi wanted me close to the divide because she knew if I crossed, it would likely fall, even without possession of the last feather. It had become too weak, and I would only steal more power from it. We couldn't allow that to happen. The other dragons stayed behind Vex, which was good. They needed to see her break away well before the wall, so no harm would come to them. I watched them pass and locked eyes with Pyron and Thala as they pushed forward too. When we flew over our ground divisions, we saw them charging, ready to take on another battle. The Mer stood out, their skin and hair more vivid beneath the thinning wood canopy, showing us streaks of gold, blue, and green amongst the crashing wave of beige armor. Beyond it all, my eyes locked onto another incredible sight. Ruer Canyon. The flat, empty area beyond the wall transitioned into an expansive crack at the northwestern edge of its lane. I had never seen something so wide and deep. Not even the crevasse field near Sacred Lake and Garland compared. Though we were not flying directly above, there was no bottom to be seen. And if that weren't enough to be concerned with, humans gathered on either side of the massive canyon. We knew it had been a possibility, but seeing them assembled, knowing they were there to protect the border, could be another hit against us. "I'm going too," Xavyn announced, glancing at me. "No, I need you with me to draw out Verdandi." "No, you don't," he replied, shaking his head as more passed by us, all nearing the point where engagement would begin. "I know I said I wouldn't leave you, and I promise to stand by that, but I have to be with them this time, to show them that my truth is real. They need to see me do it first." He flew closer, angling his body so our wings wouldn't hit, but he could hold my gaze with a proper stare. Those eyes, dark gray with my energy, held so much emotion in them. There was no room for my denial. As much as I worried, as much as I needed him safe, he needed to be there for his kind. I nodded, not willing to say anything for fear my emotion would seize control of my mind and body. Control I couldn't afford to lose. "Stay away, Vala, no matter what," he said, reminding me of what was at stake before pushing ahead, joining Pyron and the Amido flyers. "Take your aim," Thala called from the front, leading the archers. Esena took up Xavyn's position at my side. We exchanged weak smiles, then looked on. The dragons widened their approach, appearing to turn well before reaching the wall in order to deceive the witches, forcing them to focus on the first rows of flyers instead. But then they banked back hard and flew straight at the line, running parallel with the divide. Vexen, too, released harrowing screeches, and bursts of flame shot from their mouths downward at the ground, spraying fire onto the clearing and the sparse trees. Though as they pulled upward, gusts of wind struck, shaking their stability and pushing them toward the divide. No, they fought hard, flapping their wings furiously until they broke through the unseen force. I sighed with relief. The witches' primary defense was also an offensive measure. If anyone came close, they'd try to use the divide in their favor. Soon, they'd know we had planned to use it as well. I was certain, though, that they hoped I would be the one caught inside the gusts, taking down the wall for good. Smoke lifted from a few spots below. Fires. Those on the ground knew what to look for from Hylager, but they would struggle with wrecking the stacks themselves. "On it," Esena said, having the same thoughts and flying hard toward the dragons. Screams began from below. Fae, witch, and then there were also the humans shouting across the divide. They'd seen the dragons, and now were witnessing our attack on the witches, not knowing the reason for our battle against each other. I could only hope they wouldn't find out. My eyes continued to search the ground as I drew closer and closer to the divide. I knew that I was testing the boundaries, that I should have turned moments ago to avoid the risk, but I couldn't stop myself. More shouts met my ears as Thala called the archers to fire. The front line of flyers dodged arrows launched from below, twisting and looping gracefully through the air. Then our planned attack was set into motion. Amido flyers dove headlong after clearing the trees, streaking toward the line of witches and the divide. Gusts of wind came strong, knocking a few off course, giving some witches the time to clamber out of the Amido's way, but many weren't able to. Xavyn, Pyron, and several others collided with witches and grabbed hold, snatching them up into the air and flying them into the divide. Horrid, pained screams emitted from all around, both witches and humans terrified, as the flyers soared through the wispy fog wall unharmed and dropped the now lifeless bodies they held into the canyon. While we'd traveled, Xavyn had discussions with the Amido and discovered that several, like himself, had been escapees who had once sought shelter and camp at Alessra's lake. They'd lived by and consumed the same water there, near where I had died, and the morning flowers, what they call Ember, grew, which gave them the ability to pass through the divide without harm, as Xavyn had many times before. Those talks created their plan to use the divide. The humans positioned in front of the canyon took aim, firing upon the flyers. They had seen us fighting amongst ourselves, noticed that none of the witch bodies had been used against them, but still they chose to fire upon the flyers, who were all retreating through the divide again. Apparently, they wouldn't simply watch the wall breached without responding, and that made me wonder what it would take for them to agree to peace between lands. Would they demand word from their new queen and king? Tilting my wings, I banked hard and rose high into the air, needing a better view. Where was Verdandi hiding? I still felt the feather, but couldn't find its location. Esena had gotten the dragons and riders' attention. Vex was on course to follow her with the others tailing behind. Her target was set, and she was aimed for the extra meat provisions. I decided then that her target would also be mine. I was of no use in the air or anywhere close to the divide, but I also needed to help, needed to fight. I would shred the fire myself, if required. I swooped back around, catching sight of Xavyn and Pyron taking their next charge to the witches below. Another set was lifted into the air, their bodies writhing, kicking, screaming, doing anything they could to avoid the death sentence that awaited in the veil of fog. Tucking my wings, my body plummeted like an arrow to where I'd last seen Esena and the others. A melee awaited on the ground. Witches and fae engaged in clashes of swords, some even rolling inside the deadened leaves and thistles, having lost their weapons and unwilling to abandon the fight. I landed and sprinted toward Esena and Nit as they tugged the dragon's food from the back of a carriage. Rifim, Amias, and Lephis all fought around them, guarding their efforts, while the dragons stomped and screeched with wild swings of their necks and tails, spitting flames to fend off their own attackers. The nearest fire raged between a grouping of trees, the border tight enough that the flames singed the bark. The dragons won't get in and out easily, I mused, studying the area. They protected these better than in Heilager. We saw, Esena admitted. Maybe we can try the others. This was on me to handle, and I would. A brief thought occurred. Any Amido nearby strong enough could take my power. Xavyn had been the only one to thus far, was the only one to even try. The idea had crossed my mind while we were traveling, but I'd tuned it out selfishly, not willing to consider letting anyone but him. Yet now, even if I would be honored because of the help it would bring, the Amido holding the most power were all in the sky. I could still ask, still try. I'll handle it. Get at least one dragon back into the air to look for Verdandi. Esena, you go too. Find an Amido flyer not at the front. Send them to me. Hopefully, they can take on my energy. Right, let's go, she said to the others, while I ran to the fire. I jumped in without care, my skin lighting up in a flash as I slowly began tearing through the pile of wood, tossing logs at any nearby witch. And as the flames settled inside me, speaking to me as they always had, I stopped in the center of the crumbling heap. In a rush to solve the physical problem, I'd forgotten about the internal connection. As I had listened to the flames throughout my life, they had begun listening to me. In Suspir after Herja's battle, at Brunei with the angered dragon's fire, I had made it listen, had made it deflect or blaze hotter. It had to listen to me now. Closing my eyes, I let the thrum of the flames whisper within, and I whispered back, calling it to me, tightening my hold. I open my eyes and my arms, feeling the flames shift upward from the wood logs and start to spiral. They coiled around me, twisting up and lifting my bundle of plates with them. I stepped away from the pile, and the flames followed along, not even an ember left on the smoky logs. The fighting nearby slowed, witches and fae alike transfixed momentarily. When a single witch swung his sword in an attempt to stop me, I swept an arm outward, shooting a burst of fire to consume him. Clashes of swords and bodies started again, fae stopping any witch's approach. The canopy above widened more, and I pushed the flames skyward, watching as they dissipated. A dragon's roar caught my attention. It sounded pained, different somehow. There were none in view. All had taken off with Asenna. 2 Amido flyers dropped to the ground as I frantically searched the sky. "Did you need us, Alessra?" one of them asked, but I didn't peel my eyes away from the perfectly blue field above us. "No longer," I replied. "Was a dragon hit?" "No, there's another." "What?" "A 5th dragon." 22. I launched into the air, not bothering to give them orders. They followed me up, but broke away, returning to wherever Asenna had recruited them. After a hovering turn, I confirmed what they had said. There was a 5th dragon, and atop sat Verdandi. She had been lying in wait somewhere nearby, perhaps along Kraw's eastern border, low beneath the trees. She'd expected her witches to handle the battle without her, or at least wanted to see if the wind spells would succeed in forcing me to cross the divide and take it down. She had planned to avoid it all, if she could. Wind whipped her dingy cloak's hood and her murky brown hair behind her. She was who I recalled from my Vissus visions of the final war and the day before in Heilager. As I'd seen in the Vissus, her pale face was gaunt, skin withered like an old hag, though she had been reborn to this world the same day as Herja, the same day as me, close to 20 years ago. A fiery tip of red, orange, and gold gleamed from behind her shoulder, along with the sharpened edge of a gray staff. Word and my feather were strapped securely to her back. The dragon below her banked, pulling up into a turn, then headed toward me. "Verdandi," I called, watching her eyes lock on me, those hauntingly colorless irises. She smiled broadly, showing gritted teeth stained and chipped. Curiosity broke the contact between us, my focus drifting down to the dragon beneath her. It had to have been one of those we'd freed, and that meant she'd visited the area around Brunei Caverns after we'd left. As it shifted its neck, tipping its head to the side, I saw its eyes. Where Vex's and the other's eyes were silver, this one's were white, like Verdandi's and the witches she controlled through the Vissus. She'd splintered it, too. Screams filtered up to my ears. Below, several panther cats tore through the battlefield. Another wave of witches followed, hitting the back end of our ground divisions. The Myrrh were there to meet them, though, most mounted on their horses, throwing spears or swinging their swords low. Vex, 2, Lark, and Red had returned from the front line, Asenna off to their side, flying toward me. I kept my hover, playing the bait for Verdandi to take. She wanted me above all, wanted me to cross the divide, and I was sure she'd do anything to make it happen. Arrows whistled past my wings. I made to turn and dive, but another streaked by too fast, skimming my outer thigh. I spun, reacting to the sharp sting of the wound. Glancing down, I saw the thin slice and the blood it drew, but shook it off, the pain mild compared to water.
"Surrender now, Alessra. Or shall I call you Vala, as those humans you adore so much do?"
Verdandi shouted, pulling a long sword from her side, not daring to use word or my feather. It's you who needs to surrender. We won't let you end this world. I drew Chiosa, my knuckles locking around the grip with an excessive amount of force.
Ease up, guard.
Captain Bond's words echoed through my thoughts, my training coming to mind as I slowed my breathing. The dragon flew at a tremendous speed, not slowing, not coasting, wings thrusting continually. Wait, 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 I chanted, keeping in my hover. Break! I tucked my wings and spun into a dive. With a glance over my shoulder, I spotted Verdandi on my tail, her focus unwavering. After another sharp turn, I cut in front of Vex's and Two's path. They both roared and let loose solid bursts of flames, igniting the air. The last bit connected, lighting me up again. But Verdandi's dragon pulled into a climb, avoiding the hit. Again! Esena screamed, helping to direct the others. They flew past, then shifted into a wide arc to come around another time. Rifim was riding too, and Amias was on Vex, both Nit and Lephis having left to fight on the ground somewhere. Lark and Red broke away and tailed Verdandi's dragon, deciding for themselves to give direct chase instead. Vala! Xavyn's voice called out, and I twisted into a roll, spotting him feet above the treetops. I dipped down lower to join him as Verdandi's dragon came at me again, this time cutting into my path. Its mouth crashed close, near enough for me to hear the snap of its teeth over the rush of air and thrum of my pulse in my ears.
You can't win this, Alessra, Verdandi shouted. I've seen the end. The Vissus showed it to me.
There was no way to know what she'd seen, how accurate the visions were, or if any of it was real at all. Still, I needed to wound her. I caught up with Xavyn, who kept by my side. Your sisters showed you, the ones you sacrificed and trapped inside your precious Vissus. A ragged scream sounded from behind us, and it wasn't from the beast she was riding. Stay north, Xavyn warned as I made a quick turn. He split away, but I wouldn't dare track his movements when I had my own to worry about. Her dragon tailed me expertly with Verdandi's internal commands. On the horizon, at the divide, the Amido flyers able to do so continued carrying witches through the fog wall. The numbers had been dwindling. On the ground, through the trees, the activity had lessened radically. Bodies peppered the grass and brush below, splayed or curled. Panther cats, myrrh, witches, and fae, all having passed into the eternal sleep. There would be morning after, I reminded myself. Distraction was not an option. There could only be focus on what had to be done, on who we had to end. We needed to throw her from her mount to take the dragon down. I spun upward into a tight loop, effectively breaking their chase. The dragon's body was larger with more weight, making it impossible to turn as sharply. Climbing higher, I pulled the tether, calling all the birds. The familiar squawks and shrieks answered my summons, and a mass of birds rose from the trees, speckling the sky all along the horizon. I locked onto Verdandi and her dragon and rushed in their direction, showing the birds our target and urging them to follow. I caught up with Red and Lark first, flying over them, my birds on my heels. The sight was one to behold. Wings, feathers, bodies of all sizes and colors fell into a stream behind me. She needed to see them all together first, see what fate awaited without a vision from the Vissus. Confusion was the goal. Xavyn and the others understood. They crisscrossed the sky, coming at her from multiple directions. While her focus was on me and a few of the others, Vex and Amias tracked her from below. She turned in an attempt to evade Red and Lark, and Vex took advantage, launching skyward and ramming into her dragon's side, causing her to lurch sideways. Verdandi screamed in anger as she held on. It was a great effort, but she wouldn't be thrown that easily. In an instant, two had flown from the opposite side, screeching and hurling a ball of fire. Verdandi's dragon twisted, shielding her from the flame. Red and Lark followed Two's lead, both emitting a furious blast from behind. There wasn't enough force, falling short after hitting the dragon's tail. I focused on the flames, concentrating as I extended my arms, pushing the fire. It knocked the dying blasts closer, striking Verdandi in the back. The flames dissipated as soon as they hit her. She screamed, feeling the heat, but otherwise unaffected. The dragon veered again, retreating. As it flew, I noticed the flames hadn't been for nothing. On Verdandi's back, beside Word, my feather had caught fire. "Go!" I shouted at the birds, telling them to break away. They scattered. Some dropped low, others lifted high, the rest shifted right and left, but none stayed together. Xavyn fell into alignment with me, and we both watched on, trailing Verdandi to the south. She yelled and frantically patted her back, the feather's heat too intense. We passed through tiny bits of smoke that smelled of burnt cloth and hair. It was burning her through her cloak. The birds made their move, barreling at her from all directions. A harpy eagle struck first, swiping at her front. A few others grazed her head, yanking at her hair. More birds aimed for the dragon's face, their beaks diving at its eyes. It remained mostly undaunted, though it snapped its jaws a few times and caught at least one bird between its sharp teeth. Feathers scattered through the air, but no body fell in the wake. A tawny owl was the first to go for the feather, latching on to the now flameless plume with its talons, flapping its wings wildly. She waved an arm behind her, striking it hard enough to knock its grip loose. A speckled hawk attacked next. Eyes and face were where it aimed, feathers smacking against her head as it sliced its talons into her skin. Another harpy soared in from the rear, talons wrapping around the exposed portion of the feather. Its beak joined in soon after, while its wings beat hard to combat the straps of the pack, yanking and tugging over and over. "We all need to go for her. Now!" I shouted, hoping the others could hear. "Wait, Vala," Xavyn called out as I pushed ahead. "Too close. We can't allow this to go on. We need to move." He was worried about the proximity to the divide. I understood, but we couldn't give up the chance. Verdandi thrashed in her seated position, her arms swinging, unable to grasp the bird at her back. The dragon below her tilted into a soft turn, her focus in controlling it wavering as the harpy's distraction stole all of her attention. Our dragons pushed closer, and the birds made way for them. Rifim and Two attacked, slamming into the dragon from the side. The impact jolted Verdandi, Rifim, and the harpy, the latter releasing its hold on the feather and lifting itself up and away. Wings collided. Both dragons dropped into a fall. Two twisted sideways, his back legs kicking and snatching hold of the other dragons, locking them together. Rifim slid, losing his balanced position and tipping over. He held tight to the harness strap, and his legs swung outward into the air. He dangled there from the base of Two's neck, the wings close to smacking into him with each thrust. "No!" Isena screamed from beside Vex and Amias as they hovered close. "Grab other flyers. Get low in case he needs to be caught," I shouted to her, thoughts rushing through my head. Before I could make another decision, Xavyn broke away from my side. With wings tucked, his body sliced smoothly through the air. No, I wouldn't simply watch what he was about to do. We were in this together. I pushed my wings harder, faster, keeping my eyes on him as he crashed into Verdandi, hitting her back with enough force to knock her forward, higher onto her dragon's neck. Though the dragon was at an angle, she kept her hold. Using his wings to stabilize, Xavyn drew his sword and swung it into a low arc, but Verdandi drew hers as fast, twisting in her seated position and blocking the strike so solidly that both their grips failed, sending their swords spinning. He lunged for her back, grappling like the harpy had, grasping the feather and trying to control Verdandi's movements. Two's hold on the dragon broke before reaching the tree canopy. Both dragons righted themselves and beat their wings harder to regain height and forward movement. Rifim hauled himself back onto 2, and they slowed their pace. I had almost reached Verdandi when arrows hissed through the air. Several witches were still positioned at the divide. They had noticed Xavyn struggling with Verdandi and abandoned their ground fight to help, aiming at all the threats around her now that we were within range again. "Get them!" I screamed the command to everyone, including the birds. Even if there were fighters right there with the witches, I wasn't willing to take the risk by waiting. One arrow had the ability to kill. Volare and Amido flyers in the air with us returned to the ground to assist. Birds grouped together as they charged downward, concealing the tree canopy in a dense splotch of colors, a cloud of winged retribution. My eyes remained locked on Xavyn as I swooped in beside Verdandi's dragon, avoiding the span of its thrusting wings. They weren't slowing. The dragon pressed on, climbing higher, speeding faster, not bothered by the fight upon its back, her control on it exactly like the splintered witches. It rendered them empty, following whatever instructions only she fed. In a blink, everything changed. The pack and straps securing Word and my feather went slack. As the resistance disappeared, Xavyn's arms lifted with the pack. He had them. I lunged forward, reaching into my vest, preparing to grab hold of a water vial, then land onto the dragon and end it all for good. Only, as Xavyn's arms lifted up, so did the edge of another blade Verdandi pulled from her seated riding position. "Xavyn!" I bellowed the warning. She shifted her body, angled the dagger, and stabbed. The blade disappeared beneath the edge of his leather vest. I lurched forward with a yelp, but the dragon beat its wing faster, knocking me away, climbing higher. Xavyn bent at the waist from the strike, the pack lowering to Verdandi. She grabbed it and twisted as Xavyn's wings vanished. The injury was bad enough to inhibit his power, end the hold he had on my energy. Yet the hold he had on the pack kept firm. The thin, ominous barrier neared. Too close. Unable to get around the dragon's wings from the side or above, I cut in at the rear, landing behind them. "Release it, Verdandi." I fluttered my wings to keep steady, carefully walking up the dragon's back, preparing to navigate forward between the beats of its wings. She ignored me, struggling with Xavyn until she lifted the blade and struck him again, this time in the hand. I rushed forward, but it was too late. She tore the bag from his grasp, angled her body, and kicked him in the stomach, where she knew the wound would hurt the worst. As the dragon turned sharply away from the divide, Xavyn stumbled over. With a dazed delay, he reached out with a loud grunt, grasping only air in his hand before falling. No! There was no control over myself, my words, my body, or anything that occurred around me. The only thing I could discern was Xavyn disappearing beneath the dragon as we turned. Nothing else mattered, despite the rapid thoughts slamming through my mind. The feather, Word, Verdandi, they were inches away. I could take them. 23. I dove from the dragon, tucking my wings, knowing that no one else would see him in time, reach him in time. And as I watched the forward momentum carry him through the wispy fog wall, his body hurtling toward the canyon, I knew the only others who could save him now were several Amido, likely engaged with the witches below. I had to breach the divide, which meant endangering everyone else. "Land! Land now! Land!" I wailed into the air, telling any and all to get out of the air if they wanted to survive. Because I knew what would happen as soon as I broke the barrier again. Last time it had been Xavyn and me on the Nar, crossing into Suspier before I'd found any of the feathers. The burst of magic sent through the world had been on the same level, magical beings dying or losing consciousness. That meant if any were in the air, I was risking their lives to save his. Had I not ordered them all to fight along the ground, or to get low when Rafim was in danger, I may have hesitated, may have decided differently. But I knew they were low, knew they had time, especially if I delayed the breach. A few screams sounded below me as I propelled faster and faster, racing to catch up. Some witches and fae continued fighting in the clearing along the divide where I was aimed. The last Emido were landing. The dragons and our friends were as well, the latter of which were the ones who had shouted at me. I heard them more clearly as I drew near. They'd realized what had happened and had to watch helplessly as Xavyn plummeted toward the canyon. Verdandi was still in the air with her dragon. When I'd reconnected with my feather in Brunei Caverns, Herja and I hadn't been affected. I knew Verdandi might not either. But the dragon was a different story. Would it fall and take her with it? As the ground rushed up to meet me, more eyes tracked my approach, fights halting as they watched. My time to delay the border breach was over. There was no space left. I had to leave Craw and cross the divide into a lane. "Brace yourselves!" I screamed, then tipped my wings and tilted my body, shifting the airflow underneath to propel me forward. There was but one goal on my mind. I kept my eyes on Xavyn as I passed into the divide, preparing for what had happened before. And though I'd hoped the same events wouldn't repeat, they did, only at a much faster pace than when the Gnar sailed through. A thrum of energy pulsed through me, then burst free and blasted out, all within a single moment. My vision went white, and I felt a drag in my body until a tether at my back snapped. My vision returned in a rush, and over the mighty roar of wind, numerous shrieks and screams filled my ears. My eyes hunted frantically until I located Xavyn's limp body drop between both groups of slain soldiers and disappear into Ruaire Canyon. The speed I'd amassed on my plummet had pushed me slightly ahead of Xavyn while I was on the other side, but my direction change and crossing slowed me. 2 agonizing seconds after Xavyn had dipped below ground level, I streaked over the line of conscious human soldiers closest to the divide, twisting to evade their delayed fire of arrows before pitching downward into the canyon's depths. Tucking my wings again, I pushed into a swift fall. The bottom was near, second after second growing closer as the side cliffs blurred into hues of gray and brown in my peripheral vision. It was going to be close. Too close. I wondered if I'd have time to pull out of the dive, if either of us would survive at all. No. I shoved the thought away as air forced tears from my eyes, singeing my skin. I would reach him. I would reach him. I had to reach him. His limbs waved wildly up at me. He was still unconscious from my breach, possibly from Verdandi's strike. Blood coated his stomach, his pants, his hand. "Ah!" I screamed, refusing to open my wings yet, despite how close we were to the bottom of the jagged canyon. A thin stream appeared to cut through the center of the narrow base where the cliffs met, rocks and small bushes dotting the banks where the path of water had been carved. "Xavyn!" My harsh voice echoed around me as I reached out and gripped his boot. I scrabbled my hold along his body, yanking us together and wrapping my arms under his before unfurling my wings. With another scream, I held him tightly and tipped my wings, forcing the air beneath me again, trying with everything I had to pull us out of the free fall. With a jerk, our bodies shifted right before hitting the ground, and Xavyn's boots skimmed the shallow stream of water. I thought of stopping there, slowing down and landing so I could fully assess him, but I didn't want to waste any momentum I had. I needed to return to the surface, to find medicine so he could heal. Then I could track Verdandi. I beat my wings roughly through the air, turning us upward into a climb. He wasn't as heavy as I'd recalled from our collision in Suspier when he'd been under Herja's control. I found his weight easy to bear. I also found more power in the thrust of my wings, more strength all through my body, everywhere. The pulse of my energy was great, heavy, and fulfilling. The divide. Like before, more magic had returned into the world, but the energy I'd used to create it also returned to me. I had a moment to wonder if it had collapsed completely before we soared out from the canyon, and my thoughts were confirmed. The divide was no more. There was no slight wall of fog, no wispy cloud of division and death. It was gone. We were met with more screams as the humans from the far side yelled to the other line across the canyon, those closest to Craw. I flew overhead, watching them wander tentatively closer to what was no longer there, testing the limits of the now invisible wall with each timid step. I landed with Xavyn directly in the center of where it had been, the area clear and open. A screech drew my attention skyward. Verdandi and her dragon soared high above, coasting through what once was divided without a hint of slowing. The dragon hadn't fallen, hadn't been affected while under her control. I released a harsh breath as they banked, turning toward the southwest. She was free of the physical confine, able to travel into the human lands beyond the use of the viscous roots. There was no doubt about her destination. It was Sunsea, and I needed to follow. Xavyn's body stirred against me. I adjusted, laying him completely onto the ground and kneeling over so I could have a better look at his wound. More noise rose up around us, consciousness returning to all with magic after the breach. "Vala," Xavyn whispered, his eyes cracking open to stare up at me. "Shh, don't move," I replied, lifting his vest and shirt and peeling away his bandage to check his injuries. The dagger had pierced through the same area where he'd been bitten by Wraith, though, unlike before, the bleeding had already ceased. "You there!" A man's shout stole my attention as I pressed my hands over the wound. When my eyes lifted, the human army was still sweeping their arms through the air before taking their next steps, testing the barrier. "The divide is no longer there," I assured. "You, stay where you are," the one who had spoken before said. Tall, brown hair peppered with white, obviously the captain or commander of their group with silver buckles at his shoulder to discern him from the others. They all wore black, nondescript leather armor. No symbols or crests. My mind recalled where I'd seen it before. Sacred Lake. The assassins that had come to kill Prince Calden. My blood churned hot as questions rushed to mind. "Vala!" Isena's voice made me pause and sweep my eyes north toward the trees. She and Morphe had emerged into the clearing along Craw's border, or had stood upright from where they had lost consciousness. All stepped cautiously as they navigated around the dead. Given the amount of bodies, it appeared they had handled the remaining witches thoroughly. "Archers!" the human captain called to his men. "No!" I shouted. "Do not draw your weapons. Isena, Lephis, come. See to Xavyn." They rushed forward cautiously and took my place at Xavyn's side. I spread my wings, feeling that ache of emptiness overtake the rage coiling inside. We are not the enemy. None here are. Verdandi is. She and her loyal witches were the ones we were fighting. We do not want war with human lands. We only want her dead. "You are Vala?" "From Garland," the captain asked, having heard Isena say my name. He knew it, possibly from Queen Anya or Calden. They'd been waiting to find me still, to avenge Queen Mirren's death, most likely. The dragons pushed through the wood at the edge of the clearing, joining all who had gathered there. Weapons lifted along the human line, fear widening their eyes and making their hands shake. Though they held a decent amount of numbers on the other side of the canyon, they knew the 30 on our side stood no chance at survival should we decide to attack. "You and I both know you'd be a fool to strike, unless you're willing to kill all your men," I warned. My skin heated, as if flames ignited inside. I looked down at my hands, and startled, seeing exactly that. I hadn't needed to touch fire. It was already there, rolling beneath my skin and extending out. My wings burst into flame. You... I am both Vala of Garland and the goddess Alessra, I offered over his sputtering. And we do not have time for nonsense. Your people will lower their weapons. Keep them, but lower them. No one will harm you here. Who gave the order for you to guard the divide? And who told you my name?
The Queen and her king. The news was passed to our Lord Fanel here at the borderlands, and confirmed by one of our own guards, he replied. I am that guard.
A voice spoke as one broke from the line and stepped forward. Lient? I stared at the man I'd trained with, fought with, for 3 years in Garland, and who was assigned to the prince's detail for the final few months of that. He stood tall, his crystal blue eyes staring without fear as he approached and stopped mere feet away. If it was possible, his body had stacked additional muscle beneath the black armor he now donned. The hair I'd once seen as rusty held a more copper hue beneath the uninhibited sun, and his skin no longer white as milk, but bronzed. Since the divide had weakened from my first crossing, I'd imagined all the fog over the human lands had weakened as well. And now it was completely gone. Vala, he replied in his familiar flat tone. I saw then the scarring on his cheeks from our fight in the front courtyard of Byler Chateau, where I was being tortured for a crime I didn't commit. I'd burned him then, and with those wavy pink scars, he would never forget. I scowled as more thoughts sorted inside my head, everything coming together. The misdirection about the assassin's fletching feathers, the same nondescript black armor. You told us you were from Northwest Islane, from here, the borderlands. Tell me, were you working for your Lord Faneld the entire time? Did you aid their attempt to assassinate Prince Calden on Prince's Night? I rushed him in an instant, Chiosa drawn, the point angled at his throat. I heard swords unsheathe before their captain told them to stand down. To his credit, Lient was intelligent enough to finally show some fear, lifting his chin up as the blade tip pressed into his skin. The flicker of red and orange from my flames reflected in the metal and inside his widened eyes as they stared down at me. Well? Yes, he murmured. It was me. 24. Give me one reason not to slit your throat for treason right here and now. I spat the words, hovering my hand an inch from his scarred cheek as I pushed Chiosa's tip a little harder into the soft flesh under his jaw. He would bleed and maybe burn again. I killed them with you, he admitted, his eyes darting to the sides, as if his fellow men from the borderlands did not know what he had done to those who had been sent to kill our Garland prince. And sure enough, murmurs spread through those behind him. He continued on. They had charged me to gather information when I moved to Garland, passing and receiving word through shipmen. After being on guard for 3 years and finally being assigned to the prince, I had been told that Queen and Princess Tamir were coming, and that others were being sent to take the prince's life so she couldn't wed him. And why didn't they charge you to do it yourself? You had every opportunity to. He trusted you. We trusted you. I was to remain unknown, to stay and possibly pass other information about arriving royals. But you reconsidered, I replied snidely. Did Haiti know all this? Yes, he admitted. I confessed to her when we were traveling to Sunsea, when we began discussing all the tragedy and oddities that had occurred, trying to make sense of it together. Vala, Xavyn said, his voice stronger and reminding me that there was something more pressing at hand than dealing with Lient. I glanced over my shoulder. Lefis, get the medicine. We're running out of time here, and he needs to be healed as much as possible before we leave. Lefis rushed off, Rafim on his heels, and I turned back to Lient. With a breath, I took a step away, pulled in my wings, and let Chiosa's tip swing down to the ground as my flames dwindled. Why are you here now? Why aren't you with them in Sunsea? You were supposed to take care of him. And Haiti. The new queen reassigned me. She wanted me nowhere near him. She allowed Haiti to stay, though I felt it was for other reasons. Something strange was happening there. Calden was not acting like himself, and he was sick more often than not. How long ago did you leave? Only a few weeks, right after a dragon was first seen in Suspir. The battle with Herja. I bit my lips together, turning a circle, looking at the sky for answers I desperately needed. Verdandi is headed for Sunsea. Her goal is to end this world. All of it, and all of us. She will not stop. Right now, she's searching for the last piece she needs to do that. What is it? Lient asked, taking over as voice for his captain and unit. My anchor to this world. She believes it to be Haiti. Haiti? He asked, his eyes widening before narrowing in what appeared to be a worried expression. Is she? The extent of it all is not a discussion to have here and now. What's important is that we need to stop her. What we need from humans is to keep the peace. Tell everyone here and send others to travel all of Islane. Tell them all that the beings of Craw and Vanen wish no war upon you. Some in Vanen already know, but we will send more to spread it farther through their lands now that the divide is gone. We can't afford to fight each other. We only need to fight her, or we all die in the end. Lient looked back at his captain, who nodded, and more murmurs sounded among their line. When his attention refocused on me, he asked, You are going then? To Sunsea? Yes, as soon as we regroup. I'm coming, he said. A statement, not a request. You fly? I asked, lifting an eyebrow. His lips curled as he shook his head. Glad to see nothing else has changed with you. I slid Chiosa back into my belt and crossed my arms, assessing him. Our dragons are temperamental, especially with treasonous leeches. He nodded. I know what I did was unacceptable. I did my best to right my faults by protecting him. I also admit I was wrong to judge you so harshly in Garland. I know it wasn't you who killed Queen Havila. The captain told me as much before I left with the prince for Sunsea. Haiti and I tried to find more information about the princess and queen. That was until Haiti stopped talking to me, and then I was sent away. Haiti, I wanted to discuss her more with him, to know how she had been, but now wasn't the time. He was valuable, though. He knew Sunsea, the layout of Tamir Palace, could aid us in that at least. I looked at Xavyn. His eyes were open and watching our exchange curiously. Lefis and Rafim returned to his side with healing supplies, and I knew the possibility of him being able to fly without a dragon was slim. I'm already down a flyer, but we'll see what we can do. If not by the sky, you can travel with those on the ground. All right, he said, nodding again with his lips pressed tight. My eyes wandered to the canyon cliffs. Does that span the entire border, or is there a path large enough for ground transports heading to Sunsea? He didn't need to look. There is a crossing around the bend from here, out of view beyond the trees. It's one of the only areas for passage remaining, and where we had been positioned until we noticed the witch's activity and repositioned here. Good. As I turned, he added, I truly am sorry, Vala, Alessra. I anticipated the reaction that had been automatic to me, to cringe and scowl at the name, at the life I'd been denying, and I listened for the taunting laugh from Rafim. Neither came. After a thoughtful moment of acceptance, I called, Hux? A group of Mer stepped forward, and all the humans behind me fell silent again. I met them halfway, walking past Xavyn, returning the soft smile he offered as Lefis cleaned his stomach wound. Despite my affectionate appearance, he had to see my irritation now that I knew he would live. We would discuss his actions with Verdandi, and I doubted I'd be smiling then. Hux straightened and cleared his throat. The Mer lost 3. I am truly sorry and forever grateful for their sacrifice, I admitted, looking around and catching eyes with Vala and Pyron, knowing they too would add more numbers to that count.
They fought honorably. We will notify their families as soon as we return.
Yes, and that will be sooner than later. We're heading for Sunsea, and we'll need your fleet support. I looked again at the human captain. We will need 5 or more humans to travel with the Myr, to relay the peace message to your kin at the border. Chances are a battle might already be in progress there with the fall of the divide. Tell them Verdandi's plans and her approach to Sunsea, and if you require Fae to join you when traveling back to your lordship to prove our truth of peace, some of us will join you. Turning back to Hux, I frowned. Travel as fast as you can. You must end it soon and sail to Sunsea before word of a battle travels there first.
Yes, Alessra,
he said, and walked over to the human captain without delay. I moved to Thala and Pyron next. They reported many injuries and 5 deaths among them, though they had yet to hear from some other divisions who had been farther north near the fires. I sighed with relief, thankful the battle hadn't been worse. Queen Esra said she would send the rest of those who volunteered after things settled there, I stated, regathering a few stray plates that had escaped their tie behind my head. Whoever you choose this time to stay behind, have them intercept and instruct the new Fae where to go. Also, have them return to High Lager to spread word of the Divide's fall and about peace with the humans. Esena, I called, motioning her over to us. There was a bandage around her upper arm that I hadn't seen yet. I stared at it as she approached. It's nothing major, she said, without me having to ask. Good. We need to send messages. First to Leth, to apprise him of Hux's return and our plans. Have him discuss it all with the Elder Council. The other messages go to your sister and Riss. Give them all the information. I'll call the birds when you're finished. Right away, she said, retrieving the materials from the tiny pouch on her belt. To everyone else, I called out, regroup. We leave presently. They all scattered to assemble the horses and carriages. Thala, Pyron, Hux, Amias, Lient, and the human captain met close to the canyon to discuss exchanges for messages. Refim, I said, approaching the others who had gathered around Xavyn. Lephis was smearing another salve into his stab wounds. How are the dragons? Any injuries? He shifted his gaze to me and wiped a hand over his bald head.
2, Lark, and Vex took an arrow or 2 in the stomach scales. Only scratches. If they had poisoned or potioned tips, they'd shown no effect.
Do you think you could ride Lark or Red?
I could try, sure.
His eyes darted over toward the humans.
How many more are with us?
Only the one.
Do you trust him?
The question was from Xavyn. Lephis had helped him to sit upright, wrapping new bandages around his abdomen. I gritted my teeth at the thought of Lient's betrayal to Calden, but I slackened my jaw and released a breath. Yes, you heard his confession too. I hated him most of the time we were on the guard together, but he was worthy to be one. Then and now. He has inside information about the new queen and king, their army and guard, and knowledge of the palace. He'll be useful to us.
I agree,
Lephis said, wiping his hands across his covered knees to rid his fingers of extra salve before standing.
And if you need me to travel ground, I will do that.
Thank you, Lephis. But I think we might be all right as long as Lark and Red cooperate. Since Xavyn is injured, he'll ride on Vex with Lient. You and Nit can ride too. And Refim and Amias can try both Lark and Red, or fly together on whichever will have them. We brought the extra harness for Red. Hopefully, they both cooperate this time. They all nodded thoughtfully, but remained silent. How are you all feeling after the divide? All had lost consciousness the same as before, and with all my feathers. I was relieved that none had seemed to have died this time. Perhaps the spike of magic wasn't as great because the divide had been much weaker. Or maybe it was because most were filled with a fair amount of magic already, their bodies strong enough to withstand the blast.
No difference that I can decipher,
Rifim answered with a shrug. The others murmured in agreement. I feel stronger, Asena said, rolling the messages into little scrolls. And look what I noticed. Her shiny black and yellow feathered wings folded, then, with no warning, disappeared. Nit gasped, and I grinned. Excellent. Being struck by those has become quite tiresome, Rifim said. Having seen, Amias rushed over and lifted Asena into an embrace, not bothered by who was around to witness. This is wonderful. Huck stepped closer. We've decided on travel companions. We'll leave now, unless there's anything else. I thought for a moment. No, I think that's all. You worked out how many ships you might need by how big the army is in Sunsea? Yes, and we'll sail as many as we can, with or without the Elder Council's approval. I lifted my eyebrows and extended my arm. Good to know. He grasped my forearm. We'll meet you there, as fast as the wind and sea allow. Hux and the other Mer left, and Lient appeared in their wake, waiting and watching, unsure what to do. Rifim cleared his throat. I suppose we should check, feed, and ready the dragons. Follow us, human. Lient stared over at the dragons by the tree line hesitantly, then scrubbed a nervous hand through his hair before moving to follow Rifim, Lephis, and Nit. Here are the messages. Asena handed them over. Then she and Amias joined the others. Alone at last, Xavyn said, one corner of his lips tipping upward. He leaned back onto his hands, refusing to lie down fully. How are you feeling? Alive, thanks to you. And no thanks to you. What were you thinking? He murmured. I was thinking she needed to be distracted more because I didn't want Rifim to fall from 2. Then, as soon as I was there, I only thought of getting word and the feather. I was too close to ignore them. I pinched my lips together and dropped to my knees beside him. Any anger or frustration I'd felt because of his actions melted away. His reasons were beyond valid. What about you? He countered, lifting those dark eyebrows at me and tilting his head. What about me? Besides the cut on your thigh, you chased her too far south. It's exactly what she wanted you to do. My thigh is fine, only a scratch. And was I supposed to let everyone else fight the battle while I flew north and watched? There was no way I would do that. You know what I mean, Vala, he said with a growl. I don't want to argue over what happened. It's done. You crossed. I crossed for you. I shouted a little too loudly, my anger and frustration flaring again, exhaustion from the day stoking my emotions further. Maybe you shouldn't have. You risked too much. Everyone was near the ground, and our chances of ending her in Sunsea are good. I wouldn't have crossed otherwise. I doubted my own words as soon as they left my lips. I would do anything for him. And I have risked too much since the moment I left Garland. Leaving there was not likely intended by my old self, Alessra. Every day since, I've risked this world. Human, fae, witch, Mer. Everyone should hate me, should want to see me dead right beside Verdandi. How could you not? His hand lifted to my cheek, placing his palm there and tipping my face upward again to meet his stare. They would have found you eventually. You know that. If not me, someone else would have come. Herja, Verdandi. They would have found another way to get you to cross. And even if you doubt yourself, I don't doubt you. I trust you completely. I just didn't want you sacrificing yourself or anyone else's life for me. If there's ever another time, you need to choose the world, not me. And the same for you, I countered. If you have the same choice, you need to save them too. His eyes searched mine as he swallowed, the movement along his throat slow, as if to show his hesitation. I added, Promise me. I promise. I promise too. I whispered. His grasp tightened on my jaw, and he drew my face down, pressing his lips to mine. I didn't want to let go, but I knew we had to leave soon. Pulling back only slightly, I spoke onto his lips. "Will you be able to ride?" He smiled, eyes still closed, and I watched them crack open. "Yes, though I might be able to fly myself soon enough. I think the surge of energy from you crossing aided in healing. The wounds were smaller than they should have been from the dagger blade. Well, you won't try to change for a while. You need to rest and stay as still as possible while riding Vex. No guarantees, especially when you've assigned the Garland human to ride along with me." I scrunched my lips at him. "Don't unseat him in the sky, all right? He might be useful to us alive." "I won't hurt him. Promise." The last word pitched a higher tone that made me raise an eyebrow. And while I'm not normally one to revel in someone's misfortunes, I have to admit that the burn scars on those pretty cheeks of his were a welcomed sight and should be enough to satisfy any bloodthirst I might have for him. That'll suffice, I suppose. Thoughts of the fight Lient and I had returned to mind, of how I'd been treated when those I'd trusted most believed me guilty. He seems regretful, though. At least he realized before his deathbed. Most don't seem to want to admit their faults or share their regrets until it's too late. I recalled what we'd discussed when we'd left Garland and sailed to Suspier, about Queen Havila's final words to me, her admission of keeping my death and rebirth a secret. Let's hope those in Sunsea realize before their deathbeds as well. 25. The banners of royal blue and shimmering gold lined the Sunsea border, their posts spreading along all the roads leading into the sparkling city and its white stone palace by the sea. Tamir Palace. I'd only ever seen it through a Vissus vision, one connected to Haiti, through her eyes. But within only moments, I'd finally see it firsthand. I glanced to one side of my wings, then the other, at the riders and dragons flanking me. Though some had dark circles hanging beneath their eyes or had their shoulders rounded with exhaustion, they were every bit alert as they had been after a normal period of rest, which they hadn't had since before High Lager. The dragons all looked well, despite a few minor injuries, and Lark and Red had even allowed riders, to our surprise. We'd left the border after sending off the ground troops. I wasn't willing to wait this time. We couldn't. Even though we'd benefit by having them with us when we arrived to Sunsea, allowing Verdandi too much time would be a bigger mistake. She'd already had enough. Despite the fall of the divide, magic wouldn't fully return until I was reunited with my final feather, which meant she was still mortal in some degree. And for that reason, I hoped she would have been forced to stop at least once to rest. Controlling the dragon would have to have depleted her energy on some level. Either way, the chance of us arriving first was not good. She'd be there. The remaining flyers trailed behind us, a winged army in the air, our greatest asset. We had enough to show force. From the information Lient shared, however, Sunsea had a sizable army, one that had means to battle us and win, even with our numbers in the air. Our early arrival without ground support and perhaps the Mer fleet in the sea, we hadn't many options. We could attempt to infiltrate and locate Verdandi in Haiti without permission or discussion with the Queen. We could seek an audience with the Queen right off, speak our truth, and persuade her to aid us instead of Verdandi. Or we could combine them, some of us attending a meeting while others infiltrated the palace to search. I hadn't decided which was best until we crested the final soft peak of Northern Wood, then watched the ground dip into the sprawling city of Sunsea and out to the deep blue sea beyond. The palace perched high above, on a plateau overlooking it all. Haiti's vision had been an accurate depiction of its magnitude, of its beauty, though now it appeared even more brilliant without the haze of wispy fog. Their human army, or parts of it, were perfectly visible. Groups of guards stood watch at the base of the plateau where a gatehouse and watchtower separated the city from the palace road. More of the army were scattered around the city streets, some in detached towers or smaller white-stoned outposts. Past the gatehouse and closer to the palace, others posted alone, wearing royal blue cloaks over their blue accented leathers. After climbing higher for a better view of the palace, the feather's hollow call thrummed, and I knew she was near. Within moments, we saw Verdandi's dragon inside a courtyard at the back corner. Unfortunately, flying that high with the numbers we had also got us noticed. A single horn sounded and was echoed by many others, and finally the slow, deep chimes of a bell tower, alerting the city and the palace of our arrival. "They're closing the city," Xavyn yelled from Vex, with Lient at his back. Lient had settled in well enough, commenting that riding a dragon was similar to riding a horse, until he'd gotten air sickness before we'd stopped for our extremely short rest period. He didn't look as green now, at least. His wide eyes scoured the city. "The rear garden," I called to him, snagging his attention. "Is that close to the throne room?" "Yes, usually more guards there, though." "We have to take our chances. They know we're here." After the words left my mouth, the arrows started. "Evade. Do your best not to engage. Stay out of their range." Circling an arm into the air, I instructed Thala and Pyron to split up. They knew to keep watch for the rest of our people, those on the ground and the merfleet who had arrived to port. I called to some birds to follow them. They would act to alert them should we need assistance. The dragons, riders, Esena and I rushed toward the back garden courtyard. I recalled the view from Hades' Vissus vision. Now, though, the intricately carved trees and bushes and all their flowering blooms of blue and yellow weren't the only things noticeable before we landed. Aside from Verdandi's dragon acting as a guard dog, taking up most of the space closest to the doors, the Vissus roots had grown and spread over much of the ground and walls. There was no way the dragons could all land at once. Esena and I touched down in the only cleared area close to the entry. Vex followed first, Xavyn and Lient leaping off so she could stand on the top of the wall. The rest came one at a time until everyone was unloaded. 4 palace guards appeared from the perimeter gate of the courtyard after Red landed with Rafim. He, Lephis, Nit, and Amias drew their swords as Red lifted off to perch with the other dragons. There was no use reasoning with the guards. Their duty was to protect their queen, and they wouldn't stop to discuss otherwise. So within a minute, after several swift maneuvers, the guards were down and not returning to their feet. "Lead the way, but watch the roots," I warned Lient. It seemed their origin was near a well by a side wall of the palace, but more had sprouted from all over, invading above ground instead of below. He eyed them suspiciously as he walked, talking over his shoulder to me before crossing a root curled along the stone pathway. "They weren't this large when I left, and certainly not this many. Verdandi's connected to them. Since the divide fell, she'll have more power like me. This is part of that." I followed him, tracing his steps and seeing those behind me do the same. "What can they do? I've seen Hades touch them, but more usually it was Queen Anya. She was out here in the garden often." "Ah," I replied. "The Vissus shows visions, past, present, future. But really, it is Verdandi who uses it to communicate with anyone who touched the tree's roots here, in Craw, and in Vanen. Mostly witches, though human too, apparently. She was hunting for my feathers long before I left Garland. I'm certain it was the reason the queen and princess came to Garland, aside from wanting Calden as king." Verdandi's dragon stood atop a circle of entwined roots, not far from the slate steps leading to the landing and lofty wooden entry doors of the garden. Its body shifted, head and tail swaying lightly, but its feet did not. Roots were wrapped around each, keeping it anchored in place. There would be no way for us to set her mount loose without her knowing, or endangering ourselves. Or it. But I didn't cherish the thought of killing a dragon. Lient paused, eyeing the creature for a few moments before continuing on. So she had talked them through it? Why? What would make them interested in finding your feather? You ask too many questions, guard. Xavyn spat from behind me. I eyed him over my shoulder and was met with an amused smirk, one that basically told me he only promised not to kill Lient. I smirked back to him before walking again. It's a longer story than we need to discuss right now, I offered to Lient, keeping my tone flat like his as we ascended the few steps and stopped at the doors. Let's focus on this. Remember our goals. If anyone gets word, get it to me or someone with the water. Protect Haiti, and get my feather to me if possible. Xavyn and the others knew I had doubts as to what might happen if I reconnected with it again, but it would be better I have it than her, no matter the cost. Lient nodded as we all readied our swords. He cracked the door open and waited for noises. We were met with nothing. No other guards. No voices. It was eerie, but if I had to guess, I would bet that Verdandi had cleared the area for herself, possibly waiting for us as well. We moved through the closest hall that fed into an antechamber in front of another set of doors already pushed wide open. Lient pointed a thumb, indicating it was the throne room, before we rounded the corner to look inside. Before the final step, voices traveled out. Did you not hear the alarms? They're coming. We're out of time. Now give me what was promised, and you can have her. Anya's voice was brittle, rough. Verdandi released a sound like a cackle. Bring her first, and then you will have it, girl. Queen, Anya corrected. Whoa. For someone standing in a room with a goddess ready to end the world, her comments suggested she was either foolishly brave or simply a fool. Then again, she likely had no idea of Verdandi's true plans at all. Who would agree to handing over the final piece needed to end the world? I held up a hand to the others waiting behind me, listening. My fingers twitched with the urgency to break up their meeting and kill their exchange, but I knew they were already aware of our presence. It sounded as if they were rushing for the agreement, yet at an impasse. Something snapped. A door closed. Hard thumps of boots hitting the floor echoed into the room, a soft, muffled whine mixing with it all. What had Verdandi promised Anya in exchange for Haiti? As soon as the question came to mind, the answer was quick to follow. What might have enticed Queen Mirren and Princess Anya to look for a feather in Garland while they were there to collect the prince? What would a queen possibly want that they didn't already have in this beautiful palace by the sea? Something that Verdandi could offer after the divide fell. Immortality, I whispered. She had enticed them exactly as she had Azaris. It was as if I were standing back at Herja's statue once again with Verdandi and Azaris, the whole Vissus vision replaying. I had to hope I was right about Haiti not being my anchor. Otherwise... With a glance at the others in preparation, I unfurled my wings and called upon the flames, letting them rise up before stepping around the open doors. Ah, I said, as their heads snapped my way. Looks like we're right on time. Fool, Anya yelled at Verdandi. You delayed on purpose. Verdandi stood to the right of the large stone dais at the rear of the room, haggard cloak mostly shredded into strips hanging limply over the dirty clothes beneath. Her eyes tracked the others as they filed in behind me. I can assure you, girl, I did not. Everything is as it needs to be. My gaze shifted first to the guards standing off to the opposite side of the dais, noticing their familiar and identical bronzed faces and sunset hair. Transton and Prinz, Anya's guards when she was in Garland. However, the person they had restrained by the upper arms between them was more important. There was a canvas bag covering her head, with a tangle of brown hair spilling out at her back and over her shoulder. She was definitely a female, thin-figured and shorter in stature. She wore loose pants that nearly concealed her russet-colored bare feet, and a dingy undershirt that was equally too large. Haiti? Then my gaze flickered to Anya as she sat atop one of the 2 stone thrones covered in furs. Her bare, slim arms revealed peaked skin instead of the once sandy color. A satiny blue dress with beaded accents clung to her sleek frame. Her ash-brown hair was dull, and her face looked drawn, especially under the weight of her golden crown, the same one her mother had worn. She seemed frailer than she'd been months before. If what Liente had said was true, she had visited the Vissus often to communicate with Verdandi. She was blinded by her goal, and the obsession had taken its toll. I whistled a sharp, dipping tone, and the female within the guard's hold straightened. There could have been a slight reaction to my voice before, but I hadn't been certain. Now I knew for sure it was Haiti, and that the recognition was there because her body position adjusted. Even though her wrists were bound behind her, her shoulders squared and her bare feet stepped wider apart for balance, taking a guard stance as our training had taught us. With a twist of my wrist, I spun Xhosa slowly. More of the Queen's guards entered through the front and rear of the throne room as Verdandi stepped closer to the dais. My friends spread out, covering our sides and backs. Before I could speak again, another person rushed through the rear entrance, knife pointed straight ahead of him, dodging the guards and stopping only when he mounted the dais, looking first at Anya, then around the room. His breaths hard, his eyes and mouth wide, shocked and dismayed. Suddenly I was met with the dark stare I'd once longed to fall into forever. Now, though, it only reminded me of bitter betrayal. Calden's body was an imposter compared to what it had been in Garland, a weakened, deprived shell. Though his shirt, doublet, and pants were fitted properly and embellished with fancy accents, it merely highlighted his physical decline. The long length of his top hair was plaited and tacked to his head beneath a golden crown, and his tawny skin was paler but unblemished, clean and neat like his queen. Liente had said he'd been sick. I'd seen as much in the Vissus visions. That had to be the cause. But what had made him ill? When his eyes flitted to Hades' restrained body, then returned to me, I cleared my throat and looked at Anya and Verdandi. I must admit, I expected a more interesting welcome. 26. The attack commenced immediately. The guards stormed us, and swords began to carve the air and crash together, whistles and whooshes and clanks echoing harshly against the walls and up into the vaulted ceiling. I marched forward as Calden snapped his eyes from me and yelled to Anya, "She is not for you to trade, to offer up to this witch. She is my Garland guard.
When you wed me, she became mine too, and I do as I wish with whoever is on my land," Queen Anya shouted as she got to her feet and waved a couple other guards to restrain Calden. He attempted to fight them, struggling briefly before succumbing to their hold and coughing raggedly. They stripped away his knife and tossed it over the front of the dais. The first palace guard approached me, and I held Xhosa and let my fire flare outward, my flames spitting from my skin. He stumbled backward, and I smirked at his blunder. He attempted to recover and advanced to strike, his swing messy and weak. With a swift parry, I deflected his blade hard enough to knock it from his grip, then swung Xhosa the other way, slicing low beneath the edge of his leather vest and across his stomach. He dropped abruptly after. Through the ruckus of screams and sword clashes, I called out to Anya, "She will not make you immortal. She only wants to end this world, and all of us in it. Back down now. We do not wish to fight with humans." More horns blasted outside the palace, followed by a warning bell somewhere in the city. "Enemy ships," Anya shouted in return, her eyes cutting to me. "You brought an army. The Myr? You need to listen and accept truth.
I implored, slowing my strides as I drew nearer to the dais. The feather's pulse strengthened, calling me, knowing I was close. Though the pull was impossible to ignore, I held myself back, needing to get through to Anya. She's been using you for what she needs, that's all. She wants to end everything. Transton and Prinz with Haiti and the 2 guards with Calden all moved to the Queen's side, closer to Verdandi, but out of reach. The others continued to fight through the room, grunts from mouths, clanks from blades. It was a battle I hadn't wanted, yet I had to accept.
There is still time,
Verdandi hissed at Anya, extending word out in front of her, then doing the same with my feather. Side by side, each gripped tightly in her hands, the smooth ashen wood and deep gray veins of word was a stark contrast to the lustrous gold, orange, and red vein of my feather.
Move her to me. Then you can get your wish. All you have to do is grab hold of both.
I snarled through gritted teeth, knowing there was no room left for discussion. Anger ripped through me, hot, fierce, no longer content with restraint. But almost as quickly, it was swallowed by an eerie calmness as the emptiness returned, consuming the intense emotion like a bucket of water to a single candle's flame. As I lifted Chosa to another guard who approached, I watched Transton and Prinz rip the canvas from Hades' head and walk her forward. The rest of her hair spilled out around her face and over her shoulders, as those wide green eyes I knew so well blinked rapidly, adjusting to the sunlight streaming in from the elongated windows facing the sea. Her feet shuffled, as they often did when she was nervous, and she scanned the room. I deflected the guard's strike and lunged, throwing him off balance before grabbing hold of his shirt and lighting him on fire. He screamed frantically as his clothes ignited, and I turned back toward the dais and extended my wings. Concentrating on my hand, I gathered some of the flame there, watching them spin together before I punched forward, firing the flames toward Verdandi. They extinguished before reaching her. "Do it now!" Verdandi yelled at the Queen, who had stood from her throne, only to stop and gape at me while I jumped into the air and beat my wings, lifting upward. I needed to be closer. "Goddesses!" someone shouted, before more screams followed in quick succession, the humans having been distracted by the sight of me long enough for those fighting to end them. Haiti snapped out of her own stare and threw herself at either Transton or Prinz, knocking him off the dais. While the other was preoccupied, she then leaped into the air, attempting to swing her arms under herself and thread her legs through. The other brother seized her again before she was able to, her arms remaining bound at the back. Calden stumbled forward out of the guard's hold, falling off the dais and onto his knees, staring up at me while I beat my wings, propelling toward Verdandi. The guard resubdued Haiti and thrust her ahead at the same time as Anya took a step and held her hands out, reaching for word and my feather. Verdandi held her place, still and quiet despite the imminent collision. Mere moments separated who would reach her first. I held Chosa out, prepared to strike, but Anya was closer, and I hadn't been fast enough. Her fingers were at word as I gathered flames and punched them into the air with my free hand. They hit word and the feather, and while the blast only lasted long enough to shock Anya, she yanked her hand away as my feather caught fire inside Verdandi's grasp. Anya moved to grab them again, but as soon as she wrapped her hand around word and the tip of her finger neared the feather, she wailed in agony. Calden stood behind her, one arm around her throat and the other low at her waist. It appeared to be an embrace, yet the blood soaking through her blue dress proved otherwise. After retrieving his discarded knife in front of the dais, he had risen behind her and stabbed her in the gut. Within that moment, Haiti had been launched forward to Verdandi, tripping off the dais and falling onto her head. I expected to hear a cry of pain from hitting the stone floor so hard, to see her body writhe, but she made no sound, no movement. Despite the feather burning hot inside Verdandi's hand, she held it tight while swinging word at me, fending off my attack with Chosa. I kept striking, blow after blow, pressing on. She blocked every hit and didn't relent any space. I heard Asenna scream behind me, her airy high pitch distraught, causing me to pause. Before I registered what had happened, something tugged at my shoulder. My eyes leveled and watched Verdandi retreat a step and lower word, the dull gray tip, now deep red. Blood red. Dropping my chin, I looked for what had caused the sensation in my shoulder. A hole had been torn in my skin along the edge of my vest. Blood seeped from the puncture. Intense pain followed, radiating outward. Struggling to lift Chosa with my sword arm, I prepared for another strike by her as shouts erupted from behind me. I glanced back to see more guards spill into the throne room, joining the fight. We were outnumbered again. Verdandi hauled Hades' limp body over a shoulder and ran to the rear of the room, passing new guards. I gave chase, using both hands at Chosa's grip, the weight of the blade feeling heavier than it ever had. It was because of word. A strike from Verdandi's pith had caused more damage than any common sword or staff. The pain was nothing I'd experienced before. Water was something that could incapacitate me. This was on the same level, it seemed. Yet while water burned through my skin, my flesh sharp and agonizing, this ached to my very bones. I'd been stabbed with a piece of the viscus. I supposed the impact would be the same if I'd strike someone with my feather, or if Herja did with Chosa. They were pieces of us, and also part of the viscus itself, since we were tied to it too. I hurried after her, strong enough to fend off and deter the guards who had attempted to block my path. My mind raced along with my feet as I chased the tattered ends of a cloak disappearing around a few corners. If Verdandi had been sure about Hades being my anchor, she would have ended me in the throne room. She could have used my feather and Hades to end me, as I had Herja. She didn't, and that meant the future she had seen remained unclear. She was unsure. A risk she wouldn't take would be to get my feather too near to me. It would have reconnected, returning both of us to immortality, thus losing her the chance to end the world. That also had been why she was fleeing from the room instead of trying to use all the elements on the spot, although the level of activity and distraction might have been an issue as well. There were too many chances for things to go awry. More shouts erupted through the palace behind me. I wouldn't stop. I had faith in my friends, in their abilities. They would prevail. But we all wouldn't if I allowed Verdandi to get away. Bursting through the doors to the garden, I watched Verdandi lift Hades onto the dragon. I had to keep her here somehow, keep her from taking Hades. Verdandi! She glanced back as she continued to climb onto the dragon herself, but spoke no words. It's not her, and you know it isn't, I called, stepping down the stairs of the entry and jumping over the roots along the pathway. They were moving. The netting of roots beneath the dragon had shifted too, retracting from the dragon's feet and climbing upward and over top, creating a full barrier around them, between us. I lifted Chosa in front of me, a little higher than I'd been able to minutes before. The puncture at my shoulder had stopped bleeding and had begun to pucker closed. Healing. Hades still hadn't moved, unconscious from her fall. Others burst from the door behind me as I pulled the tether, calling the birds. I needed them now. She had to be distracted. As birds returned my call, their squawks and screeches sounding near and far, Verdandi placed Hades' hand on one of the roots at her side, holding it there. Her head tipped back, her eyes to the sky, as if she were delving into the viscus as it explored Hades' visions. We can't get to her unless we chop the roots. It'll take too long, Asenna said through heavy breaths, recalling what they had done to free Rafim and Hylager. Who has a knife for throwing? Nit asked, as she and the others gathered closer to me. All were breathing heavily, the acidic smell of blood and sweat potent on them. I have one. Calden's soft tones spoke. It wasn't a voice I'd expected to hear. He seemed too shocked to do anything after he'd killed his queen. Though it had to have been him to call off the guards, as several of them had appeared inside the garden as well, their postures stiff, yet no longer positioning for attacks. "You cannot be sure you wouldn't hit Haiti. The roots cover too much," I said, eyeing them over my shoulder as the birds began to arrive. "An archer, then?" Knit's head whipped around, scouring the area for anyone with a bow. I would have done any number of things by now had I not feared ending her life. Called the dragons, used my fire, though I knew the latter might not even be possible with the wound at my shoulder. I straightened and rolled my shoulders back, ignoring the throbbing pain as I released my wings. They came, but their weight was too abundant to disregard. The birds hovered around the top of the root cage, diving at it now and then, testing, trying to get at their target. More and more arrived, a loud and boisterous fury in the sky, shadowing the entire garden. "Do we simply wait for her to leave? Perhaps we should aim for the dragon instead. Take out her—" Amias's thoughts were cut off when Verdandi's head tipped down and she removed her and Hades' hands from the viscus root. It began to retract toward the ground. Hades stirred, her head lifting, taking in where she was. She lay in front of Verdandi, stomach arched over the dragon's back, hands still bound behind her. A breath of air rushed from her lungs in a rough rasp. "Hades!" I called to her, stepping forward as her eyes lifted to me, tears streaming down her smooth, speckled cheeks. The roots at the top of the cage slowly unraveled, fingers of ashen wood twisting and withdrawing, opening up to the sky. The birds flew in, diving at Verdandi, viciously clawing at her head, pecking at the dragon's eyes. "Isena, get Vex on the ground for me. Prep the rest," I said, sliding Chiosa into my belt. "For you?" Xavyn asked, turning my body slightly, inspecting my wings, before seeing the blood and puncture wound at my shoulder. He drew in a rushed breath. "It was word. I can't fly yet, so I need a mount." Like a flower's bloom, the roots had unfurled fully, and Verdandi's dragon crouched low, readying to push off. I found Hades' eyes again, those grassy fields dotted with golden flowers beseeching me. It didn't matter where they were going. We'd follow. We had to end this. "Go," I said to the others as they rushed off toward the open area of the garden. Verdandi didn't bother looking our way as her dragon leaped into the air and thrust its wings. Before I could sprint off to Vex, I locked onto Hades' eyes again, and in a broken pitch, she screamed, "Morning flower!" 27. Another set of slow bell warnings clanged from the sea as Verdandi lifted into the sky. "You need to call off your army," I said to Calden as I rounded Vex, ready to climb up onto her bent front leg. All the dragons had landed, the roots within the garden having slithered back into the ground fissures they'd created. The others were sorting who would ride on which dragon. Before they could decide themselves, I instructed, "Lient's on 2 with Knit. 2 would be the safest for Lient and Knit. He was the calmest choice. I knew I was taking over the most stable of them all, but Vex was also the leader and more amicable to our commands, which Xavyn and I needed until we could fly again ourselves." Lient nodded without a word, having already looked wary on whether I'd want him to join us or not. There had been no question in my mind, though. He would have contested the idea of making him stay. I knew he was close with Hades, maybe closer than I even knew, so I wouldn't keep him from helping us on Garland. Garland. That was where we were going. "Send word to all your guards," I continued to Calden. "Tell them as soon as they stop firing upon the Myrrh and upon the Fae in the sky, no one will fire upon them." "They are not my army," he replied with a raspy cough, his body displaying the effort he'd exhausted since he'd entered the throne room. "They are. You are king. You need to call them off. There is no want for war between us. The Fae, the witches, and Myrrh all know and all feel the same. We need you to explain that to the humans to avoid more blood and death. They are the Tamir army and guard. They follow her, not me. I was
only a consort, and I am the one who killed her. They will not listen.
You are king, I bellowed, rushing upon him, my face inches from his. You will act it. There is no other. Command them. Take your place. Do your duty. Keep your people safe, protected. It is what your mother wanted. His chin dipped as if ashamed, but he tipped it up again after only a moment.
Is she taking her to Garland? Haiti said morning flower. I want to help you. Help Haiti. I let her down. She was the only one protecting me here. She didn't know why I'd been sick, but recently discovered Anya had been poisoning me. They imprisoned her for it. I couldn't help.
Another cough. I struck him then, rearing back and crashing a fist against his face before kicking his gut, forcing him to kneel before me. I had Xhosa drawn without thought and without feeling the pain in my shoulder. With a tight grip, I lifted my arm with the blade angled downward off to his side. His sudden boldness was both pitiful and laughable. He wanted to fight for one of his guards now? Memories of Calden's cowardice churned, and Xavyn's words in Garland also came back to me.
If your positions were switched, the prince you so eagerly protect wouldn't reward you with the same amount of valor. His words about Anya. I think she would have found herself on the ground at some point, begging for my mercy or yours. And his words upon the Nar. They did what was best for them alone, not what was best for you. And they would have let you die without hesitation.
All my anger dispelled, and emptiness took hold again.
Vala?
Xavyn's voice was a gentle whisper from atop Vex, coaxing me to return from where I'd been lost inside my mind. The blade inside my hand shook, as if my heart and soul warred over retribution. Before, I would have considered myself a better person, someone who could forgive and excuse those who had wronged me, especially those I would have given my own life for. But I was no longer the human I once thought I was, and I struggled with accepting my past as much as my future. I feared that had I not needed Calden to serve a purpose, the emptiness would have let me claim his life. And that thought was what made me pause. If this was how I'd felt now, what would I become in the end? After a breath, I returned Xhosa to my belt and stepped away. You are not traveling with us. You're staying here. Do your duty and reclaim the peace. I might not hesitate next time, Calden. He finally relented with a nod as he stood onto his feet.
Yes, Alessra.
Seek out Hux, the Myr High Commander. Pyron, a Fae captain, and some of our divisions will stay. See to their injured. We'll send word back here. I turned to the others. We have some time to make up, and it's going to be a long journey on little sleep. Take to the sky. We're going to Garland. Garland? Esena asked, before jumping into the air and flying above the garden, her black and yellow wings shining in the slices of light that pierced the treetops behind the back wall. Her tone held the question everyone else wanted to ask, unsure of this new revelation. But there was no time to explain on the ground. I hopped onto Vex, settling in front of Xavyn, as the other dragons ran and launched into the air to follow Esena. I patted Vex on the side of her neck appreciatively. Good girl. Let's go. And she did, running the last length of the garden and trampling several flower beds before leaping upward, narrowly missing the garden wall with her feet, but smacking the edge with the tip of her tail and knocking a few stones loose. After knowing her for a while, I could tell those actions weren't due to exhaustion or laziness, or even an act of defiance towards Xavyn and me. It was an attitude about the place. She didn't like the palace, or what had happened while she was waiting there. She needed to do some damage when she hadn't been able to. The thought made me smirk. She had become loyal to us, part of our mismatched council, part of our family. She had been with us the longest, but I knew too Lark and Red felt close to us as well. We'd all been through quite a bit together in such a short amount of time. Xavyn's arms wrapped around my waist
as my hands eased into the strap holds of Vex's harness. Garland? Is that true? Yes. Hades said morning flower. Verdandi searched her mind again and figured it out. That's my anchor to this world. How hadn't we considered it before? The Ember are what you left behind when your life cycles ended, what I and other Volare lived near along Alessra's lake. But I'm certain what remained from your last deaths were burned by you. Alessra's lake and its peak above, where Herja made me fight you, and Garland at their sacred lake right before we left. You burned them all. I recall mention of them in a book about Alessra's temple in eastern Islane long before the final war. Queen Mirren and Princess Anya didn't recognize the morning flower in Garland, said they'd never seen them. They would have bragged about them if they were still in Islane. True. So then why Garland? Is she following a memory of Hades without knowing you'd already burned them? Unless... Yes, I answered his thoughts. There's one left for sure. I suppose there would have to be. One would have to remain if it were truly your anchor. Not all could be burned while you're still alive, like Herja's ravens. At least one. So where? We've both seen it. Do you recall Queen Havila's conservatory, where Captain Bond killed Queen Mirren? Yes, he replied, adjusting my gathered bunch of plates along my back and leaning his face down closer to the side of mine. It was there. Queen Havila kept one potted morning flower in her conservatory. It was her favorite flower. Perhaps it was because of what had happened, seeing my rebirth all those years ago. But yes, it was still there when Captain Bond led us out the secret tunnel. I remember now. We have a bit of an advantage if she arrives before us. Her vision might not have shown the exact place to her, so it could take her a while to locate it. Maybe Hades will delay it further. Possibly. What I'm more concerned with is the distance there. It's too far. Even if we all were rested, it would be next to impossible to reach Garland without stopping at the archipelago and sleeping, finding sustenance on one of the small islands. If we have to, she will too. Possible, but we can't underestimate her determination. Nor ours, he retorted, tightening his hand around my waist, pulling me even closer against his chest. I leaned back to him, allowing him to hold me, enjoying his support. We'd had little contact through the last few days, that I craved the feel of him, longed for it in any moment I could get. True, I admitted on a sigh, though I think it's good that our injuries have made us ride first instead of flying. While I have faith in the dragons, I don't expect they'll make it. She is in her dragon's head, overruling its fatigue. She will fly it until it's dead. As long as she stays conscious, they aren't stopping. So we can't risk it. You and I need to sleep shifts during this flight, before reaching the archipelago. We'll fly the rest on our own when the others stop with the dragons. Are you planning on telling them? He asked. Not yet, no. They'll know the dragons won't be able to continue without rest, so they'll agree to stop. He didn't respond to that, only squeezed me tighter. I whistled and pulled along the tether, calling the birds to follow with us. The others turned to look, and I waved them backward. Vex took the lead, the rest flanking as a bell rang through the city, chiming in intervals of 3. Several guards on horseback tore off down the palace road, through the gatehouse, and down the streets below us. The banners they carried were the Islane crest banner of blue and gold, with another of all gold waving at the top. We watched as the army halted their attacks. They reformed along the streets, waiting in place. With all motion ceasing, the city fell into near silence. Isana, I called to her as she flew alongside Amias and Lark. Her gaze tore away from the shining white stone city below us. Ride on Lark with Amias. Your wings will need the rest. She didn't argue or ask questions, simply positioned herself and eased off her speed, timing the last push of her wings before she disappeared them to avoid hitting Lark's, and dropped in front of Amias. Do your best to sleep in shifts if possible. I shouted, wanting everyone to be rested no matter what happened. On the dragons? Lient asked incredulously. I didn't bother answering. I was certain Nit was intuitive enough to fill him in, and I rather enjoyed seeing the bewilderment on his face. Granted, we hadn't had to sleep on them before, but I didn't see it being too big an issue with 2 riders on each. Pyron and Thala are there, Xavyn said before signaling them. They were hovering over the port, all the Fae having stopped as soon as the humans ceased fire. When they noticed we weren't veering off our current course, they met us, right before we crossed over the docks and the sea, above the cogs and carracks with Suspir and Islane's sails suspended high and proud. Pyron, seek out King Calden at the palace. He knows to speak with you regarding means to spread the peace. Keep several Fae here. Intercept those ground divisions who haven't arrived. Stay here for now. We'll send word when we can from Garland. Thala, choose some of your groups to come with us. Only those you feel can travel the distance over water. Choose now and follow us. With that, they were off. Even if they also need to land and rest, it'll be good to have them in case. Xavyn's words faded away into the wind churning behind Vex's wings. Yes, I agreed, not needing to hear the rest to know what he was thinking. If we couldn't stop her before they arrived, it would be helpful to have others on our side. But if we failed, well, it wouldn't matter after all. Nothing would matter anymore. I allowed my eyes to travel back to the land, then sweep to the open span of water sprawled in front of us. Endless. Infinite. From this height, it was more intimidating than when we'd traveled it on the Nar. Without the foggy haze and from high above, seeing a greater amount of distance made it all the more daunting. Dread twisted my stomach into knots. Yet, as the sun set to the west of Sunsea, creating an unfathomable array of color on the ground and in the air, from blushing pink shadows along the white-sanded shore to fiery clouds streaked across a deepening purple sky, I breathed more deeply than I'd ever had, and allowed my eyes to feast upon the beauty in it all, as a reminder of our reason for fighting. This world. Our world. 28. The flight had been more distressing than any of us could have imagined. With the drop in climate came temperature storms over the sea and winds that we battled well through the night and into the next morning. And while it rained hard enough to cause me pain and keep me awake, I was grateful it hadn't lasted long enough to exhaust me completely. Several of the Fae flyers, Volare and Amido alike, had changed course early on, returning to Islane. The storms were too strong for them to continue, knowing the archipelago was still a tremendous distance away. Over halfway to Garland, the small tropical islands were a welcomed sight. The journey had been a feat and had taken over half a day. Though we'd been battered, most had slept a few hours in shifts, one rider watching the other. The Fae flyers weren't as fortunate. That fact was evident as soon as the stretches of land came into view. They had been drifting behind the dragons, their elevation waning. We'd been lucky during the last several hours, having caught updrafts that possibly saved a few lives. Some wouldn't have made it otherwise. If their struggle had looked too great, Esena, Xavyn, and I would have unseated ourselves from the dragons to save them, but it hadn't been necessary. Spirits picked up as we neared. Excited hoots and shouts bounced off the water below us. Even the birds squawked in celebration before diving toward land, more than prepared to perch for a decent rest and food. Spotting makeshift camps with sail-covered lean-tos left by human sailors and tradesmen, we landed on a larger island. There had been no sign of Verdandi except at the start of our journey, before the winds and storms, where the clouds had gotten too thick to see far ahead. We wouldn't waste time scouring each of the small islands, but there had been no sight of her from the one we'd chosen. The dragons collapsed immediately, picking a shaded spot along the dark gray sand that was reminiscent of Garland. Xavyn and I dashed off to relieve ourselves, much like the others. Fae flyers continued to touch down onto the shore as we returned. Some began to make a temporary camp, gathering the large brush leaves to use for bedding. After removing my pack for a quick bite and drink, I unfurled my wings and beat them hard, checking their weight and strength. The wound on my shoulder had already closed. I poked at it again, testing how much it had healed. "It's good?" Xavyn asked, watching me, eyes narrowed and scrutinizing my reactions, while he ate a few pieces of dried meat and drank some water. "Yes, a little sore, but all right," I admitted with a nod. Though it remained tender to the touch, its effect on my upper body had disappeared and wouldn't inhibit flight. Xavyn pulled my energy, his own wings appearing in an instant, the bold and brilliant feathers as bright as the sun. "And you?" I asked, reaching out and lifting his vest to inspect his stomach. I ran my fingers over the angry new skin there before spreading my palm over it, grazing the area softly. He hissed in a breath, and I lifted my gaze warily, concerned I'd need to leave without him. He had his lower lip trapped between his teeth, and he was not biting to displace the pain. His eyes told me that much, their lids lowered in a way that said my touch was making him feel something far better at the moment. "My skin is still sensitive after the divide surge." "Oh," I replied, biting my own lip, recalling how the lines in his Amito skin had reacted when the new surges of magic had hit him before. He hadn't said as much when we were at the divide, but he'd also been in pain there. "Yes," he said, still holding my gaze. It was then that I noticed his skin remained more white than red-orange like mine, that his hair had stayed white and not changed. "You can choose now. You can have my wings and not change everything else." "I suppose so. I hadn't noticed, but I also hadn't tried to pull energy since the divide. It does feel different, like beyond the simple choice it used to be when taking the energy in." I blinked at him with a smile, then realized we'd been lingering too long. "We need to go." Before I pulled away, he leaned down, tugged me closer, and pressed his lips to mine in a hungry kiss. He didn't care who was around or that we needed to leave as soon as possible. He knew as well as I did that this could be it. The last time. The last taste. As soon as the desperation between us died, our thoughts obviously letting it fade, I stepped back with a small smile and a shake of my head, refusing to jump ahead into sadness. We had to focus. And now that we knew we could fly on without the aid of Vex, we had to leave right away. With a quick turn, I situated the water skin and small pack onto my lower back again. Xavyn did the same with his, as a Senna walked over to us. "What are you doing?" she asked, looking around. Noticing our exchange, everyone else stopped what they were involved with. "We're going on," I said, with a tight smile. "We can't afford to rest. We need to catch her before she finds it." "I'm going with you," she said, stretching her arms over her head, then her wings behind her. Her head tilted, and she gathered the strands of long black hair that had escaped during flight, securing them into a single tail at the back of her head. "Who's going where?" Rafim asked, as he, Amias, and the rest walked over to join us. I breathed deeply and looked at them all. Even though I'd known we'd have to leave, telling them was the part I'd been dreading. "Xavyn and I," Esena stared at me pointedly, "and Esena, if she chooses, are leaving now. We don't have time to wait for the dragons and everyone else to rest and regain energy." "You're worried she didn't stop on these islands." Lephis crossed his arms and nodded, his cold-toned skin even darker beneath the sun and a near match to the sand beneath our feet. It reminded me now that mine had been the same color the last time I'd been on this end of the world, only where his was smooth and delicate, mine had been coarse and feared. "Yes," I answered, snapping from my reverie. Time has also become our enemy now. We need to regain as much as possible. If she has too much, she'll find the flower."
"I don't like this," Rafim whispered, his light brown eyes shifting between Xavyn's and mine. "Yes, well," Xavyn said, tilting his head, "my ego is in need of a good swelling. But don't worry, you'll get your chance to deflate it again after you arrive." They both released airy, relaxed laughs, and a few others joined in, everyone welcoming the break in tension and concern. Amaya slipped his hand in Asena's and pulled her aside. He hunched over, and she tipped her head back to see him properly. "I will not try to convince you to stay with me, because I know you won't. You never refuse a chance to help. So I will simply tell you to be careful, and that I love you."
"I know," Asena replied, pursing her lips and blinking her large yellow eyes at him. Her attempt at playfulness drifted away, and her tone grew more serious. "I love you as well. Too much to tell you here in front of everyone else. But you know I will show you how much when this is over."
Rafim lifted his eyebrows and glanced away, not always keen to witness affection of others, and more often eager to make humorous comments to avoid his own unease. This time, though, his gaze fell on Lephis, who had been looking at Asena and Amias with wide eyes and smiling lips. Rafim took hold of his hand and smiled right along with him, stealing his attention. Lient crossed his arms and cleared his throat. "How long will the dragons need?" "Likely a couple of hours at least. That was the longest flight they've taken without stopping to rest their wings. They have grown stronger, but they're as susceptible to fatigue as all of us," Nit answered, and I nodded in confirmation, since Lient's attention had remained directed at me. "I wish it were different. We need to leave now," I said, stepping away as Asena extended embraces to everyone else around our circle. The urge to do the same made my fingers itch and my arms ache. Each and every one of them meant something to me, more than a body for this war we'd had to face together, no matter how hard I'd tried to keep them at a distance these past weeks. Nothing would have been possible without them. And I wanted to say goodbye, especially if this moment along the shore of a desolate island might be the last time I'd see them, touch them, be able to thank them. Yet I found myself backing farther away, avoiding all I wished to say and do, my rush to leave more urgent and more complex than a simple race against time. Maybe I was a coward for it, but I couldn't say goodbye. "Thala," Xavyn called to the Volare guard. "If you didn't see, this island does have a small river of fresh water just east." He didn't bother telling her that those who needed to stay longer could. I had a feeling many of the Fae would need more than a few hours' rest. They had been pushed to the limits over the last week, battles and travel taxing both body and minds. He turned his attention back to Rafim and patted his shoulder. "Southwest, friend. The only one after these. See you soon." "As soon as possible," Rafim assured, his calm voice wavering with a hint of emotion. I leaped into the air, unable and unwilling to wait another second. Garland was calling me, and so was my feather. I still felt its pulse. I'd felt it all through the torturous night. I knew she'd been close, hidden inside the storm. And though the temptation was strong to look back at the shore, to see some of those I cared most for, I kept my eyes straight and pounded my wings harder than I ever had. Haiti would not be a victim, a sacrifice. And Verdandi would not succeed. 29. The sun had set before we arrived at Garland. The half-moon had been enough to guide us through the darkness over the inky waters. And while I'd longed to see the island during daylight from high above, seeing it drenched in shadow was as breathtaking as I could have envisioned it to be. There was a quiet peacefulness to it at night. Even on the ground, it had been that way throughout my life. But tonight, lit by the moon's glow, by the lighted towers at the points of Larissa's Cove,
and by the twinkle of candles inside the boats and houses along the port and Trader's Row. It was beyond magical. I laughed lightly to myself, finding it odd that I was so fond of the sight before me when I'd been so ready to break away months before, needing to discover who I was. The thought of this place and the people had made me ill. I knew the true illness had been because of traveling the sea as well, but I'd also been sick of being viewed as lesser, as a burden, as a ghost. Horns sounded, their tone haunting as it rippled over the silent waters below and through the air to us. The warning bell from the chateau's tower followed. It set off the chain, bells and horns carrying the message all the way to the port. Garland was on alert. Verdandi had been discovered. Xavyn, Asenna, and I dipped lower and flew well off the western coast to avoid detection. We circled wide, far out from crypt cliffs, then glided along the canopy of Revelation Wood, aiming to enter the chateau grounds inside the garden beside the conservatory. There was no immediate sign of Verdandi or her dragon, though she could have landed or hid any number of places, especially if she didn't know the location of the morning flower. But with the pulse of my feather calling to me and the alerts originating at the south instead of the port, she had to be on or near the grounds. That was for certain. We dropped directly inside of the dark garden. The pathways and trellises that had been moderately covered in foliage several months before were now teeming with tropical ground leaves and flowers, sun deprivation from fog no longer stifling growth. Voices and movement could be heard beyond the garden's wall. A dragon's screech was fast to follow. She was here then, outside the grounds. Close. Dragon! Screams burst through the stillness all around the chateau. Despite the distraction outside the garden and the excess plant cover inside, we were spotted by a Garland guard posted on the eastern tower. He'd heard enough to turn away from the commotion. With a horn in hand, he began to blow, sending off another alert. We rushed to the conservatory's oak and iron doors, slipped into the darkened area, and closed them behind us. These plants had also grown extensively, one might even say excessively, with the vines and leaves inhibiting the pathways. Though there had been little to tend before, it was still obvious the upkeep wasn't on the same level as the Queen had given. I was surprised, having assumed Captain Bond would have insisted it be maintained after Queen Havila's death and with Prince Calden's leaving. "She's out there, then," Asenna said, tilting her head to view the glass ceiling and the silhouettes of the tall spires outside. "Yes," I answered, not bothering to voice my hopes and fears as I chopped through several vines and hurried toward the back, my eyes focused solely on the well alcove and its intricately carved pillars. The moon and starlight cast through the glass above, spreading upon the open area so delicately, it looked like a dream. I thought of the two queens, the stark images of two different times etched forever in my memory. Queen Mirren's lifeless body sagging after Captain Bond had impaled her with a sword, and Queen Havila sitting upon her favorite stone bench as she reverently caressed the petals of her morning flower. Ember. I pushed around the last branch in our way, my eyes searching the Queen's bench and the pedestal at its side. There was nothing there. I stopped directly in front of the stone pedestal and ran my bare hand over its cool surface, as if I expected something would suddenly appear inside the dreamy light. Where? Xavyn's whisper was little more than a breath. There was no simple clay pot, and no vibrant ember. Xavyn grew frantic as he crouched and searched the floor, digging around other empty pots and canvas soil bags. Where is it? I blinked several times, trying to piece it all together. She can't have it yet. We wouldn't be here if she'd taken it. Where else might it be? Would someone have moved it? Asenna asked, scouring the area with Xavyn. Captain Bond, I mused. But why would he? A thought struck me then, right before the conservatory doors burst open. Guards marched in, unsheathing their swords. The first to rush closer I recognized as Artoon, an alternate on Prince Calden's detail.
His dark hair and eyes widened as he noticed the wings at our backs. Xavyn gripped his sword, but I held a hand out to my side, stopping his progression. I stared at Artoon as his footsteps faltered. Artoon, where's Captain Bon? I need to speak with him.
How do you know my name? And Captain Bon?
He replied hesitantly, his forward movement halting. The others halted too, all peering around him to see what he had. 3 beings at the well alcove, bodies and wings bathed in the moonlight. Whispers spread between them. I pointed a finger at myself. Vala. Now we don't have time.
Not possible,
he replied dismissively, and I realized then he'd never seen my skin without its hard, cold texture and color. The wings either.
Vala,
Xavyn murmured, tightening his hand on the sword, the leather-wrapped grip emitting a soft squelch under the pressure. I sighed, knowing there was no way to explain it and make them understand any faster. Instead of leading with an immediate fight, though, I had one more method to try. Fear. It was something I'd used enough while I had grown here, and also the reason I'd been on the guard to begin with, as Xavyn had pointed out to me shortly after we'd met. I let all the emotion coil within, feeling the flames rise. My skin started to hum as the fire kindled. I beat my wings and lifted from the ground. My skin burned, lighting me up in front of their eyes. Artoon, where is Captain Bon? After a few seconds and several gasps among them, Artoon replied,
Outside the Bailey wall. There is a dragon, and Hades is there.
I dropped and moved forward, and despite the rather crowded pathway, the guards parted to let us pass, stumbling over each other to get out of the way. Follow us, I called over my shoulder. Gather as many guards as possible. I took flight as soon as we stepped through the doors, then perched on the tower edge to view the scene. There was no point to hide now. We needed to find the Ember before her, even if she knew we were here. The dragon stood on all fours, swishing its tail and flapping its wings, though the motion lacked the force required to lift it from the ground. Wall torches lit the chateau's perimeter enough to see Captain Bon standing close to the dragon's head. Too close. All the guards were also in front of the dragon, their backs to the wall. Verdandi had Hades unbound and seated upright now. A dagger pointed at her throat.
Don't do it!
Hades' voice cracked in her pained scream.
I will kill her if you do not,
Verdandi called, their focus on the captain. There was no flower to be seen, with her or with Captain Bon. The dragon screeched a terrifying roar, mere feet from Captain Bon, before shifting its face and releasing a ball of fire toward the wall. Guards lunged away from the flames, some not fast enough, falling over and patting themselves to snuff out their shirts and hair. More rushed in, shouting and flailing as they helped tamp it all down. I dove from the tower and flew along the top of the outer wall, stopping only when I reached the spot directly over them. Hades' eyes looked up, watching us land onto the wall's edge. She didn't speak, but her lips moved as if to say, I'm sorry. Verdandi's gaze lifted to meet mine with a sneer. Despite my urge to call any birds in the area or to gather the fire building more violently along my skin, she knew I wouldn't make a move. With Hades' life at her fingertips, I couldn't. Tracking their eyes, Captain Bon cast a surprised look over his shoulder at me, then took a hesitant and resigned step forward, while Verdandi extended word with her free hand. No, the Viscus wasn't here. Its roots did not reach to the island. That should have been a benefit to us. I should have known word would do the same. And with the final surge of power from the divide, her connection to it was even stronger. She could see things well enough with it alone. It had to have been the way she'd connected to those visiting the Viscus before, controlled them and their visions. And now, she'd see where the Ember was without Captain Bon having to say a single word. We were too late. Kill her! Hades cried out, despite the dagger's metal pressing at the skin of her throat. She wanted it to end here. She was likely the strongest of us all,
because as much as I needed that too, I would not sacrifice her. Captain Bon had decided not to either. He'd given in to Verdandi for her safety as well. This decision could be our downfall, but I was betting it wouldn't be. I believed there was time to reach the flower before Verdandi, that there was still time to capture word and end her forever. Archers along the wall and from the tower knocked and drew their arrows. They waited, unsure what to do without the instruction from their captain. "Hold!" I screamed to them as more guards arrived outside the wall, several on horseback. Most of the horses reared backward and tramped the ground, skittish at the sight of the dragon. Captain Bon walked forward again. This time the dragon bent its front legs low, and Captain Bon climbed up, his body lying in front of Haiti. I knew then that the flower wasn't in the chateau. "Sacred Lake," I said, seeing Xavyn's stare shift to me in my peripheral vision. Captain Bon had loved Queen Havila. Instead of keeping the flower in the conservatory where she had tended to it all those years, he returned it to her once favorite place. She'd visited there well before my death and rebirth, before the Ember had grown in the aftermath, feeding the Vitae River and nourishing the island. Sacred Lake wasn't only a place to honor the dead, it had become the place for him to honor and mourn her. Perhaps he'd taken it there to bring her some semblance of peace in death. I reached into my vest and clutched the vials of Viscus water, making sure they were there. After releasing them, I extended my hand out. Xavyn wrapped his around mine, his fingers lightly touching, lingering softly before pulling away. "Esena, you still have your vial?" "Yes," she replied, patting her vest over her heart. The air stirred, but it wasn't only from the dragon's wings beating harder as it lifted. Clouds gathered overhead, and the moon and starlight disappeared in a blink. A crash sounded as a streak of lightning splintered across the sky. It was her. And the storm we'd traveled through over the sea? It had been her as well. She had enough power to conjure the weather herself. "Riders, to Sacred Lake as fast as you can!" I shouted the order, even though there was little chance they'd arrive in time to provide any help. It was well over an hour to the lake, traveling on horseback by way of the longer, passable eastern cliff route. Our flight over the crevasse field and into the peak would take less than half the time. I launched into the sky as the first drop of rain hit my face. 30. The rain pelted down relentlessly, knocking the air from my lungs as every drop scalded my skin and extinguished my internal flames. I pushed back, calling my fire out, burning hotter and brighter through the pain. It continued in bursts, waxing and waning as I raced along with Verdandi and her dragon. Esena and Xavyn stayed close. Despite our need to beat her to Sacred Lake, I did not trust Verdandi with the lives of Haiti and Captain Bon. As we passed over the crevasse field, its deep cracks even more menacing from high above, I was grateful that we'd stayed near. Verdandi's dragon twisted its body to the side, effectively throwing Captain Bon off. Unable to grab hold, he flipped over and began to plummet. Haiti screamed shrilly into the storm. There was no need for me to yell a command. Xavyn had seen and immediately followed, diving for Captain Bon, wings tucked close as he careened toward the perilous terrain below. I didn't dare turn and watch. My focus remained on Verdandi and Haiti, fear coursing through me, twisting my insides with as much anguish as the rain upon my skin. Soon enough, the edge of the island came into view, distinguished only by the moonlit, sparkling sea beyond. Sacred Lake's arced opening was silhouetted in front of it, yet I still wouldn't fly too far from Haiti. Despite the darkness and rain, I could also see that no vegetation inhabited the rocky area. There wasn't a trace of the sparse underbrush or the red-orange petals of fire and the island's fog hovering above like smoke. I had set it all ablaze. Now only rock and scorched ground remained along the maw of the cavern. The storm wavered as Verdandi's dragon banked slightly, preparing to land. There was enough space at the start of the lake's entrance for the dragon to fit. She'd need to ride it in as far as she could if she held any hope at a race. Of course, I wasn't sure how much detail she knew from her visions. What I did know, though, was she could still use Haiti as a threat. Before I could anticipate Verdandi's next move, I watched in horror as Haiti came to the same conclusions. She knew she was needed. She knew I would be forced to make a decision that I'd been fighting since Sunsea. So instead of allowing it to continue, Haiti slammed her head backward into Verdandi's and wedged her arm between the blade and her neck, forcing it away. She attempted to twist inside Verdandi's hold, one hand reaching behind her, grasping for word or my feather. There was no way to get past the dragon's wings without being hit. I sped ahead and called, "Esena, go down!" My heart raced as I pushed through the searing rain, my wings challenging every stroke. I cut back, flying directly toward the dragon, prepared to hit both Haiti and Verdandi head-on. I stretched my arms, reaching as I watched them struggle for control. Then, with a shriek, Haiti released her feeble hold of word at Verdandi's back, attempting to block a strike from the dagger. It slipped through her block, piercing her in the arm as her body tilted to the side and dropped from the dragon seconds before I collided with Verdandi. Verdandi ducked low and threw her arms up, evading my hit and knocking me directly into the dragon's upstroke, sending me into a spiraling fall. "I've got her!" I heard Esena's scream before I could level out and refocus. And despite the pain shooting through every part of my body, from the rain, from the hit, that simple phrase made me sigh in relief. As soon as I righted myself, I saw Haiti dangling from Esena's hands not far from the ground. Esena's wings worked mercilessly, battling to keep them both from hitting the ground too fast. Verdandi's dragon barreled toward the lake's entrance. She had its mind focused on only one thing, not caring if its body would fit so long as it got her farther. I gritted my teeth and channeled every bit of energy I had into my wings, beating them wildly to catch up. Feet away from the entrance, I tucked my wings close and plunged down, cutting in front of the dragon's slower arc toward the ground. I unfurled them again and passed through the entrance, catching the air and soaring along the top of the tunnel as the dragon wailed a screech behind me. Fire blasted out, the flames fully engulfing my body, energizing me more without the rain outside to temper it down. As soon as the tunnel widened, I directed the fire toward the pile of wood at the corner of the cavern beside the edge of the lake. The wood was old, mostly gone, but it caught all the same, helping my body illuminate the space. I didn't need to look at the center island to know that was where Captain Bond had placed the clay pot. It was where she died. Not only was it there, but it sat atop a lone, intricately carved stone pedestal, much like the one in the conservatory. The few blooms were vivid in the dim light, petals like liquid fire, open wide and spilling over the pot's edge. The morning flower. The Ember. Aside from the seconds it took to fly directly to it, there wasn't time to study the flower I knew now to be my anchor to this world, no time to inspect the detail engraved in the pedestal it sat upon and pay my respects to the queen. I tucked into a turning flip and landed at the edge of the island at the center of the lake, facing the entrance as the dragon released another roaring screech, its volume deafening in the enclosed area. Having been unable to spread its wings fully halfway inside, the dragon had run the remainder of the tunnel, slowing only as it neared the water. I drew Chiosa and widened my stance.
"Stand aside, Alessra. This is where it ends,"
Verdandi said, the dragon beneath her stopping. Its deadened white eyes stared on, its new focus on me and the flower I guarded. "You think I'd come all this way only to stand aside? I find that insulting," I replied, calling my flames into those in the fire. "To be clear, that won't happen. See, I enjoy life. I like this world and most things in it."
"You would. You enjoy defending things blindly, like that fey prince so long ago, like the others now. You act as if you too aren't trapped by the viscous, repeating the endless existence, having to watch over these ungrateful beings for all of eternity. And you know all too well how selfish they are, especially after being reborn here. Don't think I haven't seen it through your precious sister's eyes, and even bits through your own. They were vile, wretched. You should want their end as badly as I.
We all make choices. Your choice has been haunting you all along, hasn't it? Not even with me stripping most of the world's magic did it go away. You still had to face your fate, hearing your sister's voices inside the viscus, inside your head, forever reminding you of your mistake. Ah! She screamed, her voice cracking with rage, and the dragon charged forward. I pushed the flames from my body and tugged those from the fire in the corner. The flames blasted at them, hitting her right as the dragon's front feet plunged into the water. It wailed as it tipped forward, the front sinking into the depth they hadn't been prepared for. While the dragon stopped suddenly, momentum threw her body from its back. Her lower legs splashed into the water, while the rest of her hit the narrow path that acted as a bridge to the island. She scrambled onto her feet in no time, despite her wet cloak and scrawny, weak appearance. I'd been tempted to advance and strike then, but I wouldn't leave the Ember exposed. The dragon backed itself onto the lake's edge and remained there, its tail sweeping lazily at the cavern's entrance. My feather burned at Verdandi's back, having ignited from my blast. I coiled the energy again, raising it up from within myself and from the fire now burning more steadily in the corner. Again, I pushed my flames toward her, hitting her in the chest. She cried out in frustration as the blow knocked her backward a few steps. She drew word and swung it above her head twice, chanting something lowly. A gust of wind blew in from the tunnel, churning the air inside the cavern. It whipped beside the shiny black wall, and it sucked the water trickling down the rocky surface into its funnel. Shifting, it twisted over the lake. I braced myself, but wasn't prepared for the force. It slammed into my side, the water within like chips of glass shredding my bare skin. I stumbled a few steps and called my flames again, building them. Verdandi wasted no time advancing. She rushed down the narrow path and leaped over to the island, word clutched in her grip. I knew I was on the defense here, with little room to move so not to expose the Ember. She had the advantage. I settled into my stance and gripped Xhosa firmly, while keeping my limbs loose to react defensively. She lunged forward, swift as air, swinging word into a full spin before bringing it downward toward my head. I blocked and kicked her in the stomach to back her away. With a heaving grunt, she twisted her body and brought her staff around to the side, her tangled mass of hair waving in the same motion. With a hurried spin, I lifted my blade upward, knocking the edge of word up and kicking my foot out again. She retreated before I could land the hit, then lunged back in with her own kick, connecting with my thigh. Her white eyes were crazed, wide, and furious when she realized I hadn't fallen or given way. Behind her, I saw Asenna creeping around the dragon, Haiti on the other side. Then Xavyn and Captain Bond emerged from the tunnel too. I wanted to weep at the sight of them. They were all right. They'd all survived. As soon as that realization settled, another swell of energy and of anger toward the Norn in front of me struck. Against my better judgment, I went on the offensive. I drove forward and stabbed Xhosa at her chest. She backed away and parried my strike, smacking her viscus staff across the sword with a dull thud. Using that momentum, I brought the blade around at the same time I spun my body, angling for a hit to her torso. Her knees buckled expertly, dropping her into a squat to duck the blade. From my peripheral vision, I could see Asenna hovering beside the dragon. In a quick movement, she reached out and snatched something near the dragon's eye, then tried to retreat. She wasn't fast enough. It screeched, whipping its head around, its snout colliding into her stomach, slapping her from the air to the ground in a blink. Haiti rushed to her while the dragon bucked at the water's edge, its white dead eyes changing to silver. Xavyn had bounded into the air, and Captain Bond was running along the pathway toward me. Verdandi had straightened and stole a glance over her shoulder, noting the other's arrival. She growled in frustration, but was instantly on the attack, thrashing word at me in rapid strikes. Left, right, downward, spin. I parried, blocking each. They were fast, but not as strong as they had been, making it far easier to recover. Xavyn landed off to my side, his blade already drawn and glinting with my fire's reflection. Verdandi didn't stop. She alternated hits between us both. And when Asenna landed on the island too, her own sword gripped tightly in hand, Verdandi roared. There wasn't enough room at her back to surround her unless someone was flying. But while flight was an advantage most of the time, reaction time was slower with an opponent on the ground. If we had to attack that way, it would need to cause sufficient damage or risk her having a stable counterstrike. With her focus on us, her back faced the path. I'd forgotten about Captain Bond's approach until he leaped over the gap to the island. "With honor and courage, to protect Garland!" he yelled before his massive body landed right behind Verdandi. He had no sword. He had nothing. And he didn't stop or slow as he dove at her back and the pack there holding my feather. "No!" I lunged forward, hoping to distract her enough to keep her from turning. A second was all it took. The frayed strips along the bottom of her cloak billowed out as she spun around with word clutched tightly between her hands, its pointed edge slicing across Captain Bond's throat. 31. My heart stuttered at the sight. Droplets of blood trailed behind Word's tip as it continued its path through the air, Verdandi's body still turning its full revolution on her way to face us once again. Captain Bond toppled to the ground with a grunt and a pained gurgle. His hands grasped at his throat as blood sprayed and leaked between his fingers. "No!" I thought for a moment it was my voice crying in agony for the man I'd considered family, the only father figure I'd had in my human life. But it wasn't. The voice was Hades, screaming from across the lake. Her eyes were on us from the water's edge, while the dragon behind her swished its tail and moved into the tunnel to exit. I snapped from my moment of shock and swung Chiosa wildly, my own scream finally ripping from my throat in a horrid, shrieking cry. The flames roared within, burning hotter and more unrestrained than ever. They surged from my body, hissing, spitting outward, climbing Chiosa's blade. The fire at the cavern's edge roared too, its thrum connected deep within me. Strike after strike, I pummeled Word with Chiosa, blasting all my rage upon the Viscus staff and its master. Verdandi could only defend, my hits coming too fast, too strong for her to counter. The frenzy made it impossible for Asenna or Xavyn to step in with their own strikes. As soon as it was safe to do so, Asenna dropped down to Captain Bond, holding his neck. Xavyn stayed at my side, alert and ready, as I kept Verdandi on the move while angling my back to the pedestal and the Ember. With a blast, I thrust my fire outward, hitting her in the face. She winced, bringing her arms up in an attempt to shield herself and closing her eyes for only a moment, unable to withstand the heat, the burn. It was enough. With both hands, I forced Chiosa downward with everything I had, striking Word, forcefully knocking it from her grip. I reached out and grabbed hold, retreating again as soon as I felt the cool, smooth wood under my palm. Verdandi shrieked, her face scrunched in anger, fear, and pain. I'd taken control of her pith. Her eyes widened, and she blinked. Like my vision of the past at Herja's temple, she appeared to go blind. In the time it took me to grab the vial from my vest, Verdandi drew my feather from behind her back. It was still burning from my blast of fire, yet that didn't stop her. Xavyn advanced as soon as she drew, protecting me as I finished joining her anchor and pith, splashing the water upon the wooden staff. But Xavyn's single strike was futile. Verdandi's eyes had refocused on him, her vision returning. She sliced the fiery feather downward, crashing into Xavyn's sword, forcing it from his grip, then swinging the feather back again, the edge hitting Xavyn's chest before he could move. The leather protecting his skin gave way as easily as a tear in paper, the feather's edge sharper than most all the swords, aside from the one I held within my hands. Through gritted teeth, he screamed in pain, and as I launched forward, ready to plunge word into Verdandi's chest, she grabbed hold of him, spinning him around to face me, with my feather angled at his throat. I faltered, halting my momentum with words suspended in the air between us.
"He'll die, too,"
she whispered so silently, I almost didn't hear the words over the roar of my beating heart and jagged breaths. The cracked, filthy teeth in her mouth peeked out from behind her sneering lips.
"You lose either way."
My eyes flitted to Xavyn. The bottom half of his leather vest had been cut away. Blood poured from the wound spanning the width of his chest, the red liquid flowing down over the ridges of his taut stomach, over the other healed wounds at his side. I lifted my eyes again, seeing his clenched jaw and pressed lips, before locking with his distressed eyes. They flashed with something I longed to ignore, though I knew that was impossible. He was imploring me, reminding me. He was holding me to our commitment. I wanted to shake my head, to scream. I wanted to take back those words as if we'd never said them, because I didn't want to do what he wanted me to do. If there's ever another time, you need to choose the world, not me. The moment had come, and it was unlike any nightmare I'd ever had. Verdandi, Xavyn, and I all standing close to the pedestal, the piths and anchors all within a couple of feet. Her flesh burned as the feather continued to blaze in her grasp. She tipped it farther into Xavyn's neck, her eyes darting to a word grasped in my hands, then the ember flower in the pot on the pedestal. Everything was too close, and we'd run out of time. Xavyn's eyes blinked at me, but he didn't dare speak our promise out loud. There was no way to avoid it. She had him pinned to her, his entire body in front of hers. If I tried to strike her around him, it would be weak at best, or would completely miss. He wouldn't hesitate to watch the world burn if he had the chance to save me. But like me, he promised. I couldn't save him. I breathed deep as tears threatened behind my eyes, the familiar sting building. My body shook, my energy writhing and fighting itself, knowing what I was about to do. Cut out my own heart for the world. For a moment, I thought my body might revolt. Then the emptiness took hold, waving over me with an eerie form of calm. With a blink to Xavyn, I pitched forward and stabbed word in a downward angle. Reading my intent and the first shift of my body, Verdandi reached for the pedal with her free hand, and the feather cut farther into Xavyn's neck. He could have lifted his hands, attempted to shove her arm away, but he didn't dare move while I was in motion, fearing that he'd make me miss. I couldn't look at him. With the burning feather slicing deeper into his neck and the wound at his stomach, he was already in so much pain. If I looked into his eyes at that, I knew I'd collapse. Instead, I watched as her fingertips reached for the petals hanging over the pot. It was out of reach as a word pierced through Xavyn's shoulder, then entered Verdandi's chest. Her eyes bulged wide as realization hit with the pain and disbelief at what I'd done. I'd sacrificed him to stop her. Her mouth gaped, and a long scream rang out before a blinding light burst forth, knocking everything into blackness. And even though I fell to the ground from the force, I still held on to word and consciousness. The fire in the cavern was snuffed. My fire had also disappeared. The bitter black air surrounded me, the acrid smell of blood, burnt flesh, and wet rocks and soil captured within each breath. I closed my eyes and saw my feather as I had with the others before, the long wispy sword of red, orange, and gold sparkling in my mind's eye not far in front of me, lying beside a silhouette. Its pulse called me harder and harder, the thrum causing my body to shake. Take me. Take me. The dark, uneven mass in front of it didn't move. Xavyn. I crawled to him with endless tears, their number too great to disappear, their continuous trail leaving a permanent burn upon my cheeks. How had I done this? How had I killed him? I wailed into the blackness, my pain radiating through the whole of my body, as if I'd been ripped apart. My heart, my soul. I'd sacrificed him for this world, to keep this world and all those in it. I killed the one being who meant the most to me. He'd saved me. He'd saved everyone. What was this world to be without him? How could I possibly exist without him here? The cry escaping my throat echoed through the cavern, though my ears heard nothing. I clutched his body, carefully lifting his head, feeling his face in the darkness. Mine. He was mine. Part of me. My very fire. With trembling fingers, I touched his cheek, chin, and lips, and with rapid breaths, I leaned down closer. My lips found his, still and quiet, their warmth like a dagger to my heart, as they matched the feeling of every kiss we'd shared before, and all those we'd never have again. There was no beat from his heart, no rush of air from his lungs. I love you, always. I managed to speak the words through my sobbing breaths and frantic cries. My feather called to me, its pulse reflecting my agony and shining brighter behind my closed eyes. Part of me wanted it all to end, wanted to grab hold of everything and end it some way, somehow. But I knew that would break me more, even if it meant there'd be no feeling left. That would only give her what she'd craved, not what he'd chosen. Instead, I reached out to my feather, knowing that I'd serve this world from above, that I'd watch over all the beings myself, once again becoming the lonely goddess I'd always been. But I would do it for him, for all eternity, honor him and remember him forever, even if I never remembered myself, from then or now. I would always remember him. Following the light behind my eyes, I splayed my fingers wide and wrapped them around the feather. It softened under my touch as its heat and energy reconnected with me. My body rushed with warmth, and the feather sparked in response, casting its fiery colors through the cavern, the intensity gradually increasing until it was close to blinding. Light swirled and funneled inward to me, filling me and stripping me at the same time. My emotions quieted, my body calmed. As soon as the last bit of light entered me, slipping beneath my skin, I released a breath, and a new surge of energy exploded from inside, as it had done with the other feathers. The remaining magic burst out into the world, releasing the hold I'd had upon it, and returning it to what it once was. A scream rang out beside me. Asenna. She was close, and still alive. But nothing came from within my arms. No sounds. No movement. As the world around me stilled, my fire built within. I felt whole in a way, yet empty in another. I had my feathers, and the world was now restored. But that emptiness remained, a hollow place inside, a void that could never be filled, though even that was nothing compared to the ache of my heart. I looked down at the head I held inside my lap, my glow shining over his cool white skin. My tears flowed freely again, no longer painful to shed, only painful to create. Without thought, my body began to surge, fire consuming me and spreading wide, raging and coursing unrestrained. I cried out a melodic lament as my heart and soul ignited and my body coiled and shifted. The pain and anguish gave way to the emptiness completely, and the feeling in my fingers, in my arms, in my chest disappeared. All that was left were my feathers, my wings, blazing fiercely at my back, pushing the fire around, twisting it into a cocoon. I was light and air, no longer weighed down by limbs or swords, floating in the center of a firestorm. And then it was all gone. I was flying toward something, a call. Come home. 32. My wings carried me on, climbing over the island, blazing a streak of fire through the night, up and up and up, higher than I'd ever seen, higher than I'd ever known. There was no losing consciousness now, no plummet back toward the ground. I soared over the sky, cutting through the clouds and reaching all the space that lay beyond. My body and mind, my heart and soul were only fire and light as I entered the place I'd visited so long ago, a time I couldn't remember. I knew the moment I crossed the invisible barrier. In an instant, surrounded by the stars I'd missed so much, thoughts rushed into my mind, flooding in, filling me. Memories, I realized, as soon as the images assaulted my mind. The Vissus, Herja, Verdandi, years and years. My wings traveling through the sky. Daylight and moonlight and darkness. Over and over and again. Years and days and seconds. Fae and witch and myrrh and human. They and the world below spinning as I flew. I watched them. I watched them war. I watched them love. I watched them flourish and break, survive and perish. I'd watched with Herja from the sky and Verdandi from the ground, as we'd promised to do so long before, to guard and protect, to attend. For this had been our world, charged to us by the Vissus. The images flickered to the gray bare tree, at one time appearing to reach the stars itself. There were infinite visions of when I'd landed upon it, my wings spreading wide after dropping down to perch, my beak tapping along its smooth surface, a gentle greeting, time after time. And then back further, to the beginning. There will be few watchers here, the tree hummed through its dark veins. Surrender your body or soul, one given, the other taken. A scrubby girl with tattered clothes and a shiny blade in hand sliced her palm and held it to the tree. A black bird cawed at her offer and landed on the blood before taking flight once more. Recalling no place or kin to claim and only a single feather for a familiar clue, I stabbed its point to the end of my finger and let my blood fall upon the tree. A small flower blossomed below, a red-orange color to match the feather and the blood it drew. Of the 3 sisters near the well, only one seemed to understand the tree. While she'd watched us offer the blood of our body, she chose to break a branch from the tree and offer her sister's blood instead. As the red liquid dripped around the tree's base, water spilled from the well, covering the 2 lifeless bodies before the Vissus swallowed them beneath the ground. A pulling sensation called to me sharply, stealing me from an endless stream of memories. The call was a tether as thin as a single string. Light, but there, a tug. Don't leave. Come back to me. The connection was enough to make me change direction, to return to the world upon the ground, even though I'd only just left. There was something there that called to me, something I couldn't ignore. I crossed over the barrier, diving fast into the sky and through the shelf of dawn-soaked clouds. My lithe body was unlike the one I'd known before. Tail feathers trailed behind, balancing as they caught the wind gracefully, like thick strips of ribbon waving a cheerful greeting to the sunrise. Bodies stood on the island below. I circled high, watching as I knew I should, as I knew I would forever. Though I remained at a distance, those upon the island noticed me. It was a gathering. 5 dragons towed the edge of the rocky cliff not far from those grouped near a cavernous opening. I knew the place. I knew the beings gathered too. My chest ached. mourning all that had happened, wishing certain things had been different. I was the final one. We'd defeated Verdandi. The world survived, and those in it had too. No, not all had survived. Emotion hit me again as I continued a downward circle, unsure how the pain remained so sharp, so clear. I'd thought, or hoped, perhaps, all feeling would be gone as soon as I'd taken my place again and the emptiness took hold. But no, it seemed that even though I'd given my body and soul, I still had feelings after all, and my memories too. My cry echoed over the land, over the sea, alerting them all of my presence if they hadn't already seen. Birds swarmed to my side en masse, squawking and singing their own melodies, drawing as near as they dared to my flames to celebrate my return. Once more, the thin tether pulled. With all eyes upon me and no movement to be seen, I swooped lower, feeling the call from inside. Even this way, with feathered armor and eyes not accustomed to tears, I wasn't sure if I could enter the place I'd lost so much, so many. One like a cold, distant mother, another like a stern yet soft father, and the last, unlike anyone I'd ever known, beyond anyone I'd ever loved. He was my life, my breath, my fire. The ache inside was crushing, but I wouldn't turn away. I had to answer the call, to return and see those I'd helped to live. I let my fire fade and split through the center of the bodies at the cavern entrance. They parted with audible gasps and bright smiles. Ember spilled from the tunnel, the petals of red-orange like a welcome banner, or like all the blood that had been spilled. Nearing the inside, I slowed my pace and passed by several more familiar faces. Haiti, Asenna, Amias, Rifim, Lient, Nit, Lephis. All of them stood where the cave opened wide, none of them moving. In a bed of new ember flowers formed by the vines along the wet cavern wall, a body lay at their feet, covered by a cloak. One body. They watched me pass, having the same reactions as those outside. But none of them were the tether's source. It pulled again, and a sobbing sound finally made my eyes level to the spot I feared to visit. When I focused on the island in the center of Sacred Lake, I noticed the blackened pedestal and the empty pot atop it, then the scorched surface around its base, and the other body in front. Xavyn wasn't lying as I'd left him. He was on his knees, sitting back onto his heels, arched over with a head of white and black hair bowed to the ember, clutched within his hands. Alive! I thrust forward, needing to be closer, to be certain it wasn't a wild dream. My body glided above the water, and I cried out again, the melodic call echoing richly around the cavern. As if unaware of everything else, the sound startled him, and his head lifted slowly. His eyes and mouth gaped when I tipped my wings into a turn and landed within reach. On the same level with his crouched body, I stared into his captivating light gray eyes, now rimmed in red from tears he'd shed. The hand holding the flower remained in his lap, while the other extended toward my feathered head. It seemed he was struggling with his thoughts and sight as well. I couldn't bear it any longer. I needed to touch him, to know for sure I hadn't either lost my mind or lost the entire world and was bestowed some echo of life to torture me after death. How else would he be here with me? I let my flames rise up inside, the feeling more natural than it ever had been before. In the teachings Asenna had recalled to me, Alessa's deaths and rebirths had always been in her true phoenix form, the exception being when I died without my feathers and had been reborn almost human. It had been accurate enough this time. Changing back into my human form hadn't even been a thought in the hours since, the guilt and loss too strong to think of anything else except for returning to the sky. Now, as I stared at Xavyn, it had become my only concern. I needed to know if it was real, if he was real. The fire rolled through me, and as Xavyn's fingers skimmed the tiny feathered area below my eye, my body began to shift and unfurl. Painlessly, I grew. In moments, I stood upright, my body reformed bare with the red-orange skin and long, loose black plaits of hair. Xavyn's head tipped back, his body now kneeling at my feet. Out of my peripheral vision, I saw movement. Our friends, who had been standing as still as sentinels at the entrance, were leaving. They disappeared out of the cavern, the covered bodies supported between them. I held my hand out to touch the smooth, cool skin of Xavyn's cheek. "You're here," he whispered. "I thought... "And you," I replied, my words choked. "You weren't breathing." He stood, his body unsteady for a moment. His gaze followed his trembling hands as they pressed to my shoulders, then slid up my neck and to my cheeks. He stared into my eyes. "Real. Please tell me this is real. Tell me this is not some glimpse of heaven trapped inside hours of hell. Because I couldn't bear to return if it's not true." I grabbed hold of his waist, my gaze reluctantly tearing away from his face to go there too, searching for the injuries I'd witnessed happen. My fingers trailed across his taut chest where Verdandi had used my feather to slice him deeply, spilling so much blood. The wound wasn't there. His fog-white skin was unmarred, the translucent lines, like external veins, still intact. Nothing, not even a faint reddish scrape to prove it had happened. His neck was the same. No cut from my feather. Only the dried blood staining his clothes showed he'd been injured at all. Where? How? There was a severe need to know. But like him, I was busy reveling in what seemed impossible. The Amido Fae male in front of me was supposed to be dead, and yet here he was, tangible, corporeal, and as magnificent as ever. However it came to be, I wasn't going to risk wasting a single moment, so I looked into his eyes before pressing my body closer and crashing my lips to his. The taste of those lips, of that mouth, was entirely the same. The feel of those muscled shoulders beneath my tense fingertips was as well. Real. So real. With one hand at my neck and the other splayed on my back, his grip tightened, holding on as though he, too, feared letting go. "You called me to return." I spoke the words over his lips, not wanting to pull too far away. "You called me through the Ember." He sighed and rested his forehead to mine. "I had no idea. I'm so glad I held it then. I didn't know if you were alive at all. I thought that maybe you'd been killed with her. When I woke, you were gone. I asked, and Esena had been unconscious too. Hades said your fire had consumed the entire cavern, but hadn't burned us. I'm not sure what else. I couldn't hear after that." The air from his quiet words caressed my lips. If he hadn't been so calm, I would have winced as I pictured him collapsing in the same place I'd found him, not being able to talk, thinking I had died. I would have felt the same. I had felt the same, only I'd escaped to the sky, seeking comfort in the place I'd been longing to return. "So you woke, as you had when I'd crossed the divide and taken hold of my feathers," I mused, attempting to answer how he was still alive. "Yes," he whispered, touching his lips to mine softly, needing the connection again. Recalling the events, I said, "She cut you, had my feather to your throat. Then I stabbed." A sob threatened to escape, but I swallowed it as soon as the answer sprang into my head. "Immortality." The sob did escape then, only it wasn't in reflex at the thought of killing him. It was happiness rushing through me as the truth became clear. Both piths touched you. 33. He gasped a breath as he pulled his head away. His wide, confused eyes searched mine for a moment. Then he released the breath, and with it, the confusion. Can it be true? I don't see another way. You wouldn't have survived. You lost so much blood, even before I had to. The hand at my neck shifted to hold my jaw. You made me a promise. You did what I wanted you to do. Don't think of it any other way. I promised you the same. But if it had been me, I know you wouldn't— Are you calling me a liar? He asked. His tone was serious, but his lip twitched. When I couldn't quite mirror his attempt at a change in mood, he added, I would not have broken my promise to you. I'm selfish, but not so much that I'd risk the world. Besides, if I had, I would have faced your wrath for the rest of my days, or until the end of the world, whichever came first. At that, I did smile. That is true. He kissed me then, passionately, capturing my heart and soul through his lips as our bodies relaxed into each other. And after all the months of fighting, the fear of death and the end of all existence finally began to fade away. Ahem. A throat cleared nearby, causing us to break apart. Xavyn, realizing I was still unclothed, turned us so that he shielded my body from view of the cavern's entrance while facing me. I peered around his shoulder to see Asenna. Her bottom lip quivered along with her glorious half-extended black and yellow wings. Haiti told me where to find some of your old clothes, so I flew to get them. She held out a pack. I can leave them— No, please come, I begged, tears slipping from my eyes. With surprise and delighted relief, I realized there was no pain from my skin, no sear from the salty water gliding down my cheeks. She flew to us, and Xavyn moved aside, taking the pack from her as we embraced. Thank you, she whispered. And I thank you for so much, for everything, I replied, then tightened my hold, showing her how grateful I was for all she had done in the time I'd known her. We stayed that way for a while, and as soon as we pulled apart, she gave Xavyn a rueful smile, then said to me, Dress. There are others who want to do this, but I'm certain someone wouldn't be as calm with anyone else touching you while you're so beautifully bare. Xavyn shook his head with a playful scowl, and I laughed lightly with her. After she flew away, Xavyn asked, How are you feeling? The same? Not entirely, no. I feel emotions, but I also feel that emptiness, though there is a calmness now. Perhaps I'll have to wait for everything to settle more. He nodded at that while I began to dress. The pack held my old guard gear. I slipped into the dark undershirt, worn leathers, and boots. I chose to forego the cloak, but kept hold of it. The mask and gloves, however, I merely stared at, as the memories of my rough skin gave me pause. What about you? How are you feeling? I asked Xavyn as I returned the gloves and mask to the pack. While I'd changed, he'd bent over and picked up the single ember bloom he'd held in his hand when I'd come back. After a gentle stroke along the petal, he moved it to the pot on the pedestal and positioned the little stem inside. I was certain the one that had been there before had burned away when I'd left. The one he had was new. I feel better than I ever have. Stronger that you're whole. I'm sure everyone else feels the same. The Fae and the Myrrh will probably live longer now, as they had before the final war. Having been near Asenna, I can feel the difference in you, your energy. It's brilliant, and there's an abundance, like your Fae life is indefinite. Even though I wasn't accustomed to feeling energy like he was, I knew his was unique. There was a certain lightness to his, and the pulse of it was strong. The frown on his lips was difficult to miss. I feel something of the same. Are you not happy? This means we have more than a human or fae lifetime. We have forever. I am beyond happy. But I just realized I can't feel your energy as I had before. I can't take you in, he admitted sadly. It's different. I'm missing it because it made me closer to you. I knew I would find more memories when I took to the sky again, possibly more of everything. But for now, my mind recalled the visions I'd had from long ago. I was a goddess, which meant my energy couldn't be taken unless I was close to mortal. Izaris had only been able to use my energy after my pith feather was removed. I'm sure you'll be able to whenever I choose to part with it. I would never ask you to part with it. He shook his head and ran both of his hands through his top length of hair, mussing it even more than it had been. Ends stuck out at all angles. Unless you need to in order to stay here. Because I don't ever want to be without you. And I don't want to be without you either. If there are times I must leave, I will never be gone long, I admitted with a smile, then ran my fingers over his hair to calm it and him. Shall we go out to meet them? He closed his eyes for several moments, then pulled me against his body again, clutching me tightly and burying his face against my neck. The air from his sigh ran over my skin before he drew away with a nod. He leaped from the island over to the path, and I glanced around, remembering that we'd first met in this very place. I had been defending Calden then. When I looked past the pedestal along the edge of water where Xavyn had grabbed hold of Calden those months ago, I noticed Chiosa and Word. Releasing a breath, I reflected on all that had happened in the time between and lifted them both. I belted Chiosa, comforted by its weight at my waist, then stared at Word. There was no power inside the Vissus staff, no more visions to be seen. The tree itself would be the same. It had chosen us to watch over this world. Two of us who had sacrificed from our own body were the watchers from above, while she who gave her soul had been bound to the tree. And now, with the others gone, I was alone. But that was in duty only. I was no longer lonely as I'd been. Now I was loved, needed and wanted by those who helped me save this world. Accepted for who I'd been and who I'd become. I met Xavyn at the entrance. He took my hand and we walked out beneath the peaceful blue morning sky together. Most held back, unsure how to approach. But as soon as Haidee rushed to me and slung her arms around my neck, the rest gathered closely and began to chatter. You frightened me, Haidee said, gripping my body fiercely. I frightened you? I asked incredulously. You frightened me. How could you have leaped off the dragon like that? She didn't answer, and I didn't really expect her to. We both knew the reasons and what could have happened. None of it mattered anymore. She was alive, and that was what mattered most to me. When she reluctantly released her hold and took a single step away, I was swiftly engulfed by Refem. And on it went, each of them pulling me into an embrace that made the tears fall again. And I wasn't the only one. Xavyn was getting his fill of contact also, everyone either embracing him right after me or patting his shoulders and back, in thanks, and to show their sympathetic relief. With how they'd all been gathered when I'd returned, they all had known, had likely seen or heard his misery. After a tentative embrace from Lient, and a pithy grumbling about how he wished he'd been here to help, he stepped beside Haidee and curled an arm around her back, making me narrow my eyes at him. Haidee merely offered me a knowing smile, easing my mind without a word. I had a feeling their connection had happened long ago. Before the onslaught of questions could really begin, I moved to the edge of Sacred Lake's entrance and knelt at the netting of new ember flowers where Captain Bond's body lay beneath a cloak. I was glad they hadn't returned him to the chateau yet. Peeling back the material over his face, I studied his pocked fair skin, bald head, and placid expression. She would have been proud, Captain. Thank you for protecting Garland with honor and courage. Thank you for teaching me. After a few silent moments, I stood and looked at Haiti first. We lay him to rest with his queen. Contact whichever lord is in charge and have them make accommodations for everyone who wishes to stay. With a nod to everyone else, I added, rest as long as needed. When you arrive home, wherever that may be, speak with your leaders and tell them what happened here. Extend my gratitude for their help and inform them that there is to be a meeting in Islane for a proper peace discussion between the territories in 2 weeks. That should give everyone enough time for travel. Murmurs rose around us, the Volare and Amido that had accompanied Thala speaking to one another, while others began talking to Garland guards about accommodations. When I turned to Xavyn, his eyes were already on me. He tilted his head and reached out for my hand, supporting my cloak and word in his other. When I didn't take the connection he offered, his eyebrows drew together in a silent question. I unfurled my wings, noticing instantly that they were more flamed than feathered in this form. Xavyn set everything on the ground and came to stand behind me, studying the wings closely, before wrapping his arms around my waist. Magnificent, he said, close to my ear, as the others watched us. He stepped away a moment after, rubbing his hands. Unable to hold my energy, he wasn't fully immune to my fire, as he had been before. And though immortal, not completely invincible. Considering the reason I'd called out my wings, I twisted my body, extending one outward, then reached underneath and tugged a feather away. There was a brief sting, but taking one willingly was nothing like the pain I'd recalled when Azaris had used Chosa to remove my pith. After watching the flames inside dwindle and feeling the rest of my wings do the same, I handed the feather to Xavyn. "What are you doing?" he whispered, as the others stared on, their mouths agape. "So much has happened. You need rest, too, and Serene's house seems like the best place." When he only blinked, not understanding, I added, "I could probably carry you, but it would be faster if you flew yourself." 34. Tamir Palace's throne room looked entirely different without the haze of battle clouding one's eyes. The white stone walls glimmered beneath the high windows. The 2 empty thrones in the center of the dais did as well. An exceptional span of tables had been erected into a square in the main area, adorned with candles, carafes of wine and water, and stacks of paper and jars of ink. Banners of all colors and crests hung from the walls in celebration of this day. The appointed leaders of all lands and territories had gathered in Sunsea, as I'd requested at Sacred Lake 2 weeks before. From beneath my cloak's hood, I could see mostly amicable smiles and friendly conversations all around the table. Curious stares and awkward exchanges were in abundance too, of course. The humans were still getting accustomed to the simple sight of fae, witches, and myrrh. When a lifetime of fear and hatred had been dictated through books and lore about the wars from so long ago, it wasn't exactly easy to adapt to these differences. The magical beings hadn't been immune to those same preconceptions either, as they too were eyeing the humans with some degree of suspicion. But even so, the mildly uncomfortable adjustment issues were far easier to handle than hostile words and bloody swords. "See anything to note?" Haiti asked from my side. Instead of taking a seat at the table as Calden had invited her to do, she chose to fall back into our routine with me, watching over the meeting. I'd been offered a seat and had declined as well, despite the insistence from all attendees. After explaining several times that this gathering was for them and not for me, they'd finally accepted my refusal and had begun their discussions. And it was the truth. While I did my part in saving this world, I was not a ruler of it. They were. "Nothing," I replied to her, not bothering to glance her way with the whispered word, like old times. She'd dressed in her finest garland green accented leather armor for the occasion, forgoing a gown even though she no longer held a guard detail. She was positioned the same as I, and the rest of the guards lining each wall of the room. The others, however, had made sure to leave us plenty of space. A wide berth for me. Some things never changed. I smiled to myself at that. Glancing at Xavyn, I found his light gray eyes already fixed upon me. A corner of his lips lifted, mimicking the expression he'd obviously noticed on my face. Wearing a black and silver doublet fitted to his strong chest, black pants, and a new pair of boots, he was altogether the most handsome at the gathering, though I knew well enough I was biased. His top length of hair had grown too long to leave down, so I'd plaited and tacked it back. He had reluctantly taken a seat between Rafim and Asenna at the start of the meeting, only after they'd pulled him from my side. He had previously informed them he would deny any position or title they wanted to bestow, opting to stay with me and roam the world we loved. We made the decision together before leaving Garland days before. As planned, we had buried the captain on the Queen's other side in the royal gravesite behind the chateau, then helped restore the things that had fallen into disarray following Calden's departure. Unfortunately, Captain Bond had broken down during that time, finally allowing himself to grieve the loss of his queen and for the island he'd long served. With no other Byler kin, rule had been passed on to Calden's friend and lord, Wren. Loyal as he and his friend Joseph had been to Calden, and hearing the rumors of all the happenings close to the divide, they'd chosen not to assume living inside the chateau and waited for more word from Calden himself. The lack of leadership led to poor island upkeep all around. We'd been able to fix many issues by instructing the guards and others well enough before returning to Islane. Calden's eyes shifted around the table as his lips maintained the placid smile he'd held throughout the day. In the 2 weeks since Anya's death, his body had regained weight and his head had cleared. He was recovering from the poison she'd been giving him since her visit to Garland. Her intentions had been to keep him alive enough to control. I was surprised to find him more like his old self when we'd returned. He'd extended his gratefulness, as well as many apologies for his behavior, not only regarding the time Verdandi had been in Islane, but also for the years we'd grown together in Garland. Though his lack of courage and previous misdeeds had been questioned by leaders from Craw and Vanen, as well as Islane lords, in order to challenge his position as king, I'd vouched for his upbringing and knowledge to rule, while Haiti testified about Anya's plots against him. His actions moving forward would prove his worth either way. There was even a chance they'd choose to divide the human lands as they had been long ago. All the questions had been apropos. It was part of the reason why everyone was in attendance. Some of those here were likely to have been chosen as temporary leaders until their lands had time to select those most rightful or deserving. Vanen especially was in a unique situation. Windland had ruled over all the territories for years under the Kalums, and since Esra had taken the throne, she was relinquishing their hold to all others besides their own. So Vanen would have to have discussions themselves about Ashlyn, Floden, and Weald. And in order to help right the wrongs of her family before her, she planned to offer the Amido their own territory boundaries should they want to return to and rebuild their home in the north near Eternus Palace and Alesra's Lake. As for the Mer, the Elder Council had chosen to send Hux and Leth as their representatives, trusting in them enough to sign the peace agreement, which was the main reason for the gathering. A few key witches had come to sign as well, noting that they hadn't yet determined if they'd prefer a single leader or a council to rule their lands in Craw. And for Garland, "Will you accept the title Calden is offering?" I asked Haiti after several minutes of silent observation. He hadn't been fond of how his friends had handled Garland in his absence. However, he had been fond of Haiti's dedication and commitment to him, and to exposing Anya. As the wine flowed more freely into all the goblets, so flowed the words and laughter. I dared to say that all in attendance were getting along as they signed the peace agreements. I had gotten lost in the atmosphere for a moment, but when Hedy hadn't answered after some time, I finally glanced sidelong around my hood at her. She shuffled her feet, as she always had when she was nervous, and bit down on her lower lip. I still haven't decided. Ah, I said on an extended breath, turning my gaze to what I was sure was her reason. Lient. He had taken a seat beside his lord from the borderlands, though his focus had appeared to have drifted over to the woman at my side. The path of his crystal blue eyes was impossible to miss. Ah, what? She asked. It was her turn to look at me, head twisting so much her body followed. I would have admonished her had we been in Byler Chateau watching over the prince, but not now, especially when Calden was set to grant her a ladyship title, possibly something more should the humans divide the lands, for her courage and bravery in the battle with Verdandi. He'll go home with you, if that's what you're worried about, I smirked, watching everyone at the table begin to depart, either to leave directly or return to the rooms they'd been given at the palace. She sighed lowly. He is fond of his own home in the borderlands. I'm certain he considers you home. How can you be certain of that? Our connection, it hasn't been long. I eyed Xavyn, this time not met with a return gaze, since he was distracted by Rifim, Nit, Lephis, Asenna, and Amias. But I knew his stare enough to see the likeness. He looks at you the way Xavyn looks at me. He had that same burning look when he learned you were in danger, like he was willing to do anything, go anywhere to be with you, save you. She turned her head and shuffled her feet again. This time she didn't bite her lip, because the corners drew upward instead. Oh. Ask him, I said, as we watched the others move to join us. My sister wishes to speak with you before they leave, to thank you, and to discuss an invitation to her wedding. She and Rhys are speaking with Pyron and Thala right now, Asenna said, rocking onto her toes beside Amias, whose black pants and doublet had accents of gray to match Asenna's sleeveless silken gown. There was surely no room or reason to hide swords underneath this time. My father and uncle would also like a few moments of your time before they set sail this evening, Amias added with a smile, the skin of his hand shimmering like fluid as it splayed over Asenna's bare shoulder. Though she was technically a Volare princess of Windland, she never considered moving back. They would stay together in Suspier. I nodded to both of them, already knowing there would be many more conversations to have before the end of the day. It had been the first time most had seen me since before the fall of the Divide and Verdandi. While Asenna and Amias spoke, Rifim had pulled Lephis closer to his side and leaned down to steal a brief kiss upon his lips. Theirs was another new yet powerful love. Through tragedy, the strongest, most beautiful things could bloom. Sometimes finding that beauty meant digging through the ashes. Other times, it meant being buried first. Many of us were proof of that. As Xavyn slipped beside me and curled an arm around my waist, Rifim smiled, having caught me observing him and Lephis. They both had cleaned up nicely, too. Torn leathers and stained travel clothes had been traded for new finery in shades of beige with black trim and silver buckles and buttons, all made special for them during the few days they'd been at the palace, one of the many gifts Islaine had given to those who had been integral in the battles against Herja and Verdandi. "Do you really believe yourself invisible with that hood?" he asked, the warm smile never leaving his mouth. Nit joined them in a light laugh and added, "Not a single being here could ignore your presence, hooded or not." "I suppose it's a comfortable habit," I admitted, eyeing Hedy and Lient with a wink. Lient nodded as he took hold of Hady's hand. My eyes moved from the scars on his pale cheeks to the scars on her russet hands, recalling all the bad that had happened along the journey here. I had to remind myself that it had been worth it in the end, though I was mournful for all the lives we'd lost, all the wounds we'd collected. The world remained, and was whole once again. "Have you chosen where you'll stay?" Calden asked as he joined our group. He'd already asked me to remain in Islane while things settled between the lands. I knew the offer was a courtesy, but it wasn't entirely without purpose. He'd likely wanted a trusted ally close as he established himself here in Islane, and while I no longer held a grudge for his previous actions, I had no plans to help him further. He would have to stand or fall on his own.
"You aren't short of choices," Asenna noted. Despite already knowing Xavyn's decision to deny any position, she lifted her hand to her mouth conspiratorially and added in a whisper, "There's a chance Esra will ask a certain Imido to rule northern Windland." Not having known that exact piece of information, I lifted my brows and watched a coy smile spread over Xavyn's lovely lips. Even if I tried to convince him otherwise, knowing how well he'd lead his own fae, I doubted he'd change his mind about taking an offered title. Rifim shook his head and released a humored breath. "Quick, someone think of an insult before his ego suffocates us." Everyone laughed, and Xavyn crossed his arms over his chest. "Having to ask for help now, are you? Figures, non-flyer. That's lower than even I would go, but I could easily say the same to you, mimic." Rifim's eyes narrowed, though his smile never faltered. "Besides, my wings are permanent if the dragons decide to stay after accompanying Lephis Nittenme to Usli." Xavyn reached out and slapped his hand onto Rifim's shoulder. "I hope they do stay with you, friend. There's no better place for them." The idea of them all being gone one day had occurred to me before we'd left Garland. Hoping there'd been a way to grant immortality with only one pith remaining, I'd offered my feather to each of my friends after they'd accepted the chance. But there had been no changes in them. I supposed it had been for the best that kind of power was no longer obtainable, though it had made me extraordinarily sad. We'd also visited the Vissus before returning to Islane to check on the tree that had created it all. I'd known that its power had ended long ago. Verdandi and the spirit of her sisters had been the only force behind it since the beginning of the Desir, but I had to be certain. There was no magic to be felt within, no visions, and there was no love or praise for it from the witches. They no longer trusted to be near after Verdandi had used it to control them. It would assuredly become another witchling poem, a cautionary tale, for them to remember and pass through their generations. And so, while magic had been restored, there would be no changes. After our friends were gone, Xavyn and I would remain. I blinked rapidly, pushing the thought away again, knowing we still had many years before we had to say goodbye, and no matter where we stayed a majority of our time, we'd visit all of them often enough. We'd watch over them, guard this world, forever. 35. With closed eyes, I let the thoughts churn in my mind. Things had changed in many ways. This was one of those changes. We'd said farewell to all in Islane days before, and returned to Garland with Haedi, Lient, and a few other fae who had taken an interest in the island life. Another one to note was the dragon Verdandi had controlled. He had taken an odd liking to Haedi in the days since Verdandi's end. We thought the reason could be a possible mental connection during Verdandi's control, or perhaps Haedi having been there to help remove his splinter inside Sacred Lake's cavern. Either way, he'd followed her around Islane instead of leaving with the others to Usli. It made the trip back to Garland a bit easier for her and Lient, and upon returning, she'd named him Bon after the captain. The water had stilled as I stared down into its clear depth. I breathed deeply, anticipating the agony I'd felt throughout my entire life on the island. My tears hadn't burned, I reminded myself. During our extended stay on Garland, however long it would be, Xavyn had urged me to reclaim my feather. He'd wanted me to revisit the sky, and if I wasn't ready for that yet, he'd said, "For this,
at least. So I'd listened, and now I stood as still as the water inside the bath, fighting hard to push all the old memories of my weekly cleansings away. Water had never been my ally or my friend. After a quick glance at Word and Chosa, propped along the wall beside my discarded clothing, I recalled my courage. Then, as I'd done so many times before to alleviate the pressure of my hardened skin, I took another deep breath, curled my hand over the metal edge, and threw myself into the bath. Nothing happened. No ripping skin, no searing pain, no relentless pressure digging into the outer barrier that once covered my entire body. Nothing. No, there was something. Coolness. A soothing wrap of coolness engulfed every part of me. Granted, the water had been warm to start, as per Xavyn's insistence, but I'd allowed it to sit too long, and it chilled as my thoughts brought back my deep-rooted cowardice. Having it cool was better. I'd been used to it becoming warm as it reflected my own heat during my past cleansings. No, this was nice for now. It reminded me of the only other time I'd swum without pain inside Sacred Lake when I'd saved Calden from Xavyn. That made me consider that with the return of the Ember there, I could swim there without my feather, too. This might be my new favorite thing, I whispered inside the candlelit washroom in Sayrene's house, then released a lengthy sigh. Now I understood why humans had bathed frequently. The feeling was wondrous. I knew it would be. Xavyn's soft voice came from the adjoining bedroom. His low, attractive laugh followed as he opened the door to enter, not waiting for an invitation. You waited long enough. I tilted my head along the edge to better view him, my plate slipping around the back of the bath. It's perfect. Don't you ruin this for me. He laughed again before his eyes took in more than my face. If the water could reflect my heat right now, it would likely catch fire with the way he was staring. I couldn't possibly ruin anything. He bent over and fingered a few of my plates before pressing his lips to mine in a tender kiss. I'll make it even better. I grinned as he pulled away, stood upright, and removed his undershirt, revealing all the Amito lines spread over his taut skin and firm muscles. After a few blinks, I whispered, I'm not sure there's enough space. One of his eyebrows lifted as he assessed the bath. There's enough space. But first, I need to get the wine. I have a feeling we'll be in there a while. When he left the room, I sank fully below the surface and opened my eyes. Not long ago, I would have screamed in pain as my skin shredded away. Now I was silent, embracing what felt like a new beginning of my life. A life that wouldn't feel lonely or unaccepted. A life that felt complete. I knew my place, knew myself, my body, my soul. This has been Hidden Ember, Fallen Flames Series, Book 3, written by J.M. Miller, performed by Amelia Hugh. Copyright 2020 by J.M. Miller. Production copyright by J.M. Miller.